no excellence where there is equality. For every diversity higher, there is a diversity fire. It is not the similarities that make us the same. It is the differences that make us different. The truth is hate to those who hate the truth. Atonement cannot be made for a grievance never committed. There is no Western civilization without Western kind. In a world of collectivism, individualism is suicide. Hollywood isn't history. Hollywood isn't history. Isn't history. Isn't history. Isn't history. Isn't history. Isn't history.
Learn from history, and we must go our own way before it is too late.
Thank you, Mark. Right at the 5-minute mark. Kazi. So what do you and your organizations believe in addressing the solution of racial inequity?
I want to be very first clear of who was driving the Lamborghini in the first place. Because who's spins in movies on your rotten ass, hoe, old ass, white, honky ass, old crooked hope the bitch dies tomorrow with her pedophile ass son. You know what they said, dummy? They said they Lamborghini. They said they found it in the gold that we had. Clean.
There's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs. I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
And we are going free, ladies and gentlemen. A good Sunday evening, Monday morning to all of you. Very excited to be here today, as is always the case, serving white well-being with all of you. We are the genuine No White Guild. Jonas is here. Mrs. Jess Horst. Can everybody hear me okay? Let me know. The wonderful and talented achiever, Brant Danger. And another one, HB 2014. Jesse Link as well. Great to see you, brother. Eternal Entropy, our poet laureate. Great to see you as well here today. Misty, hello to you, sweet lady. Great to have you. Andrew is here. Art is Life is here. Art is Life, one of those champions. White Student Transmission. So many of you getting engaged on Twitter and elsewhere, encouraging people to come over to White Wellbeing and doing a magnificent job. We always want to recognize you all for the great work that you were doing in service to White Wellbeing. No guilt, only pride is here. Great to see you. The great Bartleby. Promethean hails to you. Audio is a go. That's good to hear. And is everything working over on Entropy? It does appear to be the case that it is. So many wonderful songs. I feel like dancing today. Again, I held myself back, but we could have done that. We might do it before the end of the show. Maybe some more dancing. Tony is here. It says, hail, brother. Well, a big Promethean hails to you. Southern Bloom, one of the best names out there. Hey, there's Jesse. No offense. Hello to you, sweet lady. It's so many wonderful folks here today. Heidi is with us right here from the start. Great to see you. Tony is here. Who is that? V8 Falcon. That is awesome. V8. 8 cylinders, I'm sure, is what we're talking about there. Never Felt Guilty is here. Wonderful to see you. Nuno is here. Wonderful to see you. What's going on in your lives? Can you see that things are getting better in the world? Can you see that there is a change being made and you are responsible for that change? Richard's Soap Bar is here. In reference to something I said the other day. Great to see you. Dan is here. Sebastian. So is Rubber Dub Media. Wonderful to see you as well. What is this? Chicago typewriter. Hello to you. 5637. Shauna Shaw. Wonderful to see you. The Masters champ. Wonderful. And Greek America. Art Acrobats. Everybody knows a champion when they see them. Bucky is here. Mars is here. Wonderful to see you all. How is everything going today? If you have a comment that you would like to make or a question, today is the day to do it. This is going free, and we'll talk with all of you. You could do so on the No White Guilt channel by tagging me as No White Guilt. That's the @ symbol and No White Guilt. That'll appear on the monitors to my right, your left. As you all who are regulars here know very well, if you could help those who are new, that would be most beneficial, and I would deeply appreciate it. If you're on the Discipline channel, tag me as Discipline with NWG, appear on the monitors off to my left, and I will see you there. I see Sebastian and the wonderful Elaine Sabatino is over there on the monitors to my left. Great to see you all. We got a couple things to go over today, not the least of which is, of course, this Justice for Black Farmers Act. And you will see we have some notes, 78-page long act. You'll be able to find it at congress.gov. We will give you the numbers and the Congress that you need to have to look that up. And in fact, I will potentially over the course of the show, or maybe right after, I will post it to my I guess cloud sharing P drive, and provide the link there so that everybody can download it and read it for yourself. So there'll be no mistaken that there are not opinions being made here, that this indeed is all fact. What the anti-whites are looking to do, those who call themselves Democrats, what they are looking to do to us once they have the power to do it to us and those that they call Republicans and conservatives and milquetoasts, abstractionists, really is what the rest of them are, just abstractionists. So what they plan to do with all of them. You can also financially gift. You can do so on Entropy, and you'll find that link down below. It's Entropy with the No White Guilt tag on it, and we hope to see you all over there as well. You can financially gift there at a cost of 15% to you, and that money goes to the good people at Entropy to keep that software and that platform open so that we can continue to have a conversation by way of that platform, and that those people can feel the fruits of doing such labor that is in service for them to freedom of speech, and we thank them for doing so. You can also financially gift over on Cash App, which you will see in the description below as well, and I will be able to see that off to my right. Everybody who financially gifts will have priority over those who do not, but we get to every question and comment over the course of the show or subsequent shows. Regrettably, there was a financial gift. I think there was maybe 2 by Tall Kevin, and then 1 by someone else last week. And I had those screens left up to address those at the beginning of the show today, and they disappeared on me. The tabs disappeared. So I don't know where they are. If I can find them over the course of the show, or if you remember, if you financially gifted at the end and I did not read your financial gift, then if you can remember what you wrote, just put it in the question widget, or Tall Kevin widget, as we also want to call it, and we will speak to it. And we thank you very much for those financial gifts. If you did so and you write in the question widget that you financially gifted with that question on the previous show or shows, then I will read out your financial gift, the sum of your financial gift, and we will give you great thanks. We will heap great thanks onto you for the wonderful financial gift. So thank you so very much. I'll be keeping an eye out for that. You can also financially gift in cryptocurrency, and you do that by going to nowhiteguilt.org, nowhiteguilt.org, and you will see a link there that says cryptocurrency. You click on that, and it should take you to a page. Please let me know if this is working or not. And you can go to a page, and it'll show you 4 of the top 5 cryptocurrencies, and you can financially gift there. You will also find the snail mail address under that same link. So looking forward to any mail. We do have some mail in the mail bag that we will be addressing today. And a big thank you to everyone who has financially gifted by way of snail mail. And let's see who else is here. Windex is here. Great to see you. There he is, Grayman Van Buskirk. Is that because your hair is turning gray, or you have a sympathy for the South? Either way, we love you, dear brother, you and your wonderful wife, and thank you for being here and doing the quadruple duty you do, raising children to be white positive, inoculating them against the mean pathogens that anti-whites use against us, and moderating here and financially gifting, a lovely couple. JMF is here. Hello from South Africa. Well, a big hello back to you from the once great state of Virginia. And you are our people. You are not white people in a country called South Africa. We are one people with many countries. So we are one and the same, and we are glad to have you with us. I had some comments. We have a lot of new people, ladies and gentlemen, as you know. Jonas is here. Great to see you. He's not one of the new ones, though. Been around for a while and a big champion. I'm glad to have him here. We have new people, and they ask questions. And we had folks, we had even Donning Armor last week talking about how, well, when I first came here, didn't quite understand what was going on. And I hear that from time to time from people. And part of the reason why, and good on Donning Armor and everybody else who sticks around and then discovers, my God, this works. My God, this is simple. My God, this is straightforward. My God, there's a little bit of jargon, but it's only a little bit, a tiny bit compared to the trade I'm in or the industry I'm in or the profession I'm in, whatever it might be. Easily adopted language that the anti-whites don't want you to use. Yes, that's true. But the argument against using this language is to say that we are only allowed to use the language that the anti-whites permit us to use, which is supremely asinine. Supremely asinine. And people continue to make that, and we'll take a look at, I think, maybe some of those comments. I might have pulled them out for conversation over the course of the show today. But one of the things that makes it so difficult for people to make that transition from asininity, complete stupidity, heads up their rears inside the anti-white narrative, to the life-giving, going free lexicon and dialectic that we have here, the practice that is a lifelong practice, that you have wonderful people like Mrs. Jess Horse sharing the photographs of what she's doing with her wonderful family. And she's got enough to field a baseball team, but these are the youngest. And there they all are, going free, wonderful, wonderful people, and inoculating them against the meme pathogens. One of the things that makes it difficult for folks to come over when they're new to this is that this is a different paradigm. And when you have a different paradigm, it's difficult to get out of that worldview. It's like being the fish in the deep sea ocean. You don't know that you are in water because all there is water around you. It's only ever been that way. And so that's what makes it difficult. And if you are new, if you're one of those new folks, you're watching live, you're watching in replay, or you speak with one of those people who are new and they don't know. They said, I showed up one day, didn't quite understand, said a few words I didn't get, and so I decided to leave. Make sure that you help them to understand what I am helping everyone to understand right here. And that is this, that this is a different paradigm. You have to be in a different paradigm if you are going to survive anti-whiteism. You have to get out of their narrative. But this new paradigm is not like learning astrophysics. There is a very easy way for people of every education and every intelligence level to get started right away. It can get more complicated and intricate for those who want to go that direction in service to going free, and we welcome that. But on its surface, it is very easy to immediately implement in your daily life. And you don't need, you're not going to need 6 months of training to be able to do it. You can get Go Free. It's available electronically by way of Kindle. You can start training. You can be here with us on Sundays, and we will help you go from there to here, from loser to winner, from failure to victor. That is the reason we exist. That's why we do what we do, because when you regain your recapture your destiny in your life, you recapture the destiny in your family's life, you recapture the destiny in your community's life, and we recapture the destiny as a consequence of our people. And so let's just jump right into it, and we'll keep moving. I don't know how many folks we have already shown up, but we'll go ahead and roll as we are wont to do. And those who are financially gifting on a monthly basis, just to remind everyone, and maybe I'll do this a couple times, what I plan to do, I don't know if I'll be able to do it at the beginning of December, maybe the second week, but what I'm planning to do is the first Sunday of every month, go through all of the names at the beginning of the show of everybody who is financially gifting, or of course not if you have shared your real name, I will not be sharing that with everybody. But maybe just a first name or just an initials or something of this nature, or just a first initial. And we will go through and thank all of those people, because we owe so very much to those who are serving white well-being in every imaginable way. They are going out like the great Elaine Sabatino and the great Danny, who started this, and now the main man, who is also doing, and who knows how many other people are going out into the world, and they're just finding wonderful things, either painted or seared onto wood, and they're finding them out in the forest, out in the cities, out in the suburbs, out in the walking trails, out in the bicycling trails, out everywhere you can go, out at the playground where the children or the young people can find these things that say "Go Free," "Recapture Our Destiny," NoWhiteGuilt.org, little stickers or little taped on thing with beautiful little designs on them on power poles and things where people are allowed to do this. Of course, our folks are doing it, but where they're not allowed to do it, they're finding it done by others. And it's a miraculous thing. And we praise every single one of those people, including those who are financially gifting, because nothing works in a universe where people have they need currency for the things they need and the things they want. Money has beaten religion. Money has beaten everything else out there. It has come down to the individual's lifeblood. Society doesn't function otherwise, and therefore liquidity is needed in order to advance anything under the sun. There is no support shaming in service to white well-being, and those who do attempt to support shame are out themselves immediately as anti-whites, and they are thrust out of our community. We won't have anything to do with them, because we see what gives the anti-white organizations their great power. It's not because people come together and live impecuniously in cardboard boxes and give away all of their creations. No, it's because their communities give fabulously to these entities that they know, they have trust in, and who for a long time have been serving. And these people are not trustworthy, and they still give money. If you have people with 6- and 7-figure salaries working for these organizations, they surely don't deserve any kind of money like that in the roles that they serve. And yet they take that kind of money out of the financial gifts from their donors, and with that great money, they're able to be in every town, every community, every school board, every police station, every FBI office, every newsroom. They're able to be everywhere as a consequence, and wherever they need to be on a moment's notice, they're able to be there on a moment's notice. Flights paid, people sent, things happening, and that is because of money. It doesn't happen otherwise. And so for those who financially gift, we owe a great debt of gratitude. There is not many places you can turn in the white positive sphere where you can find the sort of honesty and self-sacrifice that you find here in service to white well-being. I have been at this for more than 2 decades. I have been giving of myself freely, day in, day out, of streaming longer than anybody else, not because it's a one-off, but because I love you all. I want to hear what's going on in your lives. I want to change your lives, and we have changed so many lives of the people who have come to the service of white well-being. So if you think this is going to be, if you're coming from the rest of the white positive sphere, you're coming from the MAGA sphere, you're coming from these different places, and you're used to the griping, you're used to the complaining, you're used to the doom dissecting, you're used to the doom documenting, and that's all it is to you. Well, this is very different. We're going to teach you how to access your true physical, mental, and spiritual potential. We're going to teach you how to be a better you, not in a flippant way, but in a very serious, very realistic way. You will become a better you, and you can hear those testimonials of the people who have done that. We're going to teach you how to change the minds and change the ideas and change the lives of those around you, particularly those you care about, those you've never been able to reach before. We're going to teach you how to put an anti-white in their place so that you walk away being the victor. You walk away being the one with your head held high. You walk away being the one who is clearly the moral one in the argument. They are the villain. They are the ne'er-do-well, as they actually are. You've always lost in those discussions. You've always failed in changing people's minds. Well, that's not going to happen anymore when you go free. Not only that, but we're going to teach you how to recapture the destiny, not only of your life and your family and community, but of our very people. A very real change in the world. These questions about, well, what is No White Guilt talking about? What has he been talking about for all of these years? What's the difference that he's going to make? Well, he says there's not going to be any voting remedy. He says there's no violence remedy. He said, and all of these, there's no craven remedy. You're not going to be able to go hide. Well, then what's the difference? What is he doing that's different? Stick around and you will see. It's multifaceted, and we're making that change. We're getting people off the path to suicide. We're getting people off of addictions to pornography, to drugs, to alcoholism, all things in moderation when it comes to anything, ladies and gentlemen. But you know very well what I mean. And we're improving those lives. And by improving those lives, more people want to come to us. We're building community. We're building art. We have artists. We have musicians. We have poets. We have sculptors. We have carpenters. We have police officers. We have officers and enlisted in the military. We have people in government, in state and federal government going free. We have people at all levels coming into this, engineers, lawyers, everything you could possibly imagine, people working in quarries, people working in security jobs, on and on, amazing people, talented people of various stripes coming to the service to white well-being. Why? Because we make a difference in the world, because our message is pure, noble, and heroic, and we are actually standing up with love in a white positive. This is why we call it the white positive sphere. This is why we say that we are white positive. Pro-white people, all they do is complain. Pro-white people, they imitate the villain. All of those pro-white people are going to end up going to jail. You're going to end up black-pilled. You're going to end up continuing to be the ugly person in the room, the villain in the room. No, we are white positive. We are positive in all ways about what we're doing. And we invite everybody from every background. No immutable characteristic is denied to serve white well-being, and we have a great many who have been doing so. In fact, I will share right now this right there. That's Bernadine Bluntly, ladies and gentlemen. She has Go Free, and I shared this the other day, the video of her. She made this lovely video, artistic, where she's flipping the pages of the book, and you can see that the book was signed to her, and the light cuts through the shadow right over the title there. And she says, "Thank you, Jason Köhne, for sending me a signed copy of your book, Go Free. Highly recommended to any of you wanting to rise against the mainstream," she writes here, "Marxist anti-white rhetoric." Absolutely wonderful woman, wonderful family, her and her husband's white. So for those out there who are wondering, well, can you be involved? If you have a non-white spouse, can you be involved? If you have mixed race children, absolutely. Why wouldn't you be able to be involved and serve white well-being? It's anti-whiteism that's going to destroy this woman's life. It's anti-whiteism that's going to destroy the lives of her children. It's anti-whiteism that's going to destroy the life of her husband. Absolutely. It's anti-whiteism that's going to destroy Western civilization, the law and order, the civility, and everything that she has come to love and cherish about Western civilization. So without question, she should be involved. And so many others are, Ambriel and so many others are participating in service to white well-being. Everyone is welcome, and we will continue to march forward, even though the anti-whites want to misrepresent us in every conceivable way. We will continue to shine through those lies, shine through that darkness with our love, hope, and redemption for our brothers and sisters. Ladies and gentlemen, you can't go too wrong and not be able to go right. You can come here and go free and serve white well-being and make amends of your life. We have even people who were in pornography, not just watched, we're in pornography. And more, ladies and gentlemen, who are going free. We welcome you to participate, and we love every single one of you. We just had a great tap a couple of days ago, and we will be telling you more about the great Jared George, and the band name is The Great Order. The band name for Mr. George is The Great Order, and the first song that he released, his musical debut, we celebrated it and gave great thanks to each and every one of you. Now, we're going to have Sarah Dye joining us in just over 30 minutes. So what we're going to do, and we're going to have her for about an hour and a half. She's going to tell you everything going on in her life, the case in her life, how the anti-whites are endeavoring to destroy her. What a life that she has led, going from being an anti-white. Think you can't be an anti-white and then decide to go free? Well, think again. We have more than a few, and some of them are as wonderfully articulate as Sarah Dye, who went from being a radical anti-white, coming all the way over now. She's got quite a story to share, and she'll be with us in just over 30 minutes. Right now, I'm going to jump really quickly into some of these testimonials before we bring Sarah Dye on. And let's see. I wanted to share Bernadine's picture, and I did. And I want to share and spotlight our great hero here. This is White Rider, and he does many wonderful things for this community. A great salute to him. And I'd like to do this more often, find more of you and celebrate more of you who are out there sharing what the work we're doing here, sharing the community. If we fight against the anti-whites, writes White Rider, without an oppositional poll around which to organize, we will be jailed. He's pointing out there somebody obviously was talking about civil war. Somebody out there was obviously talking about violence. Where's that person going to end up? What did White Rider just save them from potentially? At a minimum, it could be a red flag law, and that person's losing the right to self-defense over saying some stupid things. So somebody writes back on that thread, So let's do things that are literally more subtly subversive to the subverters. White Writer responds, read the book Go Free by Jason Köhne and sub to his YouTube channel, No White Guilt. He's built a lexicon that allows you to defeat the anti-whites at their own game. Jason is brilliant, and his work will change your life. Because of his work, people have been brought back from the brink of suicide, and families are being created. Go check him out. You can thank me later. White Writer, and we will thank you right now, brother. Big round of applause for White Writer. Big round of applause for Bernadine Bluntly for sharing on her colossal Instagram page that there I was just sharing, and this part of her story on Instagram, and bringing a great many people subbed to my Instagram page as a consequence of this wonderful woman. And God bless her for sharing this information and this endorsement. And you see on this thread here, a mother writing, I've spent time listening to almost every content creator on the quote unquote right. Jason is the only one whose ideas and outlook give me hope for my children. Think about that, ladies and gentlemen, for a moment. This is Bernadine Bluntly's story. And this is, I was talking about the video where she fans through the book, and then you can see where I signed the book to her, and you can see the title to the book in this beam of light as the video closes. And here's this wonderful woman, this wonderful mother. I'm going to write this again because of how important this is. What are we doing in the world? Idiots out there who want to play the villain. They want to instantiate and bring about, and they want to have some horrible regime that everybody fears, that everybody it knows exactly what that regime is going to do, because media, entertainment media, has been telling them all along that it's going to be ruthless to innocent people, and they want to do that. What are we doing? We're doing the exact opposite. We are throwing our arms around those who are victimized. We're throwing our bodies in front of those who have rifles aimed at them. And that this mother is speaking to, obviously, a splendid person. I've spent time listening. Think about this testimonial. This is not somebody that's brand new to the quote unquote right when you're inside the anti-white narrative. I've spent time listening to almost every content creator on the quote unquote right. Jason is the only one whose ideas and outlook give me hope for my children. God bless you, dear lady. God bless you as well, Bernadine, for that. Mothers out there, I want you to hear it. I want you to hear that this is the place where your children, where our senior citizens, where our sick are going to be protected. And you know what? We're going to welcome everybody from every background, every race, whatever it might be, who wants to stand with us side by side to put an end to anti-whiteism. Because the day is going to come when we decide with our voices who's going to be in those offices, because we're going to be of the mind that the victimizer, the threat to our civilization is not this, what you hear these idiots all day long on Fox Morning News and everything else, that, oh, it's the socialists, it's the communists, it's the, get out of the nursery room, take the pacifiers out of your mouths. You know damn well it is not just an economic structure called socialism, you idiots. You know damn well it's not just a political structure known as communism, you idiots. It's aimed at you because you are white. And it's aimed at everything that we as white people, as Westmen, men and women, have created around the world. And all of those other groups of people who enjoy that civility, who enjoy that medicine, who enjoy that science, who enjoy that electronics, who enjoy that electricity, who enjoy that clean running water, who enjoy all of that we could provide for them. And yes, non-white groups of people did create things, and we enjoy those things, and we recognize those things as well, and we will never stop. We're not going to play down what they've done. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Recapture Your Destiny, found in the woods somewhere by the main man. A big round of applause for this gentleman. You'll see these sorts of things as well. Seems to be happening somewhere in the country where it's very beautiful. And you can go out on a path, walk around, and you might find these in your neck of the woods, literally and figuratively. Thank you so much. The main man. Isn't that wonderful? How'd you like to be on a walk and find that as you mosey down the path? And we'll be talking a little bit more about that when we get to the mailbag. Let me jump on down here to a young woman by the name of Michelle writes here. Hello, Jason. Just messaging you to say that I really like the passionate work you do for white people. You're such a beautiful soul. You have a unique way of thinking about things. Same with The Great Order, Laura Towler, and Mark Collett. I often watch PWR on repeat. I love it and hope it lasts for a long time. You and Mark have such good chemistry on there. I love this movement for all the drama and flack it gets from our anti-white enemies. I've been racially conscious for nearly 8 years. In that time, I've noticed growth, and this turbulent decade will bring us many opportunities. I'm hoping to soon be brave enough to do more for this movement. And she writes some more there. I'm going to trim it down for the purpose of time. Jump to the end. She says, I'm not sure if you'll ever read this, but in any case, I support you. Keep fighting the good fight. Well, Michelle, we absolutely are going to read as many as we can. Thank you for that wonderful testimony. It takes, we'll sort of take that childish saying in the States here, and we're going to flip it around to something positive. It takes a beautiful soul to recognize one. So thank you so very much for those very kind words. This is Caesar writes here, I have local bigwig media types and politicians on email in which I speak up directly for white well-being. I get some positive responses. Some responses are ignorant and hostile, vilifying me personally. Yet it is important to make them aware of a counter to all the anti-white propaganda. Big bravo to you and salute to you, my dear brother, for doing that, because that is the reason our people, this community, doing that in conversations in person, in conversations over email, in conversations over letter, in conversations over phone calls, in conversations on message threads and on live threads. You all doing that is the reason why the conversation, generally speaking, in which we operate, this milieu, is changing. Why you are hearing these content creators out there who share the news, who doom dissect, who doom document, who have just massive audiences. That you're the reason why they are starting to talk that way, because they are seeing that verbiage in their threads. They are seeing it on their live feeds, and they might hear it from somebody like me, and they might decide, I don't like that guy. I think he's too loud. He's too excited. He's too passionate, or there's an ego involved. And so they don't want to compete. They don't want to talk about me, because then it would be a competition. They feel like they might lose something to me. Maybe they stood beside me in the at the urinal. But whatever it is, you all speaking up, speaking proud, speaking loud is changing the conversation. And once this conversation changes, then it is us who decides. This is a big part and parcel of how we change the world for our benefit, for our well-being, so that we can put an end to anti-whiteism. Irish Ice, the great champion, writes here, going free saves lives. Going free saves lives. God bless Irish Ice and all the hard work he does. Talk about a testimonial, pithy and powerful. Cave Becky, I didn't even notice that name before, writes here. This was an anti-white who wanted to try to insult us for complaining about our victimization. Now, there are a number of ways you can handle anti-white who attacks and criticizes for complaining about our victimization. Of course, you cannot help but notice the rank hypocrisy of anti-whites who would say, well, you're just playing a victim. You're just, and all they do all day long is talk about the victimization. But do not do that. Do not go into that with them. You can point out that they're gaslighting. Why would you gaslight your victim, you anti-white POS? Just proving more that you're an anti-white. You know very well, we all know you're not fooling anybody. I've had these conversations many times with anti-whites. You're not fooling anybody. Anti-whiteism is everywhere. You can corner them on any of these things. Okay, so good. We're not going to have any more anti-whiteism. So we're going to stop these commercials that encourage white people to commit biological white erasure. You're good with putting an end to that, right? You'll side with me on putting an end to that, because we're not going to have, there's no victimization of white people going on, right? How about blaming white people for slavery? How about you're with me on that? And of course they won't be. This person writes here, I need some more jugs for all this white wine. And of course, wine is spelled as someone complaining. And I wrote back to him, when you pass of natural causes, anti-white, I will pour the bottle on your grave after I drink it. That is how you should handle an anti-white POS, ladies and gentlemen. Somebody talking like that has demonstrated to you that they are anti-white as the day is long, as we say down home. And don't spend another breath on them. Move something sharp, something witty, and move right on to somebody who can heed our message to go free. This person is on the road to perdition, and guaranteed, as things across the West worsen, they'll come banging on your door for help. They'll come banging on the gate for help. And you know what? We're going to turn their asses away, because that is how it's going to work from now on. Anybody who inflicts harm on Western kind and Western civilization, once the proverbial waste hits the fan, there'll be no forgiving for you POSs out there. We will remember. Rest assured, right now in places like France, where these neighborhoods are burning down because of anti-whites, and anti-whites are fleeing from them. When they come banging on your doors, make sure you add that extra deadbolt and you tell them that they can beat feet, because you are giving them no assistance whatsoever. This is from Melly, writes here, hello, I just wanted to let you know how much your videos have helped me. I didn't grow up in America, but the anti-white narrative is just as widespread in Europe. I'm very excited to dive into them, the books. Thank you for everything you are doing. Stay safe and well. I will, dear sister, and thank you so very much for those kind words. We have Bellatina saying they want to get rid of the Thanksgiving holiday. They want it to be replaced with, quote, Indigenous Peoples Day, whatever they call it. The point is to wipe out Thanksgiving from existence. Now, this is an important point, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for that message as we roll along here. About 20 more minutes until we bring on the great Sarah Dye, ladies and gentlemen. So stay close. After we have our conversation with Sarah Dye, we'll have her for about an hour. She has a family. She has children she's got to take care of. We'll have her for about an hour. We will get right into this story about this act, the Justice for Black Farmers Act. You are not going to want to miss that, because there are things in this act that you could not even imagine. Ultimately, it wouldn't be a stretch for a person to conclude that it is appropriation without proper compensation, land appropriation, and the South-Africanization of the United States at triple speed. The important thing to talk about when it comes to Thanksgiving and the anti-whites saying they want to get rid of this holiday and they want to rename, is to focus on the fact that this is white erasure, the same way we do with the this idiotic term blackwashing. You never use blackwash. You put the focus on our people. It's white erasure. They discriminate against our people by excluding them from the roles in these commercials and advertising, not just on television, but in magazines and billboards, wherever they could possibly go. Posters at doctors' offices and at the malls and the grocery stores and city squares. They're discriminating against our people in favor of others on the basis of race, so that they can project these other peoples, these other biospirits into our environments. The other point of discrimination is the psychological trauma that is inflicted on us. Do not forget the fact that the anti-whites have relentlessly made the argument that if non-white people did not see themselves reflected throughout the totality of our media, that they were psychologically traumatized by this. Well, if it holds true for them, it holds true for us. The reality is that the human animal needs to see its biospirit that it projects reflected back at it for it to feel harmony with that environment. When you never feel as white as you are until you go into a non-white environment. You might be familiar with it. Maybe you have gone on vacation there many times. You know what the buildings look like in the non-white country or whatever town or whatever it might be. You know what is beyond the next street, but you don't feel the harmony that you would feel even if you were visiting a place, a white country for the very first time and seeing the architecture, the painting, etc., removed from the modern day anti-white media, etc. So discrimination in hiring, discrimination in promotion, discrimination in, and it's not going to just be the actors that are on the TV or the models that are in the adverts. It's the people who are hiring these people. You don't think it's just going to be white people allowed to hire them. No, whites will be discriminated against on the basis of the race in taking the photographs and filming the videos for the commercials, in decorating the sets. It's happening At every single level, talk about the white erasure, talk about the discrimination against us. And then, of course, you round it out with the conversation about how it is psychologically traumatizing to us to no longer see ourselves reflected in our environment, except when they want to push some sort of special victim group on us or in our faces, a lifestyle that we don't want in our face, or a lifestyle that might be with some of these, what they're talking about with pedophilia and the like, absolutely reprehensible and absolutely should be punishable by execution in any healthy country. But the psychological trauma that inflicts on us from having to witness and feel like an alien in our own land, an alien in our own community, that is trauma. Make no mistake about it. We also have, is this Vetaha? Jason likes the, this is a criticism that I will speak to. Jason likes the boiling frog technique used against whites. Demography is destiny. The U.S. will be a mix of Mexico and Brazil. You're an idiot. No, it won't. Mexico is only able to have the stability, and Brazil is only able to have the stability that they have because of the United States, because of the UK, because of Italy, because of Europe, because of Australia, creates the context in which those countries are able to have any stability that you can look at and say, well, that looks a bit like a stable civilization. United States and the rest of these Western countries taking steps down, falling to their knees with bloody faces in this fight to the death throes of our countries, will no longer be able to prop up civility in these countries, and they will return to something that is much more natural for them. It won't be the Brazilification of the United States, because there'll be no matrix there to support the Brazil any longer. It'll be much worse than you see in Brazil and Mexico. And this, of course, is somebody who's just attacking, who wants some sort of violent activity going on, some sort of violent revolt, some simple-minded midget stick who can't see past the end of his nose, probably morbidly obese or emaciated with horrible disease, and wants to jump online and talk big and say that, well, we need some sort of violence, because if you do the actual work, if you lay the actual foundation of building families, protecting children, protecting our most vulnerable members, combating psychological warfare with psychological defense, because it doesn't matter one jot how many flags you raise, how many political slogans you come up with, how many political parties you envision, how many religious revivals you instigate. It doesn't matter. All of that has been defeated by the anti-whites. How many times do we have to say that? If you don't have the psychological defense, which we have here in Going Free and has been shown to be nowhere else, if you do not have that, all of this doesn't have a chance. So, buddy, you either learn or you continue to be the fool that you are and get the hell out. Rest assured that if you continue to be a problem for the growth of this community and you continue to assail us in the ways that you do here and who knows what else, that when the time comes and the shit hits the fan, as I said earlier, and you come banging on the door, you're not going to be allowed in. Naderific, the great Naderific, who he and his wife in the delivery room were going free with us here on Going Free on Sunday. God bless these heroes. Talk about the son of the West that was born into that environment. My God. He writes here, I had given my mom Go Free and Crucible about a week ago. She hasn't read either. She just keeps watching what's going on with the election drama. She's just stuck in the right side of the mainstream narrative. Advice. Well, the first thing, Nate, is tell her in the way that you are able to communicate with your mother in a way that is persuasive for her, that she is trapped in the anti-white narrative, and there's no good. No matter where she turns, it will never go good for her. Now, you could be understanding right now when it comes to the election drama, because it is, of course, histrionic as all hell, isn't it? I mean, there's so many things going on right now. So she is really focused on that, and you might want to just use some of the verbiage, some of the lexicon that we use in Go Free, brother, around her, and to define the things that are going on in the election. And then once this lawsuits are over and everything is decided, then make another push to reintroduce the totality of the lexicon and dialectics. But for right now, say things like the anti-whites who call themselves Democrats, the anti-white, when you talk about these things, of course, Mom, the anti-whites want to do this. Talk to her this way, and you'll suddenly discover that, as so many have, that suddenly, and depending on how fearful she is of anti-whiteism, and really very telling, and you can point this out to your mother as well, really very telling, that white people are actually afraid to call something anti-white, because they know, many white people, not all, because they know if you call something anti-white, then it means that you care at least somewhat about not being anti-white. What does that reveal? For Christ's sake, that we live in an environment where we have been taught from toddlerhood all the way through to the grave that it is moral to be anti-white, that it is immoral to be the slightest bit not anti-white. Have them chew on that reality for a little bit. Your mother, I guarantee you, if she were able to birth somebody as bright as you, good brother, then she'll be able to get this. Start working in that lexicon with everything that's going on during the election right now. And then once it's passed, reintroduce, and you'll suddenly find, I predict, as most people find, that the people they're using the verbiage with, they suddenly come back and they say, hey, I heard something anti-white the other day, and their jaw hits the floor. I can't tell you how many times people have told me that. Is they come back and they say, is this anti-whiteism? We had a mother the other day come forward, said the son came forward and said, or the daughter, the child, young child, and said, I found some anti-whiteism in a song, Mom. Now that is what ends up happening to people. That's how this works. It is so life-giving. It happens. So do that, my brother. Simon JJ writes here, Vincent James and Nick Fuentes have good intentions, and I believe they run productive channels. But a new political party is nonsensical. It's not what we need, particularly as some sort of punishment for the GOP. WTH, 2 exclamation points. Jason has a tried and tested method that's up and running. If all these people just got on board with going free, we'd devastate the opposition. Of course, that's metaphorically. Simon JJ, thank you so very much for that testimonial. This is somebody who's witnessing it. Somebody who's witnessing it. Why is it that we have across the white positive sphere, even in these political parties, the GOP and elsewhere, all these other tiny parties have been relegated to insignificance? Why is it that you still have people sit around and wonder about what to do next? What could be done? What might be success? How about go with what works? How about go with what is working? Person by person by person, instead of making excuses for not going that direction. Thank you so very much, Simon JJ. Eric writes here, my heart is with Vincent and Nick, but Jason speaks to my mind on this one, until conditions become more favorable at least. And if I may sneak in another comment here and feed 2 birds with 1 worm, well put, Eric, as we say here, I'd like to thank NWG and other content creators whose messages overlap with much of what Jason says for helping to free me from the shackles of libertarian freedom. So another libertarian, they flow this direction, ladies and gentlemen, the good ones, every good one. I guess 52 isn't old enough to make me so set in my ways that I can't recognize when I'm wrong about things and need to evolve. God bless you, Eric. Thank you for that testimonial. And as I just said, the best in that sphere come this direction every single time. As it's usually sooner rather than later. So we are glad to have you with us. Thank you so much, my good brother. And it's nothing but sky's the limit now. You'll find that it's not going to be a bunch of just theoretical nonsense. You'll make changes in your life and the lives of your family. We are just about 10 minutes out from Sarah Dye, ladies and gentlemen. 1 hour with the great Sarah Dye or so. And then we're going to be getting on to this potential Africanization of South-Africanization of the United States at triple speed. Should we have 2 Democrat senators and President Biden in the White House? And just to be clear, also, when it comes to the Democrat senators, it's a lot to be clear on what I was saying the other night when I was saying that you're not going to create another party. You're not going to punish in that roll-in. You're not going to punish the GOP by exercising your free speech and if you have the right to vote, not voting in Georgia for these 2 GOP senators You're not going to be punishing the GOP by preventing them from getting elected. What you're going to end up doing is by one or two of those senators getting to the Senate, United States of America, you have more momentum to create that 2/3 scenario, or whatever the final number might be, needed in the Senate to actually remove the president from office, because you have Republicans who are never Trumpers, people who hate this guy, and unless you have every Republican that you can muster on board, there isn't enough pressure to keep those people in line. There isn't enough pressure to keep them from jumping ship to side with the anti-whites who call themselves Democrats. And remember, I'll say it again because I know we have new people and there are dumb people out there, that the Republican Party is not white positive, but the things that the anti-whites who call themselves Democrats are going to do are going to harm those people as well. You should be bright enough to understand that. So thank you all. Thank you, Eric. And we'll jump on over here to Owen. It really doesn't matter who wins. The system itself is broken. And look, I didn't even know that this was next. Owen writing here, it doesn't matter who wins these political seats. The system itself is broken, and yet no one addresses this. Neither party is legitimate, in my opinion, and voting for either party is what gives them legitimacy to pass laws that I guess no one wants, is what you meant there. Stop voting altogether, says Owen, and make it known that you did not vote. If everyone did this, then they would be forced to look at the system itself. To continue voting for a broken system is insanity. Refusing to recognize their authority is what should be talked about at every opportunity, but we never hear this why. Owen, stop thinking. Stop thinking, because this is so inane, so backwards. And I would be, 10 years ago, 5 years ago, 15 years ago, I would have been very delicate. I would have taken you with kid gloves, and then I would have shown you how this is just so stupid that you should not be, that you have to change it or you're not going to be allowed to talk anymore. Well, now I'm just going to say, don't think anymore. First of all, this position you have here, that if you didn't vote and you told everybody not to vote on your side, the opposition would vote and they would be in power and you would lose. You would suffer the consequences every election cycle, and it would get worse real fast. So this is such midget wittery. I cannot conceive how maybe you're just repeating what somebody else said and you haven't actually thought about this whatsoever, because we should all just tell everybody to stop voting. And the only people who are going to listen are the ones on our side, of course. We should tell them all to stop voting, because if you vote, it gives legitimacy to the system. And then they're going to vote and they hold all the guns, and you are going to lose your right to self-defense. You're going to lose your right to the First Amendment. You're going to lose every single right that you may have had. Just please, I really hope that someone said this and you repeated it without thinking. That's probably what happened, Owen. I really hope it's what happened, because that whoever that person is should never think again. They should, stay with the trying to color within the lines or the finger paints or whatever it is that they give them to do at that nice little center where they pat you on the head. But don't repeat what they say anymore. And then you say up here, it doesn't matter who wins. It absolutely matters. Have you not watched what's going on? Have you not seen the Republicans who are not white positive? Have you not seen them getting in the way of the anti-whites who call themselves Democrats, advancing bills that would put an end to everything you understand exists in this country overnight? You would have no legal recourse whatsoever. This is so goddamn stupid. I cannot believe that you would repeat, that anybody would say this and that you would repeat it. Never say this again. I'm sure I'm going to go ahead and go out on a limb here and say that Owen is just a busy man, and he hasn't given any thought to these things. He's just repeating what some content creator, and this is most likely what happened. In all seriousness, this is most likely what happened. Some content creator trying to get a name for himself, and this is like a 20-year-old argument, by the way, Owen. Some content creator trying to get a name for himself and has said, the system is broken. It doesn't matter who wins. We should be telling our people not to vote, because if you vote, you give it legitimacy. Just stay home. Just stay home and don't rally and don't try to manipulate the system. Don't try to control the system. Don't try to control your destiny. You just let them do that for you, because last thing you want is for the anti-whites to know that you think their system is legitimate. Because when they kick your door down and put a gun in your face, you want to be able to say, I think this is totally illegitimate, in the snarkiest way you can say it. And then when they drag you off to prison, or maybe they put a bullet in you right there for your snark because they're sick of it, then you can wing your way off into the heavens thinking, well, it was illegitimate, so there. It's asininity. Never again repeat anything like this. It the system is dominated by anti-whites. That's the problem. The problem is that the system is dominated by anti-whites, and the other end of the problem is that you, Owen, and so many of our brothers and sisters will only use the ideas and the words, the lexicon and the dialectics that the anti-whites approve for you to use. So now, Owen, you can make a difference. You can say, whoever that idiot was who was telling me, making that 20-year-old argument, I hope it wasn't made recently, that 20-year-old argument that system's just broken, it's so illegitimate, and therefore we should just not vote and tell each other not to vote. And whoever that person is, I hope that you will give them a sturdy bird, as we say here in the US, and then you will move right into going free, and you will pick up a lexicon, dialectics as well, that will serve you, that will empower you, and that will give you an epiphany as bright as a supernova into how we can actually recapture our destiny by controlling the milieu, the verbiage, the ideas with which the politicians and their morality, etc., has to come into contact with our morality. By controlling that on our side, we begin to recapture our destiny. If it's too difficult to understand, stick around. You may understand it after a time. If you eventually don't understand it, there are many things I don't understand. I don't understand music. Jared George, as the Great Order, just came out with some beautiful music, and I don't understand how he did any of it. It's magnificent. That's fine. I'm okay with that. I'll let Mr. George make the music. I'll let Imminent Rain make the music. I'll let Forno make the music. I'll let Mama P and Jeff and all of these other wonderful, and Hyreth, and all of these wonderful people make the music, and it'll be beautiful, it'll be magnificent, and they know all the nitty gritty of it. They get into the granular level of it, and I don't need to know any of it. I will stay in my lane, and we will succeed with a psychological defense against the psychological warfare. We will cover the physical, the mental, and the spiritual here, as we have with my writings, and we will continue to do so until there is no more breath coming out of these lungs. So you stay in your lane. If you can't understand this, just understand this. And that is that we have testimonial after testimonial after testimonial after testimonial of this working in people's lives. And when I tell you, after I worked on the Hill, after I worked with these kind of people, after I was in on Wednesday luncheons, private off the record, where House and Senate and White House staff showed up, and the heads of the biggest conservative organizations across the United States all showed up on Wednesday for these massive off the record discussions about strategy. After seeing all of that, you can go ahead and defer to somebody who is, you might be able to consider a bit of an expert in this field at this point, sort of several decades of working in it. So autodidactically, you might be able to consider me an expert in these areas. You can defer to me, especially when I make prediction after prediction that works, and the document is a lens that we've worked on, all of us, my work, other people's work. We subject it to the scientific method, and you can now pick up that lens like a magnifying glass and understand the world, retrodicting and predicting. What more do you need? You can't do that with any investment vehicle in economy. We're going to be bringing on Sarah Dye in just one moment, ladies and gentlemen. You can't do that with any investment vehicle. You can't predict the weather with all of the equipment that we have accurately, but you can predict the anti-whites with what we have here. You can retrodict the anti-whites with what we have here. You can save lives with what we have here. You can be better than you are with what we have here. And testimonial after testimonial after testimonial proves that this is the case. We need to grow up as a people, as a community, sociopolitically mature from where we have been. Because too long we have spent time with people who just want to doom document, doom dissect, We want to give all of our attention to the individuals who are bizarre or strange or broken or crippled or whatever it might be, with the academic peacocks, because they might know something since they've sat up in that tower for so long and pontificate to the rest of us when they know squat from those heights. Ladies and gentlemen, we are where the rubber meets the road. This is where the action happens. Let me go ahead and send this message over to our dear Sarah Dye. Let's see. Okay, actually, you know what? We got a little bit more time. Sarah is, she's got a couple things going on. So I will send this to our dear lady, and we will be ready for her whenever she is ready. So let me just write this here. Lord knows we've got enough to roll with, and we will continue to roll, my good friends. Hey, you know the first thing we're going to do? Before we take another one of these testimonials that are magnificent, and it looks like we got a couple here coming up about, I made a roll-in video speaking directly to Vincent James of Red Elephants, because I've written this guy. He seems like a nice guy. So many people tell me he's a wonderful man. He's appeared on, pardon me, PWR several times, and was a great guy there. So I've no doubt he's a good guy. But when I write him, he does not write back. When I write him, it's just hollering out into the wilderness. So I decided, I had these people sending me, numerous people sent me. At first, I just ignored it. People saying that he had said a couple places about punishing the GOP. And so for those folks who wrote me and said that there's one video, apparently there's more places that he has said punish the GOP or something like this. So I decided, since so many people had said this, and since he won't respond to me, I can't get clarification. I'm a busy man. I have a day job. I do this constantly. I barely sleep. I am fired up for White Wellbeing. I'm not going to take an hour or more searching through Vincent James videos to probably not even find any of the places, or only some of the places, or one of the places, or 5 of the places where this guy has said punish the GOP. If a bunch of people come to me who are not in league, not trying to turn me against Vince, they're just saying, in fact, these people are saying that they're fans of Vincent. They watch him all the time, but they're disappointed with this idea of punishing the GOP. So I made a roll-in saying, stop saying this. This is foolish. You're just angry right now because there are people in the GOP who do not support Trump. I don't like the fact that they don't support Trump either, but we need to be adults. This is time to be an adult, and he has a massive audience. So he should not be telling his audience. He needs to be mature. He should not be telling that massive audience, don't vote for these Republican senators. He should be saying to every single one of them, vote, 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 vote. If you are in Georgia, if you can vote in Georgia, if it's legal for you to vote in Georgia, vote for these senators, because you have this Stacey Abrams supposedly collecting tens upon tens upon tens of thousands of harvested ballots that she's gonna wheel in on a unicycle from hell on fire with all of these things, and she's going to dump them all and say, you've got to accept all of these no matter what. We've seen this all over the country. If you are in Georgia, I don't care if you are a white person who's a Democrat, a white person who's an independent, a white person who picks your ass all day long while you fish and you've never voted before. Go and vote for both of these Republicans. No excuse given. And this is what Vincent should be saying, because controlling the Senate, I'm going to be reading after we let the wonderful Sarah Dye go at the end of the night, and she's got quite a story to share with you all. I am going to be reading something that will become law of the land when the Democrats control everything, ladies and gentlemen. The anti-whites who call themselves Democrats, when they control everything, this will become law of the land. The Justice for Black Farmers Act. And it will probably get worse than what I'm going to read. You better stick around to hear what that's all about, because this is going to blow the top off your head. And if you're going to throw a tantrum and say, well, I'm just pissed at these because there's so many of these Republicans, the rhinos and all this other. Look, listen, Republicans are not white positive. They don't care about white people. I worked on the Hill. Never once did they say anything about white people. In fact, they went out of their way to say, no, not doing anything for white people. Read my book, Born Guilty. I talk about it in there. They don't care about white people. We don't need them to. There is a strategic reality, And that strategic reality, and this is where I guess maybe it separates the boys from the men. The strategic reality is that these people who call themselves Republicans and who have their alignments, who have their business connections, and who have their donors and the like, they stand to suffer severely if the anti-whites who call themselves Democrats get their way. So the anti-whites who call themselves Republicans are going to suffer if the anti-whites who call themselves Democrats get their way. That means that we need them in all. You need those people who are going to be fighting for you, even though they don't want to. Why is this not just, if it's not obvious, pick up the phone and call me. I will explain it to you in detail. And this just doesn't go for Vincent. Send me messages. If you're a content creator and you can't figure this out, send me a message. We won't even tell anybody that I helped you figure it out. We won't even tell a soul. You could just go on your stream with the audience that's 100 times the audience here and say you came up with it on your own. I don't give a shit. But stop with this childish nonsense. And you're not going to make this. Somebody wrote and said, oh, I was trying to make some sort of a nuanced. No, you're talking to the laity. You're talking to the general public. You need to give them very clear signals. You can't give them some sort of vaguely like lava lamped at one moment, and from one angle it's kind of like this, and at one moment from another angle. That is just ignorant. You need to give them white and black, up and down, 1 and 0. It needs to be that straight. Vote in Georgia for the Republican senators. If you do not want anti-white hell on earth, if you can vote in Georgia legally, vote for these people. If you are on a respirator, drag that son of a bitch along with you to the voting station. That is where these things are coming from. That's why we have these comments coming in about Vincent, and he's got a great guy. He does a great service for the white positive sphere in general, and bringing news, and God bless him for doing that, and hope he continues to do it for a long time. The anti-whites have targeted him. They've taken his channels down. It is monstrous what they've done, especially all the work that he's invested, and making it hard for him to care for himself and his family, his children, and the community that he's building there. More power to him. And this is a criticism that I'm making. No more nuanced, no more punish the GOP, no more. And then I don't know there is this question mark about whether or not when he said we need to start an American First Party, like what's his name said, Fuentes. I don't know if Fuentes actually said that, and I don't know if there's some question about whether or not Vincent actually meant a political party or not. So just speaking to this, telling people to vote in Georgia, no punishing the Republicans. Boy, that would be like you have a dog, you don't know whose dog it is, but there's some dog that is in between you and a bear, and you are going to punish the dog. That dog's barking a lot. It's hurting my ears. Naked Snake writes here, big egos are involved in YouTube politics. Don't hold your hopes high, Jason. Keep up the great work. And this is talking about whether or not Vincent will give a damn about my recommendation or not. I guess we'll see. Guess we'll see if he hears it or gives a damn. Apollonian writes here, when, not if, demographically, Republicans are no longer able to win the White House or either House of Congress, what is your strategy then? I'm curious. It looks like we are almost at that point now. And when you throw in voter fraud, it becomes impossible to win anything. Precisely. The strategy, we've been talking about it for over an hour now. It's been mixed in for over an hour now. We'll continue talking about it. Apollonian, stick around. Go free. Learn the lexicon. Learn the dialectics. We are picking up people in positions of power. We are going to need people who are in nodes of power who are going free. We're going to need people, whether it's elected or appointed. And the only way we're going to do that is by spreading it. We need to get out of their paradigm, anti-white paradigm, into our own. and spread this lexicon and dialectic to every person we can as quickly as we can, because anti-whites are in nodes of power. We see now that too many of them, they're willing to break every law because they inform every decision with the anti-white narrative, with the anti-white morality. Well, we need people in places of power who are going free, that will have all of their decisions informed by white well-being, that will have all of their decisions informed by going free. That means there is yeoman's work that has to be done, Apollonian. And if you're a man, and I talked about this last week, if you can reach down and grab a set because you're actually a man, then pick up the spade, pick up the shovel, and get to work going free. You're going to have to till this land, and we're going to have to till it as hard and as fast as we can. Even as the anti-whites change our environments, we are making the big difference here. There is no shortcut to the recapturing of our destiny. So you need to give up the ideas of shortcuts. You need to give up the idea, and also give up the idea that this is going to be some like 5 or 10 or 20 generation thing. I explain this over and over to people, and it's amazing how high IQ people, educated people, they still, in the whole spectrum, they still don't get it. There is nothing about human dynamism and existence that is static, that is calcified. It only feels and seems that way because you can only live in the moment. So every moment that you are alive, that's the moment that is all moments, that is all eternity. The next moment is the next moment, that is all a moment, that is all eternity. It is all the moment. The moments yet to be are always the future, and they never arrive. The moments past are always the past, and you can never reclaim them. It is a phenomenon of human intelligence, of the human psyche, of human existence, that they are trapped in this moment. Why am I able to see this and so many others not? I don't know. I don't care. I can't sing. There's plenty of things I can't do. This is the reality of it. We make it work. So when you decide, you look out and you say, well, here are the plans based on what? Based on this moment that is the moment of all eternity, the moment that you're living in, just this moment. You make a plan based on that. It can't work because in the next phase, in the next moment, things will change. There are things that are true that can serve every moment of existence. Okay? There are things that are unchanging that can serve every moment of existence. If we could harness gravity, it would serve every moment of existence. There are physical laws that serve every moment of existence. Even though you are trapped in each of these moments thinking that's the moment that is infinity. So this idea that you're going to say, well, what Jason's talking about is that's going to take 20 generations or 3 generations or 5. You have no idea. Why? Because we could have a societal context shift like we had, like I continue to predict. I even said before just months before the pandemic I think it was on PWR, and somebody captured it, that there's going to be contextual societal context shifts like wars, like pandemics. And then a month and a half later, whatever it was, we had COVID-19. Changed everything. Where would we be today if we had the liquidity, the connectivity, the power, the culture, the et cetera, instead of having people saying, and not specifically you, Apollonian, but folks like you or similar with the question at least, well, what's your plan? Well, get off your ass and start implementing what we're doing, and then we will make use of the opportunities that are presented to us when they're presented to us and overcome the challenges with those abilities that we acquire in the here and now, which is always the here and now. It never changes. Again, if you can't understand it, too damn bad. I can explain it to you over and over, but I cannot think for you. You just have to go with what works. Water runs downhill. There are so many laws. You know, I was in an argument one time with a guy in the white positive sphere years ago, and we talked about this so many times. This Bravo Sierra of what of what you have to do in this world, what you can do, what can be done in this world. And I said this to him. We were playing, and this is I'm going to use a prop for a minute. My hand sanitizer on the desk here, and we were in a big argument, and he was so just stuck, and I could not explain to him what it means to live in the moment, that it's always your moment wherever you are in time. And that's why you think everything's calcified. Even your professors, they always think it's calcified. They always think it's this for all time. They always think this plan will take decades, or this endeavor will take a century, or so many lifetimes, or so many, or this is the plan that will work. And it's based on the current conditions, and the current conditions, though, are going to change next, and still the academic peacock will get all the attention. And you know what I said to that SOB? I said, here are the only laws we have to obey. That's it. If we can obey and implement those laws, and we use high level of intelligence, and we stop thinking that we're so God, every single one of us, the white race is the only race that does this. Everyone thinks, it's like everybody's got an opinion, like everybody's got an asshole. And many of their opinions are colored the same way. And everybody wants to come forward and say, no, my way. No, this new professor, or this new book, or this No, you just look at what works. Did something just happen? Did that just work? If it works, you implement it again and again and again. Stop recreating things. Reptile, one of our best thinkers. We got 15 minutes until Sarah Dye shows up. I'm fired up. I'm excited. There are great things going on. I'm pissed off about the bad things that are going on. I'm in love with all the wonderful things going on. I got to hold the dearest babies the other day. And stop looking for, I've said this before, I'm going to just say it briefly right now. Stop looking for your great ideas in people who are effete and too delicate for the real world. Stop looking for your ideas in people with the academic peacocks. They've never given you squat. Not squat. Nothing. They can pontificate all day long about the past and tell you, well, here is an interesting take on this part of the past, and here's an interesting take on that part of the past. No, it's guys, white guys who have done it for our race, who were healthy, who were not handicapped, who weren't like drooling imbeciles, which is not to say there can't be genius in a broken body, but that's not where it comes from. Healthy white men who stood at the front of struggle, whether that was warfare, or whether that was struggle against disease, or struggle against ignorance, or struggle against the night that could never be lit by anything but fire, in their garages, in their laboratories, making it happen again and again and again. You've learned to look to the handicapped. You've learned to trust the professional, which, by the way, is a logical fallacy. Look it up. Especially for all of those who just love to idealize the professors and the so-called intelligentsia. Look up how it's a logical fallacy. Christ's sake. You've learned to become meek and pathetic and blinded to what really does you any good by the entertainment media. There's very specific people out there running entertainment media. And who do they give you as the geniuses? Who do they give you as the ones who come forward in the 11th hour and make it happen? Well, I'm going to tell you right now to pick up the actual history books. And you better look in some that are like 50 years old, 100 years old, because the anti-whites have been polluting them all along. And open those things up, and you see the kind of white men and white women who are the true heroes. They are healthy. They are angry. They are passionate. They are in love. They are brilliant. You don't need to be able to, for some reason, these people, they'll get answers from psychics. They're not psychic. They don't know how it could work. The psychics can't predict the lotto numbers and make themselves rich. But hey, they're going to tell me what's going to happen for me tomorrow, and that makes perfect sense. And then you goddamn listen to them. But then you come here and you say, well, I don't know if what you're talking about is going to work. I mean, you only have decades of success of it working. Reptile. Now, here's a person who has a powerful head on his shoulder. And we are very lucky to have people like Reptile and so many others, Ruination Media, so many others who are able to see, who are able to think, people who are able to get out there and make things happen. We all recognize, one of our greatest heroes is Final Blossom the other day. When somebody's great, when they can talk bad about, they can be critical of themselves. Final Blossom is going out there, hates his voice, and yet he knew a video had to be made where somebody is reading the meme curatives out of Go Free. And so he has made 2 of those videos, even though he hates his voice. That's where you found good character, where you find good people. Reptile writes here, if these people were all caps going free, we wouldn't have to waste the time. 1, highlighting their bad ideas. 2, debunking fantastical party notions. 3, dissuading misguided followers. 4, denouncing foolish rhetoric. 5, discussing harmful outcomes. All of this would be self-evident. 3 exclamation points. Our thoughts, our time, our effort would be spent to the maximum benefit of our people. But instead of saving lives, we're here highlighting the futility of ignorance. It's absolutely painful. Absolutely correct, Reptile. And while I'm thinking about people making clips, and I want to remember everybody, No White Guilt clips on Twitter, I think at Up Whitey, making fantastic clips now. There's some other ones. I'm going to tell you what, when we have the organizational entity up and rolling and we have people hired, we're going to find everybody who's doing good things, and we're going to celebrate every single one of you. Big round of applause for those Up Whitey and the rest of them who are doing great work. Reptile as well. God bless you. Rick writes here, I respect where Vincent James is coming from, but tactically, Jason is right. Thank you very much. Lord Hendrickson writes here, a Senate majority is useless if the rhinos aren't pushing our agenda. Lord Hendrickson is here often and right much of the time. Brother, you're wrong this time. And this is what I wrote back to Lord Hendrickson. Pushing our agenda is nonsense. Republicans will continue to fight bills that, if passed, will harm them, which happens to be the same bills that, if passed, will destroy us. Forget about pushing our agenda. It's not going to happen in this societal context. The anti-whites who call themselves Republicans are never going to be white positive. Now, I have connections that make the rest of those who so many in this sphere think are so goddamn important that make them look like just absolute babes in the crib. I have actual connections to people with actual power, and we have been making things happen. And I was able to predict things. I mean, what more is needed? When I can tell you 2 weeks out, 1 week out, 4 days out, and then it goddamn happens on the national scale. What more is needed? Republicans are anti-whites. They are anti-whites, as Sarah so beautifully always does, much better than me. My own admonition, she does better than me. And God, thank God she does. We're going to need women stepping up to shame the men out of sticking with these absolutely obtuse angles to futility. But the anti-whites who call themselves Republicans will never advance our agenda. You do not punish them. You vote for them when what the anti-whites who call themselves Democrats are going to do is not only going to harm us, but going to harm them. What do you do for the dog who stands between you and the grizzly bear? Do you punish the dog because he's not yours? Do you punish him because he barks too loud or you don't like the way he barks? Do you hit him with a stick? The dog standing between you and the grizzly bear? The grizzly bear is going to come through that dog and get you. You want that dog fighting for you. I tell you what, if there's anything I could do in that scenario, which is the real world scenario, this is the metaphor for the real world scenario that we have with the anti-whites who call themselves Republicans and those who call themselves Democrats. If I could do anything for that dog, I'm going to throw rocks at that bear. I'm going to inject that dog with steroids. I'm going to inject that dog with some amphetamine to really fire it up so that it's going to help me keep that bear from me. Let's be adults. You got to mature real fast because they're coming through the doors. 110 is this 110-minute vet writes, Jason, you make so much sense on this issue. I get Vince's anger, but you can't cut your nose to spite your face. Very well said. Josie writes here, this has nothing to do with the stream, but I just feel like saying it. It's ironic that with all these talks about diversity, white people are probably the most diverse, more diverse than most of the other races. And it's not just about variations in hair, eye, and skin color. It's also about ethnic diversity. A white American may be 100% white, but he or she might trace their ancestry from all over Europe, all the way from Scandinavia to Southern Europe, the Mediterranean to Eastern Europe. I believe Jason himself is one of these mongrel with many different European ethnicities meshed together. While a Japanese or Korean American will probably be close to 100% ethnic Japanese or Korean. Absolutely true. And let's Josie, never refer to white people as a mongrel. When we are, the spirit of the West is the same, no matter if it is in somebody in Scandinavia or somebody in Southern Italy. It is the spirit of the West. And he has the power to bring us forth in a great many varieties. There is no, I said, I think I said in response that it just hit me at the moment when I read this. I think I wrote back that I prefer alloy. If you want to say that I'm a mixture, I am a mixture of, I'm mostly German and Scandinavian and English, but I have everything, Central European, Southern Europe, little Southern European as well, a little Eastern European and Russian, and I prefer alloy. I am an alloy of Western kind. And if you are a mixture of many different ethnicities of the biosphere, and that all that is the cultural hue of Western civilization. Same culture, it's just a little hue different. It's just a tiny bit different. It's different in some cuisine. It's different in some music. It's different in some festivals. It's different in some, maybe they talk louder in some places and they talk quieter in some places. You all know that if you're a white person, you live that life. Sometimes you're silent. Sometimes you're loud. So it just depends on where you are across the West. And if you happen to be like me, maybe you have a mixture of all of Europe and Russia, then consider yourself an alloy of Western kind, a metal that is made by a combination of metals and thereby made stronger and made more resilient to the environment. An alloy. Let's make that a thing. You have two backgrounds, you are an alloy. No, none of us are mongrel, but Josie, otherwise you make a fabulous point, and we have magnificent variation in our people, magnificent, and use that word variation. It's a common word, and we love the variation. If you're one of those people that like the more expensive or rarer words, you can use heterogeneity. But we have a wonderful variation, and so true what you say there about the Japanese and Koreans. Thank you so much, Josie. Wonderful people, the Japanese and the Koreans. And Josie is pointing that out, that they are far more often going to be a long string of Japanese people, a long string of Korean people, and wonderful for them. Good on them. And I hope they have make many wonderful memories with their children. I know they will. It'll be, and they will in the United States and in the West that we make. They'll be able to do that, at least. If the anti-whites have their way, the Japanese, the Korean Americans in this country, they can kiss their asses goodbye too. Just like everybody else, you'll be kissing your freedom away, your freedom of speech, your right to assemble, your right to self-defense, and plenty of these good folks here, they like to do all of that, and we want them to be able to do so as well. Let's see. We'll read one more from this at the bottom of this page, and Sarah is going to be joining us here shortly. We're going to want to hear about her story, because this is a true hero. Her family has been under attack, and they are under attack right now, and the attack has been heightened by the anti-whites. They are bringing it. And we need to be there for our brothers and sisters when they need the help, especially people who are on the front line. People like yours truly, people like Sarah, people like Jared George, people whose faces are out there. Jeff Winston, White Art Collective. So many of us are out there And we need to be there for each other. Shit, I've been out on the front line my whole life. There was never a do I go in as somebody else and then worry about getting doxxed. It was I'm going to be me, and because it started at 11 years of age, and I have gone and time and again helped people who are in the anonymous. So we have Nuki writes here, marvelous work. Keep bringing the truth to light, Jason. You are a gift to our people, creed and objectives. Well, that is a very kind sentiment, and I thank you so very much for that. And as I said, we're going to be moving on to. I will give you a hint as we wait for Sarah to join us. Well, I'll take a look at you all. Take a look at you all, see who's here. This is what we have coming up, ladies and gentlemen. Justice for Black Farmers Act. You're going to find some crazy things. A new department at the federal level. We'll talk about that. Billions and billions of dollars, ladies and gentlemen. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about a brand new bank. Is there going to be a brand new bank created? Well, we'll tell you a little bit later in the show. Stick around. Hear what's going on with Sarah Dye and her family. We're going to pay close attention to that. And then we're going to get right into, in fact, what I think I'll do right now, before Sarah joins us, we're waiting for Sarah right now. We're going to talk really quickly about the Great Order. He just released he just made his musical debut. We know him as Jared George. The band is called The Great Order. He is a magnificent human being. You all know Mr. George, and he has made his musical debut. He intends on creating music. Roughly, I think he's planning on one new song a month. We have to support his work. He's not selling this work. He is giving this work away. It's gratis. And so we support each other. We don't support shame. So all the way from Jason, I don't have $1 to give. You reach out to Mr. George. You tell him how grateful you are, even if this is not your type of music. You like, I don't know, you like nymphs playing harps at the spring equinox, and that's the only music you like. Then you still reach out to Mr. George and you say, this is fantastic, professionally done. Good on you. Thank you for doing this. You're a great, talented person. We love you. If you can give $1, give $1. If you give $5, give $5, whatever it might be. Now, I don't know if these songs will even be for sale anywhere, so you won't even be able to buy it. I don't know. We'll see what ends up happening. But if this you can do for the great Mr. George, then please do so. And let's see. I have the information here. I think what I'll do is I'll look for the information that I want to make sure I say about Mr. George as we take a quick listen to his new song, and then we will be right back.
Promising all well. When youth was first blossoming, ringing as a bell. All the searching in your heart, something in the swell. Wonder if it ever will mean something to tell. I know what you need, someone just to know all the things we seem to be going through. I know what you need, just someone to know all the things that you hold in secret. We still like to dream and such, nothing came without. still look to graceful things, painting for our living. I see best in you, don't dare walk away. We'll as yet pull it through, make our own day. I know what you need, someone just to know all the things you still want to touch in the world. I know what you need, just someone to know all the things that you're going through. Someone just to know all the things you still want to touch in the world. I know what you need, just someone to know all the things you still love in secret. Hope.
And that was The Great Order. And I want to make sure that I say here, as soon as I find the page that is there you go. Yes, you can play while we rock out. As long as you all can still hear me. Rock out while we're talking. So what you want to do is you want to, in order to financially gift. Yeah, let's get the applause going for Jared George. So what you want to do in order to be able to financially gift Mr. George, if you all can hear me okay, please let me know, because there are changes that have to be made on this platform. Sometimes they take, sometimes they don't take. So the feedback is required. I appreciate that. You want to go to music.thegreatorder.com. music.thegreatorder.com. I'm going to say it one more time. Get your pens ready. Slice open the end of your finger if need be. music.thegreatorder.com. And there you can financially gift him for this piece. And on his webpage, The Great Order, the band is The Great Order, remember that. You can also message him. So if it is you want to, maybe you want to give a financial gift, but you also want to say some words, or you can't give the financial gift, but you want to say some words. That's the place to do it. Make sure he feels the love. That let him know how much we appreciate him. So really try to do the words. William is here. Great to see you. Hyperborean Dream is here. Great name. Great to see you. Mr. Kanazi, great to see you. So many wonderful folks here today. Like Comedies, Damon is here. Did I mention you Greek America, or was it a different Greek something or other earlier? But great to see you. Jim is here. Wonderful folks. And what's going through your mind? Apparently there is some confusion in not all across the regime's media about the electors and the what happens, how this breaks out if states declare the vote invalid. And apparently this is even being reported inaccurately, incorrectly in the regime's media, but also everywhere, I'm being told, across YouTube as well. And so we've gotten some clarification on that, and I will share that information with you all as well to clear up the confusion so we have an understanding. Nancy is here. Great to see you, dear sister. Jerome, wonderful to see you. Robert is here. Yeah, the song is magnificent. I could see myself racing down the highway. Most of the time, though, I see myself racing down the highway. I don't know why that is. It's from law enforcement, apparently. Hallelujah is here. The McCarthy plan is here. Champion of Ithaca is here. Great to see you all. I can see myself racing down the highway, maybe the wind whipping in through the cracked windows, and good-looking woman in the seat beside me, and maybe that dog in the analogy that's going to protect us from the grizzly bear in the backseat. And blasting Jared, the Great Order. Blasting the band, the Great Order. First Last is here. Great to see you. And writes, Key of B. Thank you for that info, good brother. Althea Pro is here. Great to see you. How are you tonight, Hero Healer? Well, thank you so much. I'm doing fantastically. EVCG is here. Great to see you as well. Catherine is here. Hello, dear lady. Wonderful to have you with us as well. And so is Sean. Wonderful to see Sean. And why don't we go ahead and take a look at, well, get out your raucous emojis first. Because one of our, as we wait, Anna is here. Hello to you, Anna. As we wait for the lovely and wonderful Sarah Dye to come on, I will take a look at some of your financial gifts right now, but there is a moderator here whom we are going to recognize right now. So he's doing double duty. We're going to celebrate with some raucous emojis. Bartleby has financially gifted $100 to start the day. $100. Let's get a big round. This guy is always active for White Wellbeing. He's here moderating all the time, doing a fantastic job. We salute you, brother, for all of those efforts. And a $100 financial gift by Bartleby. Thank you so much. And thank you, everybody, for celebrating our dear, dear brother, Bartleby, in his efforts. Well, we see over here, started right away on Entropy, is our dear sister, Yiz, the eunuch, magnificent performer and a saleswoman and just a great asset. And I likened her when we had her on during the Thanksgiving special to the really technologically advanced Russian SAM launch system, the surface-to-air missile. And I think it's called the S-400. And it just lighting up the night and streaking into the heavens at several Mach. And that is Yiz for us. Thank you so much, dear sister, for being who you are and doing what you do. An apostle is what she is. It's what we all are for White Wellbeing. And she financially gives here $3. Can't be here in person tonight due to family issues, but wanted to send love for you all, and especially the lovely Sarah Dye, going free, staying free, no white guilt. I like that. Going free and staying free, no white guilt. Wonderfully written, Yiz. We have Scrappy Doo, who is back. Thank you so much, Scrappy. $5 from Scrappy Doo. And writes, Mugabe approves. Yes, Mugabe, what a wonderful anti-white demon straight from hell that monster is. And he approves of the South-Africanization of the United States at 3 times the speed our people have had to endure it in South Africa. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, it is our people in Italy. It is our people in Estonia. It is our people in Poland. It is our people in Australia. It is not the people in Italy, the white people in Italy, the white people in Poland, we are one people, many countries. Thank you very much, Scrappy. $5. And here's the one. Wow, let's keep those emojis out. Wind them up. You know those toys, maybe they still have them for children. They had them back in the day. I imagine nowadays anything that you would wind up would be, something that would teach children to sexualize children. So, but back in the day, you wound these things up and then you set them down and they might chatter along, they might walk, a little tank might rumble along or whatever it might be. So just do that with your emojis. Wind them up far as the spring will take it and then let them go, because we have so many wonderful people. Mrs. Jess Horst, fielding her own baseball team worth of children, ladies and gentlemen, $50 US. Thank you so much, dear lady. Hey, this is a lady. If you're wondering, can you be intelligent? If you're a woman and you're wondering, you're a young lady, you're middle-aged lady, whatever you might be, you're wondering, can you be bright? Can you have a bunch of children? And can you still stay beautiful? Yes, you can. Her name is Mrs. Jess Horst. $50 US. One people with many. In fact, she just writes here, one people with many nations. Greetings, my brothers and sisters, with a couple of white hearts. Thank you so much, Mrs. Jess Horst. Evidence violates terms of service is with us. Great to see you, dear brother. And as I said, keep those emojis going. 50 from Mrs. Jess Horst and 50 more from Evidence Violates Terms of Service, TOS. $50 US from this. We played some of his fantastic work. And let me tell you, nobody, I think, ridicules the anti-whites, especially the really simpery, unctuous, slimy ones, as good as this guy. Fantastic gentleman. $50 US. And he writes here, hey, NWG, the Maxine Waters and the Jerry Nadler ordered me to, I got to be able to read. Like, he has this great way he does this. He imitates. See, something else that I can't do. But Evidence Violates Terms of Service can absolutely do this well. The Maxine Waters, the Jerry Nadler ordered me to, and I quote, get a folkish donation party started, close quote. Who am I to disobey two such honorable U.S. leaders? I'll tell you who, a white man who enjoys a righteous shindig. Yes, indeed, brother. I could, when I read that, I heard it as he reads it professionally and well when he's really mocking, ridiculing these losers. You didn't get to hear it that way because I was doing it. I apologize. But maybe he'll make another video and we'll be slapping them up on the garage parties and just keep it safe. Keep it safe for the channel. But otherwise, yeah, absolutely fantastic. The Maxine, I'm going to have to watch it more. Maybe I'll be able to do your character a little better and do you some justice. I apologize. $50. We have C. McG, financially gifting $20 US. Thank you so much, brother. And he writes here, KIP, brother. That means keep it Promethean. And if you don't know what that means, I'll just say it simply. If you're new to this, nothing is weird here. This is far more mundane in the true sense. You have to look up the definition. It just means the things that are not things that are not in the imaginations, things that are not fictional. And all the KIP means, keep it Promethean, is that first and foremost, we use reason, logic, and evidence to inform our decision making and our interpretation of things. And you can find the rest of the morality and the heroism and everything that it means to be a Promethean, as Prometheus is rewritten as Prometheus Ithelia in my story, my book, Prometheus Rising, Take Back Your Destiny. That's what it means. And when we say KIP, we're saying keep it Promethean, keep that standard. And then he has a link here. I loved this after you played it, but had to dig a bit to find it. So maybe you could point it out. Well, I'll have to take a look and then we'll see. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we played this earlier in the show and somebody sent this link to me. Was it you? What was it, this past week? I think actually somebody sent it to me the first time I was driving and I opened it and of course I couldn't look at it at the time and then forgot about it. But where did this, by God, we'll have our home again, on this website that you shared, brother, I've looked and maybe I'm just missing it. I hope it's not a rattlesnake sitting here on the screen because I'd be bitten by now. But who wrote this? When was it created? Where did it come from? Who were the group of guys that were singing at this? Does anybody know that? Thank you for sending that link. Good brother. C. McG, $20, writing KIP. We have, wow, ladies and gentlemen, I hope those emojis are still raucous on the table or the floor, wherever you wound them up and set them off, because evidence violates terms of service came back with a second $50 financial gift. That makes $100 by evidence violates TOS, terms of service, $100 from this champion. Thank you so much, dear brother, doing magnificent things in service to White Wellbeing. He writes here, every Thanksgiving season since 2018, I become more and more grateful to have found my people while breath and I were still companions. Thank you, NWG, for your substantial contribution to helping me do so in such a holistic fashion. Cheers to you, Frody, Aaron, the Great Order, Way of the World, long live worldwide Europa. Well, that's very touching, brother. I deeply appreciate that. Thank you so very much for saying that. And in that same vein, I want to also acknowledge and remember and point out that we have a lot of folks out there who are, the holiday season, it's a very depressing time for them. They're trapped in the anti-white narrative. They have no one. No one is there for them. What if they think like we think and they care about white well-being and they think the entire world is against them? Let's find these people where we can find them. Let's make sure they know that they're loved and that there's a place and a community for them. And in that spirit, I think evidence violates terms of service is really saying there. He's saying, you know, he has found this community that he's so very grateful for, and he wants to share that testimonial with the world, and is simultaneously, by saying he's so grateful to have found that community, pointing out that there are so many out there that have not, that are still floundering in the churning waters, in the eddies, that are taking them down very dark roads to very dark places. And we want to, where we can, we want to capture them. We want to save them. The thing that I write about it in Born Guilty, I write about it in Prometheus Rising. It's the way that I feel that we need to be part of Kipping, part of keeping it Promethean, is that we need to always be that hand, that open hand to our brothers and sisters. Reach out and grab them and pull them back before it's too late. In that spirit, evidence violates terms of service, $100. God bless you, dear brother. And we have, ladies and gentlemen, with us Sarah, and she's going to be with us. I see her now. She's behind the curtain. We're going to bring her forward, and then we'll get back to all of you. We're going to hear from her right now. This is quite a story. Give her all of your attention, her and her husband and her children, all of your love. Ladies and gentlemen, Sarah Dye joins us. Hello to you, dear sister. Your mic is currently muted. Just before you start talking, I'll say that. But hello and welcome to Going Free. How are you?
Thank you. Thank you. It's great to see you. It's good to be on. I appreciate the opportunity to come here and tell a little bit more of our story. And I do have to say, I apologize for the dim lighting, but when we have 3 kids and we're in a tiny house, and a lot of times the van ends up being our office space when either my husband or I need to step out. So that's the reason for the dim lighting. But it's great to be here, and thank you so much for having me on again.
I couldn't be more splendid. I want folks to know, and this is what I would like, sister, to get you started here, is you have another uptick in what's taking place in your life, and that's what we're going to talk about. But there are folks who are brand new, even MAGA people, even folks coming over that were anti-white. They were on the other side of, if you're in the anti-white narrative, you could be on that other side of the spectrum. For us, there is no spectrum. Who is Sarah Dye? Where did she come from? What's going on? If you could just encapsulate that little synopsis for folks so they know who you and your wonderful family are, and then we'll dig into this new spate of turmoil and struggle that you all are having, please.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's a lot to unpack, as they say. In order to tell this story, I'll have to use terms which are from the anti-whites narrative. And so I want people to be aware of that. But essentially, well, I have a very dynamic background. You know, I came from a family with quite an interesting story, which I won't go into a whole lot of detail now, but needless to say, I had very hardworking parents, working class, and people who loved the land, people who worked closely with nature, with landscaping and growing plants. And for quite a while, we lived in a very bad neighborhood in the city of Indianapolis. And, there were experiences there that eventually kind of led to my awakening, if I could term it that way. But there was a period of time where I was certainly deeply steeped in the anti-white paradigm. And I would say that was largely the result of just a steady consumption of mainstream, I hate to use the word culture, but I'm not sure what else to call it, just the mainstream. I feel like as a child, just little bits here and there, watching this television show here or this movie there, or, living in a quote unquote ghetto neighborhood on the east side of Indianapolis, you grow up listening to rap music. And so, I idolize the characters in those stories, and this is hard for me to even talk about now, but this is kind of how I grew up. And it certainly had nothing to do with my parents. I really feel like they were very unaware of the influence that mainstream, modernism can really have on children. So needless to say, as a teen, I moved to an extreme anti-white, or you might say leftist, college town, which was Bloomington, Indiana. And over the years, I became completely immersed in that culture. And I, started to essentially adopt the ideas of these people, which, such thing as like embracing Karl Marx and feminist ideology. Now, I wasn't really raised Christian, but when I was immersed in this environment as a teen, I developed a hatred for Christians. I developed a hatred for men. So I basically realized eventually, after becoming a mother, as our first son was coming to be school age, well, a friend introduced some alternative information to me and some alternative media. And I thought, alternative media. No. I already listened to Democracy Now! I said, I already listened to alternative media. And they said, no, this is different. You just take a look. And so I did. I was actually shocked at first. It was kind of like a almost disturbing, shocking thing for this friend to kind of present this other story to me, the truth, which is what it was. It is really a shocking feeling, I think, when you're coming from being so deeply steeped in anti-whiteism for so long, that when someone presents to you the truth, it is so shocking. And in case people cannot tell, my personality, I think I tend to be a very passionate person, and I tend to be a very engaged person. And so when this information was presented to me, I dove in deep, and I did the research, and I questioned it, and I examined it, and I looked up and down, and I basically went down a rabbit hole. And ultimately, I entered into that space with doubt and with a goal of debunking what my friend was sharing with me, and coming back with a really strong argument to change their mind. And what ended up happening is it was like, well, they're right. And so, that was a huge awakening, and it's really the best thing that's ever happened to me. It's, ever since. I mean, this was 6 years ago. Everything, relatively everything in my life has improved. My health has improved. I feel inspired to strive to reach my full potential as a human being. I feel inspired to honor my ancestors and those that came before me, versus hating them and feeling guilt. And I actually feel like I have much more love in general in my heart now than I did then. My marriage has improved. My husband and I have never been stronger than we are now, or than we have been for the past several years. We've chosen consciously to have 2 more children than we had when I first awakened. So now we're a family of 5, whereas at the time when I was deeply immersed in that anti-whiteism, I thought it would be really irresponsible to have more than 1 child, for various reasons. And my goodness, I look at my beautiful children right now and I think, wow, what was I thinking? I'm so glad that we woke up and brought you into this world, So that's kind of, in a nutshell, well, for lack of a better phrase, my awakening. And of course, there's a lot more details to that, but just to sort of summarize. And so I guess I would say that during all of that, my whole sphere of peers and friends and community, they were all still in that mindset. And so I continued, joining them in their gatherings and in their spaces, and I kind of kept my views to myself. There were a couple of friends that I kind of tried to share with, and they seemed very receptive, but then they would kind of, back off or whatever. And, but, we continue doing business there. We are farmers and homesteaders, and we have worked for the past 10 years, my husband and I, to start our own small business, which is growing and selling gourmet, organic produce, herbs, and we also raise eggs. And eventually we want to venture into meats as well that are just totally 100% grass-fed. We're not quite there yet. We have a couple of greenhouses, and so this was our business. And we sell.
You broke up right there. She was getting ready to say probably sold at the farmer's market and frozen at the moment. But this is really where Sarah, as she tries to figure out the issue she's having there. Maybe if you can hear me, Sarah, you're frozen for us and we can't hear you. But essentially, so she is in this anti-white community. They know her. She knows them. And she has shared this story with us before, and so we can kind of fill the gap while she catches up the tech. And then they sell this farmers market. They have a booth there, and there are a lot of farmers that come together. And this is the place where you need to be if you want to be in this business. Folks will because all of your customers are going to come to this farmers market. And many people know, even if you're urban liver and you liver, that sounds funny, doesn't it? You live in the city, a city dweller. You will have gone out into the country, and you will purchase goods from these markets. And so this is where, if you're going to be in one of these businesses, you need to be to make your profit. You can't just set up on the side of the road. And so they were in this farmer's market, and that is where it all really began to be a problem. Sarah's awakening, as she's talking about here. So we have her back, and you can pick it right up at the farmer's market, dear lady.
Okay, well, how's my sound? Am I coming through okay?
Yep.
Okay, good. Sorry about that. Well, as I said, my goodness, this is such a long story, and I do hope to write a book one day, and I will write a book. So there's a lot more details, but essentially, to summarize, my husband and I kept our views to ourselves for years. And at the same time, in the early days, I felt called to speak in some way in order to put out material content to my people that would perhaps be inspiring as far as homesteading, getting closer to nature, honoring your ancestors, and that sort of thing. So I did start producing content, and I produced it under an alias name, and I kind of, went about that for a couple of years, and this has been years ago now. And I also joined American Identity Movement, which is an organization I'm no longer a member of, but for a period of time I was a member of that organization. And essentially what ended up happening is that in 2018, as a member of that organization, I was invited to a dinner where a female member she was a prospective member, and she had joined, or had applied to join, I should say. And so another guy from my state said, hey, she's a woman, you're a woman, maybe you could come to dinner and meet her, so it's not so awkward, since you're also a female member. And I thought, sure, sounds great. I always love meeting other like-minded women. And so I went to the dinner, and she was there with her husband, and they seemed like, I don't know, normal people. I wasn't necessarily super attracted to them. It didn't seem like, oh, I'm going to make great friends with these people or anything, but we had a short dinner, about 30-40 minutes. They said they were a newlywed couple and that they were interested in starting a family and potentially homesteading and stuff. And then that was it. I never heard from these people again. And I found out later, well, fast forward to the following year, this couple had apparently committed some crime. And these are what you, Jason, these people you talk about, the ne'er-do-wells. Clearly, that's what these types of people were. I knew them not at all. I was unlucky enough to attend a dinner once upon a time with these people present at the same table. And this couple had apparently committed some sort of terrible vandalism crime that I absolutely disavow and have nothing to do with whatsoever. And the local Antifa had been like researching this case because this crime happened in our state. So, and I'm still trying to wrap my head around all of this, to be honest with you. But essentially, these people were convicted of their crime the following year, and it came out that they had once upon a time applied to join the organization, which I was also a member of. And they were prosecuted for their crime. And obviously this was a federal crime. So there's this huge FBI document. You can go online and read all the details of it. And it's actually quite interesting to read. And apparently deep in this 250-page document, there's a couple of lines in there where the couple is being questioned and they say something like, have you ever met any members from such and such organization? And they say, well, yeah, we actually have. So the story is that this couple this is very odd, and I think people need to be aware of this too when they're joining organizations. And I don't know if I would even recommend it at this point, because this is the type of thing that can happen. These people were ne'er-do-wells. They had bounced around from organization to organization. They together committed a crime which was very similar in fashion to multiple other crimes that they had apparently committed, where they went around vandalizing churches. And so after they had committed the crimes, they then tried to join the organization I was a member of after the fact. So obviously I had no clue about any of this. And needless to say, as we know, with anti-whites who call themselves Antifa, they love this kind of stuff. They have a heyday with this kind of material. And that's exactly what they did. They found these lines deep in this 250-page document that happened to mention me and my husband having once upon a time sat at the same dinner table, and they went wild. And they spread it not only locally to thousands upon thousands of people, but they contacted the New York Times, the Daily Beast, even overseas and international media sources. And I even had NBC emailing me, trying to ask me questions about this. And we were just standing there, honestly, with our jaws dropped going, what? This is absolutely ridiculous. And I had said multiple times before that say what you want about American identity movement, but at the time, I very much respected the direction that Patrick Casey was taking our organization. And I'm a peaceful, law-abiding citizen. I've never, ever, condoned or promoted hatred or crimes or violence or anything like that against anyone. And I had said to myself for years, people get doxxed, and I hear about doxing, and it's really awful. And gee, if I were ever doxxed as a member of AIM, it certainly would be unpleasant, and I might have a little bit of explaining to do about my particular political views to some friends or maybe some of our customers, but I would stand behind my membership. And because this is what, I would explain what it means to me, right? I would be able to tell my own story and tell my own views. And as we see, that's never an option. Those radicals, those anti-whites, you telling your own story and speaking for yourself is never on the table with these people. They misrepresent, they tell you what you think, and they say that if you've ever stood in the same room or been in the same if you've shared a social media with anybody, it's like guilt by association, et cetera, no matter how many times I would say absolutely not, I am not and of course this is a racial derogatory slur that they use, which is white supremacist. I would say absolutely not. No, I absolutely am not that word that you're trying to label me as. Didn't matter. They loved it. It was the material. They ate it up, and it went crazy, and it was very scary. It was something I never envisioned happening. It was bewildering. And again, no matter how many times I myself, our attorney at the time, put out a public statement saying this couple has never been involved with any sort of crime whatsoever. No matter how many times myself and others tried to come out publicly with the truth about all of this, it was just squashed. And one of the most unfortunate things about all of this is that the farmers market, our beloved farmers market, our community space, that we shared for 10 years with people who I don't know what their political leanings are. I mean, it was kind of like the watering hole. I picture like the farmer's market as the in folk tales, there's the watering hole, you know, where all of the creatures come and they drink from the watering hole, and it's kind of the safe space for everyone, you know, where it's like, hey, we're here about food, we're here to celebrate community, we can drop down our differences, we're not going to talk about politics, let's just, for one day of the week, you know, we have this really lovely farmers market, and this was our happy place. It really was. Our children practically grew up at this farmers market, and there was a whole gang of kids that would run around, you know, all the different vendors. They had all the little kids, and they would run around as a little pack of children, and they'd go over to the food court, and the various food court vendors would give them free pastries, and they'd come up eating them. And I mean, it was a safe place. And what happened was so terrible, because all of a sudden I felt like it was not safe to take my children to this farmers market anymore. And the reason why was because protests started happening. And these were huge, organized protests with hundreds of people, none of whom I've ever even met in my life. I've never talked to them. I've never shaken their hand. I've never spoken for myself and said, you know, here's my political views, here's my views on this and that, nothing. But they came and they hated us, and they wanted to destroy us. They wanted to take away our ability to make a living, and they were quite successful. They nearly destroyed our business. We're scraping by right now, and we're going to continue fighting and trying to rebuild our business back up and make it more resilient. But the year of this all happened in 2019. And so I guess kind of the very interesting focal point of all of this is that the farmers market is an extremely tightly run ship. I mean, just to give people an idea, this is not, I don't know what people's idea of a farmers market is. They vary. There's lots of different types of farmers markets. This particular one has about 100 different vendors. They come from all over the state of Indiana. It's competitive to try to get into. People actually make a living selling at this market. It's every single week from April all the way through to November. So in the snow, in the rain, in the sleet, we're there selling and the customers are there buying. And it's really a beautiful thing. You have to sell only things that you yourself grow. So there's no kind of like retailing and rebuying wholesale and auction stuff. I mean, it's a really nice market, and they have very strict rules. There's a point system. We worked for years to get the spot that we had, which was in the heart of the farmers market, in the very center. We had one of the most beautiful displays, and even the market itself took photos of our display and used it in their advertising materials. Now, this is the kind of market where if your table is a couple of inches over the line, you'll have market staff come and ask you politely to please back that table up a little bit and get it where it goes. You know, if somebody raises a question that maybe your heirloom radishes weren't grown on your farm, you better be ready for a shakedown. I mean, this is a market that runs a tight ship. And so it was unbelievable that for this group of radical anti-whites who call themselves Antifa, and this group, which has the most ironic name ever, No Space for Hate, imagine that was entirely developed for the purpose of hating and attacking our farm. The market itself accommodated them, went out of their way to not only allow them inside the market to conduct organized protest with matching t-shirts saying boycott Schooner Creek Farm, defund white supremacy, if I could use quotations, handing out flyers inside our booth space, shoving them into our customers' hands as they were trying to purchase from us, shouting at us derogatory slurs. They had each entrance of the market blocked, shoving flyers into people's hands. And these flyers were awful. I mean, they were consistently trying to connect us to crimes we had nothing to do with, totally misrepresenting us, essentially. The market allowed these groups to have a booth space in the middle of the season. Now, the applications to vend in this market are due in like January, February, you know, but all of a sudden this group comes in, they give them a space. They do not charge them money for a space. They were representing themselves as a nonprofit, which means that they are not allowed to sell products there, which is a great rule for nonprofits at a market, but no, not for them. No big deal. The market allowed them to sell products. One week, my husband and I were not able to vend because we had a flood that hit part of our farm. So some of our crops had been wiped out. So we took a week off. They allowed protesters to stand in our booth space, which is a prepaid, pre-purchased, contracted booth space, holding huge signs, slandering us, videotaping it, you know, these very orchestrated kind of media opportunities for them where they had local media there. I mean, it was just, oh my gosh, there's so much. And in addition to that, the mayor gave multiple public statements. Well, let me rewind really quickly. The mayor of the city had been formerly a good customer of ours. Not only had he purchased produce, but I had actually gone to his place of residence and done landscaping work. I had planted trees for him and his wife on at least 2 occasions, maybe 3, and they were good customers of ours. And when all of this happened, I see him at market, and it's like he wouldn't even look at me. He didn't even make eye contact. I thought, oh my gosh, he's believing them. He hasn't even come up to me. He hasn't said, oh my gosh, Sarah, like, is this true about you or what? No, instead, he opened up the city hall atrium to hundreds of pitchfork wielding. I mean, I'm putting that in quotes. They might as well have had pitchforks in their hands. Hundreds of people packing the city hall atrium, podiums, cameras, media, all of them giving speeches and presentations all about my husband and I, the owners of Schooner Creek Farm, and how we were creating an unsafe space at market. I mean, it was just out of this world. I mean, we were so shocked by all of it, and to see all of this and witness all of this and kind of stand there. And it was like a couple of people said to me, well, why didn't you go down there? Why didn't you go up to the podium and tell them they were all wrong? And I thought, are you kidding? I mean, I would be jeopardizing my physical safety. These people want blood. I mean, these people who don't even know me, they wanted to destroy us. And, you know, a good example to back that up of what might have happened if I had gone there is there were maybe 2 people who were brave enough to go up to that podium and speak out against Antifa and speak in support of Schooner Creek Farm. And they were not even allowed their 2 minutes to speak. They were shouted down by the mob. And, you know, one of them was a white man. And I will never forget, and I have this on video, the crowd is shouting at him and saying, sit down, your time is up, your time. Well, he hadn't even started speaking. The second that he said something in support of us and against Antifa, or anti-whites who call themselves Antifa, he was shouted down and they said, your time is up. And another woman, and this is interesting and it may relate to the news article I heard you briefly mentioning earlier, the land reparations to Black farmers thing. This was very interesting. There's a woman who's a particular activist for this sort of thing. She got up on stage and spoke at a podium. And this is a person who happens to be a non-white, a woman of color. And I had been on perfectly fine terms with her for years. I mean, we were both shepherdesses. I raise Shetland sheep. She raises Jacob sheep. We had had multiple conversations about the logistics of getting our sheep shorn in the springtime. I saw her and respected her as a fellow farmer from my state and my community. And what's so wild about all of this is that it's never reciprocal. The kindness and the normal behavior and being on friendly terms with people who probably radically have different views than you, it's never reciprocated. Never done anything to this woman. She gets up on the podium after she gets done slandering us every which way to Sunday. She then says to everyone that they need to, quote, inhale their privilege and exhale their guilt. So, you know, this was very telltale of how this mob politicized all of this. This was never about just accusing our farm of, like, they were trying to accuse our farm and me and my husband as creating an unsafe environment in the market, which is just absolutely absurd. So this went on. I mean, I could keep going. I don't want to rattle on, you know, if there's something that you need to interject here. I mean, I could keep going, but
I'll just quickly say what you're seeing here, folks, is the undercurrent and the reality of anti-whiteism. This is what they do. They're motivated by hatred for white people. They will use all of these excuses to arrive at outcomes that inflict injury on Western kind and Western civilization. You are seeing lives being attacked because they're white and they're not anti-white. They're not anti-white enough. And you can't, if you ultimately you're white, you're not going to be anti-white enough. But you see this obviously is an injustice. You see this traducement on, from the regime level in the news and entertainment media all the way down to the street level, with these vituperative attacks coming to the place of their work. And I'll just very briefly say, so everybody is really on point with what's happening here. These anti-white garbage, these anti-white pieces of garbage, calling themselves by various names, their intent was to destroy a family with children. Their intent was to starve the children. Their intent was to get them thrown off their farm. Their intent was to prevent them from being able to buy medicine or medical supplies for their babies. That is what's motivating these people. When that white man stood up, there was something more there than just that moment. When he began to, right as he began to speak, and they said, "Your time is up," no, there was much more to that than that moment and his opportunity on the podium. They were talking about all of the white race. Your time is up. We are here to destroy Western kind and Western civilization. We do not allow them to think for us, just as Sarah and her husband, her family, did not allow these garbage to speak for them. I'm going to toss it back to Sarah so she can continue talking about this, but this is what you really need to focus on. Anti-whites are going to give various excuses, like you see here, that what seems like blatant hypocrisy. It's not hypocrisy at all when you know what's really going on. When they say things like, "Oh, well, they're Sarah, this lovely little lady here, and her wonderful husband and her little babies, they're creating an unsafe environment." They know damn well and good that this little family is not creating an unsafe environment for anyone. That they themselves, the anti-whites, are the ones creating the unsafe environment, and that they're going to continue creating an unsafe environment until they can ruin individuals' lives, babies that look up into your eyes for protection from animals like these. That's what motivates these people. And that should be the kind of imagery you see in your mind, in your heart, when these absolute anti-white orcs come to shut things down, when they come to starve people out, when they come to ruin people's reputations. Her and her husband are still trying to recover from what the anti-whites did. When they show up to do their thing, you don't engage them in their arguments. You see the babies that they're trying to starve out. You see the babies that they would like you to not be able to buy the medication to reduce the fever on, the babies that you're not able to feed, the family businesses that they're ruining. You see that as what they're really there to do, and then you respond appropriately. So I'm going to pass it back to you, dear sister, please. It's excruciating story what you all went through, and we're so happy that we're able to have you in this community and this family, and that we can beam as much love as possible to you. And I'm going to come out to your farm. I'm going to visit, and I'm going to happily come in there. I'm going to tell everybody, I'm going to speak loudly about how wonderful this couple is at the farmer's market. I love it, and I'm going to come there dressed as nicely as I can as well. And so I'll toss it back to you, and please continue the story.
Thank you. Yeah, we would gladly have you visit. That sounds great. Well, yeah, my goodness. So going back to this forum, one of the many forums that they held with our farm and my husband and I being the entire subject of this same woman I'm referring to here, who said something about inhaling your privilege and exhaling your guilt. This same woman, who is a non-white farmer in the community, was also talking about how there's a major issue with the fact that 90% of the farmland in my state, which is Indiana, is owned by white males. And was also explicitly implying that by my husband and I selling at this farmer's market, that we were preventing her from selling at this farmer's market, which is absolutely absurd. It's like, look, anybody who wants to get up early at 4 a.m. and who has an approved application and has a quality product to bring is welcome. And as a matter of fact, as a non-white female farmer, she would probably be celebrated far more than somebody like me there or any other white woman. I mean, let's be honest here. So it was just absolutely ridiculous, and just all of this like energy getting drummed up. And I thought, oh my gosh, this is just like having a bad dream of, hundreds and hundreds of years ago in the town getting the pitchforks together and getting burned at the stake. I mean, I cannot tell you how much this felt like that. And there were instances of other vendors, a handful of other vendors who we had purchased from for years, not seeing race or color, obviously, or anything like that, but because they had quality products and they happened to be non-white vendors who were selling quality products. And so therefore we patronized them, we bought from them, and we're on perfectly good terms with them. I mean, one of them, our children were friends, and she had sent her son to our farm on several occasions for campouts and homeschool activities and all sorts of stuff. We were on perfectly fine terms. And when all of this came out, those women were the first to take the podium and spread the most heinous slander I've ever heard in my life. They created stories of conversations that never happened. They made up complete lies. And I thought, that's interesting. I've got pictures of, us all hanging out just, months ago. So I'm pretty sure that, I have evidence against what you're saying, but nobody cared. Nobody cared. It was an absolute onslaught. And talk about really getting even more awakened than I already was. And truthfully, even from the beginning of what I call my awakening, it was never the people from our movement, if I can call it that. And I really don't like to use that term because we're a very diverse group of people, but it was never any one commentator or any one historical article or documentary or anything that like changed my mind. You know what changed my mind? It was the behavior of the anti-whites when I even remotely touched a thread outside of their narrative, their paradigm. It was a vehement instant, like, I don't know how to put it, aversion or some sort of crazy attack. And then to just observe the behavior. So here we are, fast forward the farmer's market. And again, these people are showing me how right I am and how I made the right decisions. And I have truly come to the conclusions that I have from true objectivity. And to give people an example, before I woke up to all of this, I had met at a Christmas party in 2014 one of the violent attackers who was an anti-white who was a part of a group called Antifa from Indiana who had committed a violent crime. The Tinley Park Five, if people want to go research that, they can. I met these people. I shook their hand, and I was still so deeply steeped in the anti-white narrative. I said, thanks for taking one for the team, because I had been told that these guys were heroes because they had gone and beaten and bludgeoned violently people who, I don't know, but who were a part of some sort of American heritage group, come to find out, but they labeled them the anti-white derogatory racial slur Nazis. So in my mind, I was so programmed, I thought, oh, they're heroes. They beat up bad people. Well, to be on the receiving end of that label and to think, oh my God, that's what they think I am, and they would absolutely justify violence towards me and my husband and my family in our home. They were vandalizing us. My son found fake blood in our mailbox and animal guts strewn all over the place. They spray painted derogatory slurs on our sidewalk by our mailbox. He will never forget that. He was in tears. He was so traumatized. He didn't understand what was going on. But I knew by the words they spray painted on the sidewalk who they were. And I thought, okay, that's what's happening. They know that I used to be one of them. They know, and I was radically anti-white. I mean, I suppose people should know that I wasn't a veg at all. I mean, I was attending the local anarchist bookstore, sending books to prisoners. I didn't know what they were in prison for. It didn't matter. They were prisoners. Therefore, they must be great, right? Because it's the system. It's always bad against prisoners. This is the mentality. I don't know if I was sending books and happy, friendly letters to rapists, murderers. I don't know. This is what they did at the anarchist bookstore. It's pages to prisoners. I was the food not bombs person. If people are familiar with what these people do, I was this type of person. I was the type of person who went and bought a gas mask, hoping that I might have the opportunity to participate in a protest against police and throw tear gas cans back at police. This was how radically anti-white I was. So I guess also what people should understand too is that I'm not an anomaly. I mean, I am literally coming to this place where I am now, knowing this is how these people think. I know how they think. I know that they justify violence. I know that they want harm and violence to come to people like me. And what I didn't understand back then was how wrong they all are. And it's because there are a few key figures who misrepresent us, and they follow along. They follow along, and we see it all the time. We see it on the right and the left and everywhere in between. People follow along regardless of what side they're on. And so I know I'm kind of skipping around a bit, but there was incredible vandalism. Another thing of vandalism that happened was I had been invited to speak at a grassroots conservatives meeting, which was a wonderful opportunity. And I was to tell the story of what had happened so far in 2019, in September of 2019. So I went to speak there, and somehow it was leaked to these radicals, these anti-whites, these Antifa protesters who had been harassing us and following us around everywhere. They were there too. And we had to basically walk a gauntlet to get into the public library where the meeting was being held in a private room. And they were like, "We'll follow you wherever you go." That's what they were screaming at us. Nazis, white supremacists, we'll follow you wherever you go. That's what they said. And I thought to myself, yeah, I know. Like, I already know that you will. I'm one step ahead of you. I'm not hiding. I've never hidden. I have nothing to hide from. I'm a peaceful, law-abiding person. I'm a peaceful, law-abiding citizen, and I have a right to my views. And I have a right to feel proud of who I am and proud of my ancestors. I have nothing to apologize for, and I have nothing to be ashamed of. But, that was certainly disturbing. It was disturbing and a little bit scary. We entered the building, and then later that night, they went out and they had photographed our license plate, make, model of our vehicle, published that on international Twitter. All of the groups picked it up. So, anytime I go grocery shopping now, of course, I have to look over my shoulder, wondering if somebody's going to slash my tires or attack me. I don't know. This is what they do. And so during the meeting, when I was trying to give the speech, and people might wonder if they've looked this up, they've seen there's a small excerpt of the speech that I gave up on YouTube, and I make several mistakes during that clip because there were about 50 protesters banging on the doors and the windows of the room we were in. The curtains were drawn, but they were open a little bit at the bottom, so they were like underneath, and they were screaming. It was almost like zombies trying to get into the room. They were pushing open the doors and yelling, and so, it was very disturbing. But I was still able to get my speech out, and then when it was time for us to leave, I told my husband, I want one of these police officers to walk us to our vehicle. And of course, it wasn't as though I thought my husband wasn't able to physically keep me safe. That wasn't the reason why. I wanted a legal witness. That's what I wanted. And so luckily he agreed. So we had an officer walk us to our car as a legal witness. And I'm glad we did, because the officer discovered when we got to our car that they had splashed fake blood all over the car. So, we filed a police report, obviously, right then and there. And the officer got back to me and said he was thrilled to tell me that they had found the suspect and they were 99% sure of his identity. And he was supposed to follow up with me. I talked to him a couple of weeks after, and he said, "We're sorry, things have changed and we can't give you any information anymore." So, my gosh, there were so many things that happened last year. It's like yesterday. We had hundreds of nails poured in our driveway, and there was a whole stream of vandalism that happened on this one particular night, which was so bizarre. But they apparently targeted a customer of ours and also an independent journalist who certainly wasn't on our side. He's certainly more of the kind of a vague anti-white, or you might say left-leaning guy. But he had been simply reporting on the things that had occurred at the farmer's market. Well, he had been vandalized with the fake blood in his mailbox. And it was really strange, because I woke up one morning and got a message from this guy, and he said, you need to go look around your property because he said there was a whole string of vandalism last night and he thought he knew who it was. So I went and looked, and sure enough, there were hundreds of nails in our driveway. So, we cleaned that up. Last year in December, we had t-shirts printed to try to kind of do a fundraiser in December, and these groups coordinated online. They got our PayPal shut down, not only for our business, but also for myself. I'm banned from PayPal. So, it's like, it was outrageous that with all that these people were doing, to have the mayor, again, our former customer and acquaintance, never speak a single word to me, but yet get up on stage, give multiple speeches condemning Schooner Creek Farm, calling us these derogatory slurs, white supremacists, and supporting and promoting these radicals who were going after us and so terribly trying to destroy us. He supported them. I believe he even donated to their fundraisers. Him and his wife are pictured in multiple photo ops with the leaders of these protests, shaking their hands and supporting them. And I mean, it's just heartbreaking. It's absolutely heartbreaking. And one of the scariest things I would say that happened in 2019 was, let's see, well, there were a couple of instances. One is there's a photo that went viral, and I just recently republished it again on our Twitter to remind people of, what went down, was that Antifa, the anti-whites who call themselves Antifa, showed up in black bloc, which is, if people aren't aware, and I am aware because I used to associate with these types of people, that's what you wear when you're prepared to do something illegal. I've never, ever done that myself. I've never participated in that. Even back in my radical anti-white days, I never went that far, thank goodness. But I was still in the mindset of supporting those people. So I know what that means. When those people are dressed like that, it means that they're going to do something illegal. And that's the whole reason why they dress it all in black, so that they are indistinguishable from one another. They cover their faces with masks, and it's also for intimidation. And this happened in late July last year. My husband and I were at market with our 3 little children. I was holding my baby in my arms. My 2 older sons were sitting in the back of the pickup truck playing. And all of a sudden at 8 a.m., we see this mob of about 15 Black Bloc Antifa come marching into market. And I thought to myself, my husband and I looked at each other, and he said to me, "Here we go." And I said, "Just be still, be still." Because I thought that these people were going to come and attack us. I thought they were going to kill us. And my husband is a strong man, very able-bodied, very masculine. And it has been the utmost test of self-control and discipline for him. This whole ordeal, let me say, he deserves a lot of credit for that. Because our ancestors obviously had ways in their communities to prevent this type of thing from happening, and they had support. And we don't have that today. We have found that locally the law and the officials who are supposed to protect us, law-abiding citizens, and support us, they don't. And so it's been the utmost test of patience. But that day, I thought that we were going to be done. I thought my children were going to witness us getting shot or murdered in front of their eyes. It was very scary. And there they were, and they just stood, and it was silent, but it was like a moment in time where you hold your breath and you're wondering what's going to happen. And market staff didn't do anything. I had told them over and over again, please have extra police officers on staff, on hand. Please have extra police officers. They said, oh, yeah, we always have one, blah, blah, blah. Well, he was nowhere to be found. And I had to make a 911 call to say, get the police here, please. I have a recording of this. The dispatcher said, oh, yeah, is this about the farmer's market? Yeah, we've heard this one before. I mean, she wasn't going to send somebody. I said, no, you get an officer here now. And finally, the officers came, and I don't know, they discussed something. And so those people left in their outfits, but they were back week after week not wearing Black Bloc. I have multiple pictures of them. There were times when the protests were so coordinated, you can see them walking around with walkie-talkies, talking to one another, with wires and walkies. I've got multiple shots of these people just making vulgar motions in front of me, standing at my farmer's market booth with my children there. It's just, it was absolute hell. And so in early August, the mayor shut down the farmers market, citing concerns of vendors or individuals who had ties to white supremacy. And I thought, are you kidding me? There was not, he was there at market the day that Black Bloc was there. The mayor came. He knew about it. And after they were gone, he went shopping around. Nothing, not a word to us, not a look our way. If anything, I received several really nasty looks from the mayor, which was shocking. But so he shuts down the market, and we were not able to operate our business those 2 weeks, obviously. And I got an email from the director of operations from the Bloomington, Indiana Police Department, saying that he would like to have a private meeting with me to discuss safety concerns upon the reopening of the market, which was to happen 2 weeks later. And I was thrilled. I thought, thank goodness, finally, they're gonna like get some police officers there. They're gonna hopefully stop these protests, because the protests inside the market were very much against the market rules. And there were weeks after weeks where we would talk to market staff and say, why are you allowing this? Can you please get these people out of here? They're disrupting our business. They're intimidating our customers. And they would say mixed things. In the beginning, they had said that they would stop them and they wouldn't allow them to. But then later on in the season, they would say, well, we're looking into it. We're looking into it. We're looking into what we can do. And that was all I could ever get out of them. And so, needless to say, when I went into this meeting with this police officer, I was really happy, because I thought that they were finally going to take the safety issue seriously and protect us as vendors there. So I get to the meeting with this police officer, and surprise, he has with him the Parks and Recreation Department director. So I guess I didn't mention this farmers market is operated through the city and the Parks and Recreation Department. So she's there, and I'm like, oh, well, hello. Hadn't met her before. And he proceeds to try to coerce me, well, she did mostly, to move my booth space. And it was kind of like they were working together here. It was really odd, because at first the police officer presented the idea, and he pointed to a map, and he said, well, here's the parking garage, and here's the tippy top of the parking garage, and then here's your booth. And he like draws a line with his finger, and he's like, I have concerns about this. And I said, what do you mean concerns about my booth location to the top of the parking garage? Are you implying like a sniper or something? And he said, well, I can't give you any details. And I said, have you had a threat of somebody threatening to sniper us at our booth? He said, well, I can't give you any more details at this time. And so I'm thinking, oh my God, like, I can't believe this. And I'm looking at the space that they are telling me to move to. And I said, well, that's over by where the majority of the protesters are. That's going to make me even less safe, because right now I have this lovely awning. I'm in the center of the market. He wanted me to move to this booth on the exterior of the market that had no metal awning over it, and that was on the exterior. So one, business would have been much worse, less customer traffic, and two, I would have been closer to the protesters. And I was like starting to kind of think, this is weird. And then the parks director, she kind of blew the whole thing, and it became apparent what this whole thing was about, because she said, well, we're concerned about the flow of traffic through the market. And so we think if you're over here, there's much more space for traffic to flow. And I said, you know what would be better? If you could just enforce the market rules, please, and get the protesters out from in front of our booth each week. So, I mean, this was just the coercion, and everything was crazy. And we were pretty much desperate, and we didn't have any money to hire an attorney. And which way do we even turn? Like, what case do we pursue first? I mean, there were so many, and we've never been involved in lawsuits before. I've never in my life had a need to hire an attorney. We've always just kept to ourselves, and we're like running our business and raising our family. So this was really just really quite a hailstorm, And finally, at the end of August, I was able to go and speak with Lana Locktuff on Radio 314. And after that interview, we received a large donation, and that enabled us to finally retain an attorney. And this attorney has been extremely helpful. He's very good. The first thing that happened after I retained him was, well, the city had been pressuring me to meet with them, and I kept saying, not until I have an attorney. They wanted to have some sort of discussion or mediation and stuff, but after everything that had happened, I thought, I really need to have an attorney present. I don't trust the staff anymore. They've tried to ask me to move my space, you know, they've done all this stuff, and I kept saying, please give me more time. I'm trying to get an attorney. I can't meet with you. And they said, you know, they were just pressuring. They were extremely persnickety and were like, well, you need to cooperate with us. They were bullying me essentially into a meeting without representation. And I finally, after we got the lawyer, we went to the meeting that they had been wanting me to go to, but this time, you know, I had a lawyer in tow, and they were foolish enough. I honestly can't believe that they did this, but in that meeting, they said to our attorney and to me, they said, well, we need to make sure that you and your husband and Schooner Creek Farm never participate in any political speech or say anything political or have any signs at your booth at all at the farmers market. And so, of course, the attorney says, well, have they done that before? And of course, they reiterated the point they'd already made a couple of times, which was no, they've never said anything political in the market. They've never brought their views to market at all. But just as a precaution, we need to tell them that they can't. They can't use their free speech to speak about politics or their personal views at market at all. So it's quite interesting because they've certainly allowed these other groups to do so and bent over backwards to accommodate them. And therefore, when everything continued and escalated, at one point in the autumn of 2019, we had huge, massive groups there wearing costumes. They had applied to be buskers, so to play music in the market and accept tips. This is something that, again, this is a prestigious, tightly run ship of a farmer's market, so you have to apply for this. And if you're approved and you say, here's my music, I'd like to play at market, well, then if you're approved, then you're allowed a space. They allowed these protest groups a space on at least 2 different occasions, and they were playing music, slandering us and calling us the anti-white derogatory racial slur Nazis in front of our booth with costumes and ribbons and huge blow up unicorn outfits. And I mean, these people not only nearly destroyed our business, but they also nearly destroyed the farmers market. And it's interesting because there were a couple of arrests that day, but the charges were dropped. So it's like it's all for show, you know, and it's been a wild ride. And finally, after months of this and after lots of evidence, because I will say, I received advice from a friend at the beginning of all this, and they said, document everything. And I took that advice very seriously, and so I did. I documented everything, and I probably stayed up late far too many nights documenting everything I saw online. I spent a lot of markets documenting, and so therefore we have a massive, massive amount of evidence of how the city and the mayor and the parks department has completely wronged us. And our attorney, who works for quite a prestigious firm in Indiana, felt confident that we have a really strong legal case. So we filed that in January 2020. And of course, with the wild year that it's been, it's taken a while to jump through all the hoops and get everything, but it's been slowly and steadily progressing, and we've entered to the stage now where they're going, let's see, so our attorneys are actually setting depositions now, for which will likely take place in January or possibly December. And we're seeking a jury trial. It's a constitutional case. And what's just absolutely astounding is that after all of the wrongdoing that the city and market did to us, they're countersuing us. And they're saying that we signed a vendor contract, which is true. All vendors sign a vendor contract at the beginning of the season. And somewhere in there is some line, and don't quote me here, but it's something about a covenant not to sue, which is something that anybody who's been involved with farmers markets or any sort of market knows. This is very typical. It has to do with protecting them against something that might happen at our booth, such as like wind or somebody trips and falls, or I trip and fall while I'm selling my produce at the market, or your tent blows over and the tent leg smacks somebody in the head. This is why markets put this into place. This has nothing to do with our constitutional rights. And apparently they're thinking that because we've signed on that contract, that we've signed away our constitutional rights, which is outrageous. So we're waiting right now for the summary judgment, the results of the summary judgment. And our attorney is really confident that that's going to go in our favor. And hopefully, well, for sure, actually, the court is setting a date for the first oral argument, which I think will be really interesting. But yeah, it's just been wild. It's been wild, Jason, and others listening.
Well, my heart is absolutely goes out to you and your family. This is so absolutely unspeakable injustice on every single level, and it demonstrates exactly what we talk about with the nodes of power in the hands of anti-whites. You see it here with the mayor. You see it here with law enforcement. If the law enforcement were any good and they were being ordered to do something wrong, somebody in law enforcement would sneak a message to this lovely family and say, I can't go on record with this, but this is what's happening. This is the people that are behind making your life miserable. And they're not. They're simply not doing that. This is terrorism. It is the terrorization of a young, beautiful family who simply cares about white well-being, simply cares, who doesn't like anti-whiteism destroying the lives of innocent white people on the basis of their race, and who, as a consequence, are victimized by anti-whites, from office holders and individuals in law enforcement all the way down to the cretins that slime their way around the earth and then don masks over themselves as cowards to intimidate, to threaten, as they are doing now with people who are filing lawsuits and people who are Republican staffers and the like, who are subject to the most hellish form of terror. And this is political terror. So it is the actual definition of terrorism in the United States. They could go to jail and be charged with actual terrorism. And a dichotomy here that absolutely doesn't slip my mind is the fact that when Sarah was, before she had gone free, before she was becoming this wonderful person that she has become and continues to become, just this wonderful, her and her family, just this rose opening up to the rays of the western sunrise. Before she was there, she was at a party or at a get-together where some individuals were present, and she shook their hands and she celebrated them for physically bludgeoning. And you all probably don't remember this. These people stormed a restaurant, and they had bats, they had hammers, and it was some like historical group. These were not neo-Nazis or anything. These were not people who were worried about like antique nationalism or into that or any. These were a bunch like a historical. You can see in the video, the restaurant video, many of them were white tops. They were aged, and these folks came in bludgeoning them. And Sarah, believing the anti-white narrative at that time, benighted it before she had gone free, before she gained sight. And she thought, wow, these people were taking on the real villains. These people were taking on the real bad guys. Well done to you. Celebrate you. Shake your hands. And nothing happens to Sarah in the United States as a consequence of celebrating convicted and people who assaulted with bats and the like, aged individuals at a restaurant getting together to talk about a store. But all she has to do is be at a dinner table with a couple applying for membership for some organization who prior to that dinner had defaced church property. We're not talking about potentially putting someone into a vegetative brain dead state. We're talking about people who defaced church property. And on the basis of that, the anti-whites from all levels, from the mayor and the scumbags working for the law enforcement out there, every single one of them, scumbags. None of them are coming forward. They are filth. all the way down to the actual filth in the streets, who are showing up there to intimidate their children, for Christ's sake. The fury that is in my heart for these absolute villainous, anti-white, ne'er-do-well bastards, and the horror that they have inflicted on you, my dear lady. Look, on your husband. He's a grown man. He's capable of taking care of himself. My heart still goes out to him. But on you, and then especially on your babies, this is beyond infuriating. When they come, the children they may not know all the words in the English language yet. They may only have a hold of so many, but they can see in their parents' faces, as best as they try to cover things up, and parents do a great job, they can see that parents are really worried about something. And the thing that they're really worried about are those babies. They can feel that, and that's going to be a terror that lives with them forever. The little boy going out to the mailbox and blood it's blood, even if it's fake blood, it's blood for his entire life. It's on the van, it's blood for your entire lives. The message is clear there. It's not that we're into Halloween props or horror movie props. It's that this could be your blood. This will be your blood. That's the message that these people are sending. Now, we here are not conservatives. We're not going to sit around and just wring our hands about what these anti-white bastards are doing. We fight back. And what Sarah and her family need right now is they need help with correct me if I'm wrong, Sarah, with their legal costs. They have a GoFundMe, and they need support, right? They need emotional support. And if you can provide support to these people, emotional support, some financial support to help them out, maybe you're a lawyer, you have some ideas, you could talk to their lawyer, whatever it might be, anything that's coming to mind. Maybe you want to make a video of this powerful testimonial that Sarah has been sharing, and you want to put music to it, and you want to put imagery to it that you own, so it can be shared and can't just be pulled down easily off of YouTube. Maybe you want to write a song about this. Maybe you're one of our great songwriters and singers right now. What a beautiful thing that Hyrith could do with a song about what's happening to Sarah and her family. These anti-white pieces of filth, they want to show up at your place of business and sing songs that are right out of the anti-white narrative, have nothing to do with reality. Well, by God, we should be able to write beautiful music about the reality of what's taking place to this lovely family, not just by the criminals that you would find in prison, which you expect that from them, but also the criminals wearing badges, the criminals working in the bureaucracy of this town, the criminal in the form of the mayor, now countersuing. Give me an absolute break. Give me an absolute break. It would be, I'll talk more about it after we let you go, dear sister, so we can have a nice pure segment with you. What I would like to do is have you, if you could, for the remaining minutes that you're with us, I know we've already had you for over an hour, and we thank you so much for giving your time, stepping away from your lovely family, and please give our gratitude to your great husband. I know he has been, and I know in many cases, I guarantee you that if he had not been there, they would have physically attacked you. It was only his presence and the potential. He probably is carrying or can physically defend himself, and none of those anti-whites wanted to be the one that ended up eaten alive by that guy. So thank God he was there, and our big thanks to him. What can people that you and your husband have been thinking, what can folks do for you? What are you looking for? How can we help you?
Thank you. Yeah. I really appreciate that. We certainly are accepting donations continually for the legal fund. As everyone knows, this is an issue that those of us who've gone through things like this is that we tend to not have the funding that the anti-whites have, and we don't have any savings at all. So we need help, and that's the truth of it. We need help financially, absolutely, to fight this. I think that we are, and this is just my own opinion here, but I think we're entering into the meat of the case now as we start with the depositions and hopefully getting that jury trial. And this is where things can start to get even more expensive. So yes, please do. If you're in a position to donate financially, please do. And we have a couple of campaigns going right now. One is a GoFundMe. We also have the option for people to purchase coffee mugs and t-shirts, which have our Schooner Creek Farm logo on them. And that all of the information to donate is on our website, which is www.schoonercreekfarm.org. And there's a tab there that says donate, and there are more of the story there. There's also several articles that have been written by publications such as American Greatness and some others. And we also have the option on that website for people to donate in the form of cryptocurrency or just with a credit card. And I would also just ask if people are able to just share. I know not everybody's in a position to be able to donate financially, but if you can retweet, share the fundraisers, please, with anyone you know who might be able to help us. We're so grateful, and we hope to be able to win this. We feel very confident that we have a strong case, and we also feel very confident by judging the public's reaction. I should also really pinpoint this here. Looking at comment threads and the larger community public reaction in the county of Monroe, which is where this case is based, the majority, the vast majority of the community is outraged at what happened to us. And this was a smaller group, very concentrated with the city of Bloomington, that was coordinating these attacks against us. And I have been actually really happy to see that there's far more support, quiet support, I should say, than we realized before. So therefore, that's one of the reasons we want a jury trial. We really think that any rational-minded person is going to see this for what it is, and we're hoping for that jury trial. So please share our case, share our story, and donate. And of course, it's just nice to connect with everyone as well. And it's been therapeutic just to kind of get to share the story tonight. So I really can't thank you guys enough. Thank you, Jason, so much for everything. And thank you for your donation as well. And I don't really know what else much more to say, but we're going to keep fighting. And I guess I would want to tell everybody this, that in June of 2019, when all of this started and the protesters first started coming to market, I saw them post on social media, and they said things like encouraging each other. They were saying, hey guys, keep it up. This might take 3 or 4 weeks, but we're going to get them out. And I really believe that the mayor and the Parks Department thought the same thing. They thought that if they could say out loud, oh, we value the Constitution, so we can't kick Schooner Creek Farm out, but yet supporting the protesters and Antifa and radical anti-whites to terrorize us, they believed that they were circumventing their constitutional obligations, and by supporting those who were terrorizing us, that they would, solve their quote unquote problem and get us out of the market, right? Well, we kept going back, and it didn't take 3 or 4 weeks. It took forever, and we're still there. We're still selling at our beloved farmers market, and we're going to keep selling there because that's what we do for a living. We're farmers, and we're not going to stop farming. We're going to continue growing healthy food for our community. And we're going to keep fighting, and we have a strong case. I really believe we're going to win this case, and I also believe fully that we have a really good attorney who works for an excellent firm. So thank you all so much, and go free.
Amen to that, sister. Well, just big love to you, your family, your children, anything we can do. I'd love to come out there to be able to visit with you all. And we really need to have like a I Stand with Sarah campaign, and to that to represent the whole family and everything that's happening there. Let's see if we can all get the coffee mug that they are selling, and this will be, and then we could tweet it, we could gab it, our picture, or maybe just the coffee mug in your hand. You're anonymous. Maybe sitting over your kitchen counter or your kitchen table or your tea or whatever you're going to put into it, and then like hashtag I Stand with Sarah, and we'll make this a thing. We're not going to allow these anti-whites to do like they always do, which is to get all of their strength together and focus in on one individual and create the fear of the mad dog effect. Sarah, could you please, when we get off here, when I let you go, DM me on Twitter the links for everything you just shared so that I can share those, and then I will I'm also going to buy myself one of your mugs, because I'm going to have a I Stand with Sarah right here on Going Free, and we're going to fight back. And if it means that we need to maybe, if it comes down to it, there needs to be some sort of rally down there that you all don't participate in. You'll have you won't be organizing. The phone just tipped over, folks. But if it comes down to something like that, then maybe we'll have to do something like that in the future. We'll see. We'll overcome the obstacles, whatever they might be. But we had a little bit of a tech mishap. The phone tipped, and then it may have lost signal. But what I'll do is, if Sarah is there, if she can hear me, or if she comes back, we'll let her have any final words, or we can leave it at that. Whatever's up to her. But whatever you can do. And remember, you don't have to. Don't say to yourself that, if I can't give more than. If I can't fund her entire legal campaign, then it's not worth it. $5, or buy a mug, or buy a shirt, whatever it might be. Then do that, and let's make this. Let's show. I really like the idea of getting these products that they're selling, and then getting a picture with it. Maybe if it's a shirt, I think she said they sell shirts, right? Maybe getting a shirt where you just clip off the head. Maybe I see the phone. I think her phone may have ran out of electricity, which is fine. So we can leave it like that. And because I think she really had, that was really all she had to say. And as soon as I have those links to those different platforms, we'll share that with everybody. So it was a beautiful time with everybody. And let's see if we can get about 100 or so folks to buy a coffee mug or a shirt, and then let's start seeing the photographs show up with I stand with Sarah in the caption, and to represent what's going on with her Schooner Creek and these anti-whites coming out against them. We'll make the news. We won't just report on the news. But it was blissful having her, and we kept her for longer than even her phone can handle. She says that she's in the live chat. She says, my phone died. No worries. We thank you for being with us, dear sister, and we love you. Please DM me with that information, and I will share it with everybody, and we'll do the I share. It's an idea, folks. It's an idea. Maybe we'll end up, if things continue to be bad for this family, maybe we all need to get together, about 1,000 of us, and we'll show up in that little town, throw on a protest, and we'll make sure the mayor knows, and all of these other bureaucratic turds know that are standing and are harming this family and coming after them. And more importantly, we'll make sure those anti-whites know. And if they show up, we'll be a hell of a lot unkind, more unkind than the conservatives would be to those people. We're not your Republicans. My friend, we're not your conservatives. We are not your friends. If you're anti-white, we will defend ourselves, and we will make sure that that defense goes as far as it needs to go to make sure that you stop hurting us and our people. And on that note, and this wonderful discussion we have had with this beautiful woman, we are going to take a brief musical break with this interlude, and we will be right back.
Watch the birds of
drowning in the argument, the anti-white says. What exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. What a story that was, ladies and gentlemen. And we talk about hearing about these anti-whites, these criminals, these actual like convicted criminals going out and doing the things they do to lovely people, to wonderful families, really just makes me want to get up close and personal with some of these criminals, and probably to tickle them just to death. I would like to tickle them to death so that, you get them on the ground and you just tickle away and they can't stop laughing until you stop tickling them. So yeah, it just gives me that desire to get a hold of them and, give them a hell of a tickling. So yeah, absolutely infuriating. The mayor needs probably a good tickling as well. And until he decides to stop being an anti-white. But we'll see. We'll see if they're going to start behaving there or not. And by behaving, I mean within the bounds of law and order, behaving according to the standards of Western civilization. So, can everybody hear me fine? I guess so. Althea is here. She writes, "Tickle like Buddy the Elf." I don't know who that is, but sure. Elaine Sabatino is here. Great to see you. And DG is here. Great to see you. Hello to you. Yeah, I see some people saying that they could get into the whole idea of maybe giving a good tickling to these anti-white criminals, from the mayor all the way down to those who leave a slug trail everywhere they go. I guess probably he does as well. Anybody behaving the way he's behaving. Bobby Fisher is here. Great to see you. Yeah, we're not the conservatives. We're not the nationalists of old. We're not the Republicans. We are Westmen, men and women who are putting an end to anti-whiteism. And we will absolutely defend ourselves. I guarantee you that. And we will take the defense wherever it needs to go to ensure our safety. Bottom line, that is a guarantee. I am so sick and tired of hearing these good families and these horrific stories, these horrific scenarios. Lovely people who are as I said, maybe this is not true. We're going to do this Justice for Black Farmers Act right now, and I'm going to drop the link for that. And so everybody who didn't stick around for this, they've gone off to use methamphetamine or whatever it is, because clearly they're dumb enough to use that sort of thing. But right now, there are people who are claiming, and I mean, just today, Donald Trump was on a phone call with a Fox News. He called in on one of the shows for an interview, and he was saying that clients are being attacked and threatened, staffers are being attacked and threatened. Anyone, I mean, these are hardcore criminals. These are hardcore criminals. And when there's a way, I don't know. Certainly I wouldn't say this, but I'm sure somebody has said it once that ne'er-do-wells, criminals are always willing to do horrible things. And sometimes, in order to right the wrongs of criminals, good people need to do horrible things. That is the nature of the jungle. And we lurch closer and closer to that sort of environment every single day. Because of people like this mayor, because of these bureaucratic bitches. The people at this farmer's market, they should have done what was incumbent upon them. If damn well and good that if white people showed up there, if scumbag white people had shown up there to intimidate and threaten and terrorize the children of some non-white farmer, they would move the people at that farmer's market, the bureaucrats in that town, the mayor himself, they would move heaven and earth to find every single one of those people and to arrest them and charge them well beyond the bounds of what the law would permit. Well beyond. So the fact that they tolerate these people coming and they say, well, there's not really much. Bullshit, there isn't much you can do. Bullshit. You know, and if you continue to allow this kind of thing to happen, anti-whites out there of various stripes, I'm going to tell you what, it's not going to be us. There's not just going to be blood found on the cars of good people. It's going to be what you unleashed. Because that's what happens when civilization crumbles. The worst elements come to the fore, and you will end up being one of their victims. Absolute bullshit. Nothing you can do. Countersuing this family. Absolutely disgusting. Where do you live, jackass? Where do your children go to school? Maybe the world needs to know about that. You think this is only going to work one way forever? Where does your wife shop? Yeah, this is not going to work one way forever. And you better get right. You better get right with Jesus, as the Christians would say. Because I cannot tell you all, I cannot hear a story like this. I've heard too many of them over the past 2 decades. This absolute corrupt system in the United States, dominated by anti-whites, doing whatever they want, the most criminal of all things imaginable. And then let there also be another lesson there. Let there also be another lesson there of what Sarah had to endure. You make sure that your friends, that your family, that they are okay with you objecting to anti-whiteism, irrespective of what race they are. Because Sarah thought she had good friends in these non-white people. She thought she had good friends in these white people. And then come to find out, the moment that they found out that she wasn't anti-white, the moment that they found out that she didn't want to destroy Western kind and Western civilization, they immediately are up at the microphone telling lies about her. Oh, I'm at her house, and I go over there for the sheep shearing business or this and that. And I for the farming here, we trade secrets. And I know logically it doesn't make sense that I would be hanging out with an undercover Nazi or an undercover Klans member, but that's what she is. That's what you have to look forward. Make sure you choose your friends and family very carefully. I'm not the only one to have been betrayed by friends, both non-white and white. So make sure the people that you allow into your life, you allow somebody into your house, and they're not okay with you objecting to anti-whiteism, you better be ready for in the future that they are going to say that they saw something in your house that was never there. That is how an anti-white's mind works. You know, these people, we obey the law in service to white well-being. What these anti-whites are doing is they are opening the box in which Pandora has hidden all of the evil of the world. And it's just these innocent people like Sarah's. It's just her little boy that has to live with the horror of that moment, finding the blood in the mailbox. Right? It's just their son today, but it's yours next, you SOB. It won't be us doing it, but you better believe that world you're creating, it'll be your little boy and little daughter next. And I'm going to tell you what, if these people don't get right in this town, I know we won't involve Sarah, we won't involve her husband, we won't involve their family. But if these people in that town are not going to get right and treat this family right and put an end to the terrorization, actual terrorism of these black bloc, I'm going to put them in black coffins. Halloween style, black coffins, so that they can giggle in there for a little while. If these communities don't get right, maybe we'll show up 1,000 plus at that little mayor's house pieces of shit. I'm so fed up with this. And now you want to know what we got to look forward to because of some other pieces of human waste. And that is this Justice for Black Farmers Act. And what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to share. This is the link. If you want the bill, this is the link on me. This is the link on me. You can download this bill. You can find this bill at congress.gov. We've got notes, a couple notes from it. It's like 78 pages, so I'm not going to be reading the whole thing. I want to get through it with you all so you can see what's coming to your world, to my world, to the world of people we care about, as a consequence of these abject idiots in the white positive sphere and elsewhere who were saying, don't vote for the Republican, vote down ticket for all Democrats. Anybody who said that, anybody who said vote down ticket for all Democrats, if I run into them, and this is the kind of thing that the anti-whites who call themselves Democrats are going to give to the world, they probably, if they're man enough for me to actually whoop their ass into the ground, maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll stomp the shit out of them, but they're probably not. So maybe I'll just grab a hold of them by the lapels and bitch slap them a few times and keep them held upright while I give them a good couple of back and forths. When you start reading this stuff and you see what the anti-whites who call themselves Democrats are going to do to us in the United States, if you are not as pissed off as I am, it's because something is wrong with you. You are defective. And you better get therapy. You better get off the Diet Coke you're drinking or whatever it is. You are defective. Anger is a virtue when it protects the innocent. Remember that. One of our MCs. Justice for Black Farmers Act. This is the South-Africanization of the United States at triple speed. Number one. These are my notes from having to go through this. This act creates a new class, and I want you to understand this. You really got to get this clear. This is not opinion. This is right out of the bill. Remember, for YouTube, I'm not speaking for YouTube. You're going to have to go to Snopes and CNN and every freak out there who can't decide what kind of creature they are. You have to go to them for the truth. You know that's how this works. CNN and the rest, you have to go to them for the truth. But this is the actual, I just put the actual bill in the live chat so you can read it for yourself. You can read along with the notes that I am going to be citing. You can find these things. You can word search and find these things that I'm talking about. You can go to congress.gov and you can pull it right off there. This is exactly what the anti-whites are saying. They create not farmers. I want to make this very clear to you. They're not creating farmers with this. They are creating a new class of, and it's normally we would say non-white when it comes to a non-white group of people. But in this case, it's very specific in this bill. It's just black people. So we're just going to tell you what they're saying. They're going to create a new class of black businessmen and businesswomen who go into the business of farming. As you will see from the notes that we have here, that these people don't actually have to do the farming themselves. They don't have to pick up a spade. They don't have to drive a tractor. They don't have to have a piece of weed wheat sticking out of their mouth, the sort of the iconic sitting on the tractor, getting up before the rooster and then complaining to him later, why the hell are you waking up so late? This isn't that. You don't have to do that for this. This is a new class of black businessmen and women, just black people, businessmen and women. They could farm if they would want to, but farming is a high IQ, a profession, but it's also extraordinarily physically demanding. Everybody who farms knows this. And you know anybody who farms, you know that about it. It's high IQ and physically demanding. So I don't know many people who want to sign up for get up before the sun comes up, go to sleep after the sun goes down, and work in slop and shit and deal with animals and everything else under the sun. Not everybody wants to do that. All right. So with this, though, you're not going to have to. If you're black in the United States, you can just go into the business and reap the financial reward, and you'll see. If you want to pick up the pitchfork, then nothing will stop you from doing that. And by the way, I'm just going to say, just for something that's obvious, is there are plenty of non-white people in the United States who farm, and including black people who are wonderful people. Make sure you know, though, that they're okay with you being objecting to anti-whiteism. Make sure that they know that you are okay with being white positive, because they might not be. You might say, I mean, I've heard this from so many white people for so long. Oh, I know this and I know that, and they're just the most wonderful people. Yeah, well, I make sure when they hear me talk, they know. The non-white people that stay around me, they're like, oh, that Jason guy, oh yeah, he's white positive. And so you better be okay with that if you're going to be friends with him. You want to go out and have lunch with that guy, you better be white positive, because you're not going to be tolerated long. Don't tell me that this person is your best friend because she came and picked you up when your car broke down once, and then you can rely on her for everything in the world and nothing. And then the first sign of it finds out that you are not anti-white. Then suddenly it's well, all along, I knew this person was really a Nazi. That will be your character witnesses at your trials. Okay, so this creates this act that will be made law when the anti-whites who call themselves Democrats have the power to do so, creates a new class of black businessmen and businesswomen who will be going into the business of farming. The act creates a new department in the Department of Agriculture called the Department of Equitable Land Access Services. I'm going to read that again. What does equitable mean to the anti-whites? This is called the Department of Equitable Land Access Services. So who gets access to the land? Well, it's supposed to be that the people who are able to purchase the land, the people who are able to work the land, the people who are able to hold on to land, the people who are able to make the land productive, the people who are able to pay the loans on the land with the money that they're making off the land. No, this is the Equitable Land Access Services. So who holds land right now that shouldn't, because it's not equitable? By equitable, the anti-whites mean that they have to discriminate against white people. They have to thieve from white people. They have to victimize white people in order to advance, enrich, and empower, to give unfair advantage to and preferential treatment to non-white people. That's what equitable means to the anti-whites. You got it? We just had a commercial from Kamala where she says, hey, equitable is not giving everybody the opportunity, the same opportunity, everybody having the same start line. That's not equitable. No, equitable is giving an advantage. In that little cartoon that Kamala shows, the non-white individual is given more rope, is given more leeway. And doesn't that really feed into some of our sayings where you feed out more rope, you feed out more leeway than the white guy is given? And let me tell you, after a lifetime of having been a white guy with talent, with achievements, with records after records in every field that I went, that there was, and paying my dues and having the good grades, 3.98 GPA, having that all, there was only one thing that you could keep me from the jobs that I was applying for. Only one thing. And it was the race that I'm a member of, and the fact that I'm a male of that race, again and again and again and again. So, unfair preferential treatment at our expense. Department of Equitable Land Access. Do you not forget about this 1984? They talk about that stuff is child's play compared to what these people want to do. Equitable land access. Well, let's see who's in the chat right now. Euro Yankee. Well, we think that you have too much land since you're white. It's not equitable. So, and you're going to say, but we worked the land. We bought the land, and we pay for the land, and we want the land. And too bad, you have too much. So we're going to thieve from you, and we're going to give access to. We have to make this equitable. Do you see how this works, folks? Department of Equitable Land Access. $60 million. Of course, where are these dollars coming from? Your labor, your taxation, your ingenuity, etc. $60 million for the federal agency to be created, the Department of Equitable Land Access, and the training, and this is pro forma, the training for the Black businessmen and women, $60 million a year. But that's still small change. I mean, we're talking about digging around in the bottom of your sofa where you find, like that comb you lost 6 years ago, and that gerbil you lost 2 years ago, and some change now. This is small change, $60 million. So the training, the implication is that, well, you're going to train these people on how to drive the combine. You're going to train. Do you remember hearing these stories, folks? I've heard them over the years, where the white guy is out, or the white, like 17-year-old son or 16-year-old son, he's out, they're farming, he's driving like the combine, something gets jammed. And the one story, really horrific. So many horrific. And I can't remember the exact details. Gets his arms ripped off by some piece of machinery, and somehow then gets himself to the tub in the house so that he can be saved once everybody gets home. I mean, we're talking about tough people that do this kind of work, all right? And they're saying the implication is that they're going to be training these Black men and women on how to do the actual farming. My guess is that this is just pro forma. You could take these classes if you want. You don't have to, because you don't have to actually do the farming. You'll see as we get up to, you're probably thinking, well, this is all about making them farmers, and anybody who wants to be a farmer. And no, you better think again. My guess is what's going to happen is it's pro forma. In other words, you could take the class, you could skip the class, it doesn't matter. Or what I think will happen, in fact, where the rubber meets the road, is these training dollars in this from this agency will be put toward teaching this new class of Black businessmen and women, business owners, on how to run the business, on how to reap the dough, how to sort out the profits, what's gross, what's net, what's expenses. You watch. This is my guess. I don't know if it's true or not. Ask CNN. But you watch. This is my guess. The act, then you might be thinking to yourself, well, in this age where people can't even determine what sex they are, or whether or not they are a poodle or a person or a some sort of maybe a pterodactyl. People can't figure out what they are. Surely, who is really going to be a Black person? They actually address that in this act. Oh, you're not going to be able to identify as one. I'm sorry. So you're going to have to give up that hope. It says here that a Black person, according to this act, is born in the United States, is at least 18 years of age, identifies as Black or African American, and also has at least, and here's where they get you, folks, going back to the old scientific definition, also has at least one black parent that is of African descent. So you're going to go to your parent, and this is back to, that's when all of the fantasy leaves, when you being able to decide whether or not you're black or you have, no, you're going to have at least one parent that is good the old fashioned way of scientifically deciding 100% black. Then this act will consider you a black person. But I would be willing to bet when the anti-whites who call themselves Democrats have their way, and they are making the law of the land the way they want to make the law of the land, I would be willing to bet that what you are going to see is not just something like this. They're actually going to be able to also say, well, we're going to take a look at your social media, because are you black and not anti-white? Are you black and serve white well-being? Because if you are, well, then you're not going to get access. That's my guess. My guess is also that people who are not just black, but non-white of various stripes will be able to participate in this. But we'll see. Those are just guesses. When I say that this is in the bill, that's what's in the bill. When I'm just randomly guessing or shooting spitballs, as they say, well, then that's what that is. Just conjecture for your entertainment, of course, for no other purposes. When you want reality, when you want facts, congress.gov, and you look up the Justice for Farmers Act, and it is, looks like I dropped it. No, I have it up. Let me jump to the, all right, let me jump to 116th Congress is the one you have to look at on congress.gov. And this is the Justice for Black Farmers Act to address the history of discrimination against black farmers and ranchers, to require reforms within the Department of Agriculture to prevent future discrimination, and for other purposes. Yay! You just throw that in. Just anything you want, other purposes, and you'll get to see, actually, there is some, well, let's just throw some other shit in there. Let's throw some other anti-white shit in there. There's nothing they can do, the white people out there, so we'll just throw in whatever we want. Who would like to see a video of me grabbing a hold of the lapels and maybe doing a little bitch slapping of some of these content creators who pushed for what is the hell on earth, that we're the dystopian nightmare, the anti-white nightmare that we're going to end up having in the future, either now or in 4 years. Well, we'll say 6 years roughly at best on the present course. Okay, so defines who a black person is. Now here we go with the real money. $8 billion a year this act will provide to thieve land from white people. I say thieve because you'll see in a moment that this, if you are a white landowner and you choose to be problematic for this Department of Equitable Land Access Services, when a black businessman or woman decides, I like that property, I want it, this department sets aside $1 billion a year to provide these black businessmen and women with the legal assistance to encourage reluctant sellers to sell their properties. So the federal government of the United States is going to set aside $1 billion a year for the lawyers to encourage those who are reluctant to sell. And it says in the act that they will provide, they will offer you the market rate for your property. Now, this is eminent. This sounds just like eminent domain. And you know, when the government comes in and says, we're going to give you market value, they give you the worst case scenario of market value. So not only do you not want an eminent domain to sell your property, no, they're just going to take it, but then they give you the worst possible sum. Nothing at a profit, nothing at maybe the land right now. Maybe you bought the land here and now the land is here and you foresee the land being here in the future. And so you want to hold that land. Oh, no. If they decide they want your land, not only might the value be here, but they're going to eminent domain like your property and give you about this sum of money. So you might have paid here, but then you're going to get that, and it might be worth this, but you're going to get the bottom of what it's worth. And if you are reluctant to sell according to this act, they're going to provide $1 billion to attorneys to make you less reluctant, to encourage you to give up that property so that we can have an equitable distribution of land to these new Black businessmen and businesswomen. And remember, it is not the Black people who are the problem here. The anti-whites are the problem here, of whatever race they are. Those are the people who are the problem, not Black people. There's no immutable characteristic that makes you a bad person. Black people need to join us in service to white well-being. As so many white people have helped Black people with their struggles, they need to join with us and put an end to anti-whiteism, because I'm going to tell you what, you can look to other places in the world where Black people living amongst white people, they liked to eat every bit as much as the white people. And then when the government decided to intervene and do something that was radically anti-white, well, it wasn't just the white people starving. So $8 billion of our ingenuity, of our tax dollars, of our creativity are going to be thieved from those who shoulder the lion's share of taxation in the United States. And that, of course, is Western kind, the founding stock of this country, and then used to purchase at a loss properties from white people who will then be subjected to legal scrutiny by the federal government of the United States if they are reluctant to sell their property. Maybe you've got a chunk of land because it's been passed down through the family. Maybe you're waiting until the city builds its way out that direction and your property value goes through the roof, and you're so very lucky that your great-grandparents purchased it and they worked their entire lives to be able to pay it off. And now they've been passing it down from generation to generation, paying property tax, by the way, the entire time. And it's finally come to you, and you're hoping, well, maybe in another 10 years, there'll be a mall will be built there and you'll be able to make that money back for your family. And that is a family's sacrifice. That is not privilege. That is a family's industry. That is a family's tenacity. That is a family's work ethic that has achieved that. But the anti-whites will call it whatever they want to call it, whatever they need to call it, to get you to surrender it. And to get other white people to say, well, yeah, I guess that's the right thing to do, to just thieve it from these people, because after all, it's just privilege. It gets even better. Every step of the way through this act, the Justice for Black Farmers Act, it just gets better every step of the way. Taxpayer funded, and this is great. They don't even provide a sum for this, not even a guesstimate. And you know their guesstimates. It's just like builders. It always comes in lower than they actually end up needing. And how much is the actual? They say 8 billion. B with as in Bravo, 8 billion. Numeral 8, Bravo, billion. What's it actually going to be? 16 billion? What's it actually going to come in at? They don't even bother to give a sum for this part. They say taxpayer funded construction or refurbishment of homes on these properties, newly acquired properties, homes for the new Black businessmen and businesswomen. So you have that old family farmhouse on the property and you've been farming there forever, and maybe you had 3 generations, maybe 5 generations on that property. Maybe you have on top of one of the nearest hills, you have the family graveyard, and you've got greats buried in the family graveyard. Well, that little house that houses all of those memories. You think I'm kidding? Open this bill and read it for yourself. The federal government of the United States is going to provide 8, maybe 16 billion when it's all over and done and said. Who knows? That's just a guess. Says 18 or 8 billion in the bill to buy this property at a loss, and then $1 billion in legal money to encourage you to get off that property and to sell it as a loss. And then they're going to provide these new black business owners, men and women, our tax dollars to refurbish that home where all of your memories of family, of generations, or maybe it's a brand new house. Maybe you finally had the opportunity. You all love a Queen Anne or whatever it might be design, and you built one in that style from scratch on your property. Well, guess what? They're going to come in there. Maybe they don't like that house there. They're going to take it down. They want to build something modern. Well, taxpayers are going to get to pay for it. Maybe there isn't a house there. Maybe you haven't earned up the money. You bought the property and you go hunting on the property. You go four-wheeling on the property. You go out to the property to take photographs of nature, to take your children out there. And one of these days, you throw your arm around your wife. You throw your arm around your husband, and you say, one of these days, we are going to build our dream house on this property. Well, no, you're not. Because you're saving at your job. You're sacrificing where you live. But no, for this new class of black business owners who are going to go into the business of farming, the federal government is going to use your tax dollars to build them the home of their choice, to refurbish the homes that are there on those properties if they choose to do so. So that's what they're going to do. Construct a refurbishment of the homes, construction of homes or refurbishment of homes on the property for these people. Now on page 28, and I had to actually, in this note, I had to take down the actual verbiage. On page 28, line 1, if you've downloaded this already from the cloud that I provided for you, page 28, line 1, it reads that the land is going to be conveyed to these new black businessmen and businesswomen with no taxation. You heard that right. With no taxation. No property tax. And if you read it, is it possible to read it with the interpretation, I'm going to read it right now, to read it with the interpretation that there will never be property tax on the land that these people are given? Let's read it. 1. Tax treatment. For purposes of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, no amount shall be included in gross income for an eligible black individual by reason of the receipt of any land grant under this section. So, does that mean that even though for that year, they receive $1 million, $20 million worth of property, that they don't have to pay taxes on just for that first year? I mean, that's a damn good deal, right? We all have to pay taxation our whole lives. We never get to own the land. But to have somebody give you $10 million, $5 million worth of property, and you don't even have to pay any tax on it, that's really a magnificent deal, wouldn't you say? But is it possible to read this? I don't know. You'll have to talk with an attorney. Is it possible to read this and conclude that does this mean that no property tax for these people ever? I don't know. You'll have to ask CNN. You have to ask MSNBC. Look to Snopes. Make sure you get all sides of the story. I clearly don't have all the sides of the story, so make sure you go elsewhere to get all sides of the story. I'm just reading from the act, from what the anti-whites who call themselves Democrats, what they actually want. Next point. Creation, you're going to love this. Oh, you are going, if you thought it was going, and by the way, for everybody on D Live, I opened up D Live late. If you're going to be giving points over there, it's open, making comments with your points. I will see them. If folks could remind me, that would be fabulous. And I do appreciate that. Thank you so very much. You thought that you saw the full scope of this monstrosity, of this absolute, this malformed afterbirth of an act, of a bill, of a law that is you're going to suffer under. You thought you saw it all, but of course you didn't. It just gets worse and worse. This act will create a bank only for the black people who are going to be going into the business of farming. Now, will it only ever be for black people who go into the business of farming, or will all black people be allowed to use this blacks only banking system? An actual bank. It calls for the creation of a bank. And here's the best part. The bank will be known. Here's the name of the bank, specifically for and only for, at least initially, according to the act. Things could change. Maybe they'll let all black people have access to this bank. But it creates this bank to be known as the National Socially Disadvantaged Farmer and Rancher Bank. I'm going to read the name again. The National Socially Disadvantaged Farmer and Rancher Bank. That will be the name of this bank. The best part about this bank is that the people doing the banking here, and I think I have another note about this. Let's see. Yeah. I'll read that note actually in a moment, because you're going to see about the kinds of no interest loans that these people will be able to get through this black only farmer, black businessman and woman farmer rancher bank. Gets better. Remember everybody who told you not to vote Republican. Remember everybody who told you to vote Democrat. And remember everybody who told you to vote Democrat and down ticket, all Democrats. Remember everybody who told you it didn't matter who got into office. System's just broken. Remember all their names and never listen to them again. And make it a life's mission, since you were so chumped by these anti-white bastards. Make it a life's mission to ensure that no one else listens to those people ever again. That you raid their live chats, that you raid their threads, that you raid their blogs, wherever they show up, that you raid their comment section and you say, I was chumped by this son of a bitch. This son of a bitch convinced me X, Y, and Z. And then I found going free, and I found out what actually is going to happen. This person was only doing it for their own aggrandizement or for whatever it might be. Get this. Not less than 20,000 black businessmen and women a year to receive this unfair enrichment and empowerment. Not less. So sky's the limit on how many people, on how many black people who decide, I want to go into business. And the business I'm going to want to go into is the business of farming. How many of them will show up and want to do that with all of these goodies that will be afforded to them? How many? But it shall not be, according to the act, less than 20,000. So the government is actively going to go out to find folks to get at least 20,000. Why wouldn't every black person show up for this? If they were to say, especially after the life I have had of being discriminated against for being a white male, and they were to say, hey, for white males who want to go into the business of farming, and we're going to do all of these things for you, I would be the first person in line. I will happily run that business, especially once you get to see what I'm going to say right next. The Black businessmen and women, according to this act, will have their employees paid for by taxpayers. Black businessmen and women to have their employees paid by taxpayers. And the payment for employees, so this is why I said it's for Black businessmen and women who want to go into the business of farming. You will be able, if you are one of these people, to go to the Black only for Black people bank called the National Socially Disadvantaged Farmer and Rancher Bank. And you will be able to apply for a 0 interest for 7-year loan or loans. It's not just one, to be able to pay employees, to be able to pay for other things that you might need in the process of conducting your new farming and ranching business. You'll be able to go get that money. Now, what do you think? Do you think that these loans, these 0 interest loans, which, by the way, they say in the bill, will be able to be refinanced again and again? So will they ever have to be repaid? Your employees, your equipment, and what will this do? We'll talk about what this would do to the market and to white farmers and farmers of other races as well in a moment. But specifically, of course, white farmers, because my guess is that if, let's just say you are a Chinese man who farms in the United States, my guess is that when the anti-whites see that you are suffering as a consequence economically, you can't do business with this new class of Black businessmen and women who are going into business as farmers and ranchers. My guess is that you will begin to receive payments from the government to keep you in business. But probably those white families, not a penny. So the question is, will the loans ever have to be repaid? They call it a loan here. Everything else here is just a giveaway. Everything else is just a grant. Everything else is, we are giving you this unfair advantage and discriminating against and thieving from and depriving and undermining Western kind in order to give you an unfair advantage, an unfair enrichment, an unfair empowerment. Will they ever have to pay any of it back? I don't know. Ask CNN. Or how about ask Black Entertainment Television? Because we have all of these white entertainment television channels. I'm sure you got BET and you got several others. You should see, are they still in business? The headquarters that they had in town was brilliant. I don't know where they are now, but it was high dollar. And I had, as I was reading this act and let's get a big round of applause for the just absolutely selfless, giving, wonderful woman, Carlisle. As we were going through this, I was having visions. I was having visions of these new ranchers and these new farmers. And I was not seeing an actual hardworking Black man or woman. And we've all worked with hardworking Black men and women, good folks, good patriotic folks, law-abiding folks. We've all worked with them. That wasn't the vision. As I looked through this, it wasn't those people that were coming to mind. No, I was seeing, and I certainly wasn't seeing farming people. I certainly wasn't seeing like dirty boots and, knee deep in manure and overalls and fingers missing from machinery mishaps and scars all over and skin leathered long before it should have been because of being out in the sun so many hours. No, I was seeing leather, but I was seeing it on alligator skin shoes. I was seeing it on things like ostrich skin dashboards on $100,000 automobiles. That's what I'm seeing. I could be wrong, but that's what I'm seeing as this new class of business owner. That's what I'm seeing them looking like and dressing like. So let's see, what else do we have here? Because you might get upset, Middle America, because white America might get a little upset over this. You know that the anti-white regime is going to be churning constantly about how here are all the myths of pretext, the moralization, the moral reasons, the intellectualized reasons, and the sentimentalized reasons. All of these excuses for why you need to be victimized, even though you've done nothing, even though you were born, and that's it. You're just a white person who was born, and now you need to be victimized. Even though that's constantly churning out of the news and entertainment media and in education from the earliest images they can show before a baby can even talk now, all the way up to when they put you in the grave. Even though that is the case, this act provides $50 million, 50 million more of your dollars for a public awareness campaign. Now, part of the campaign is to tell you, you deserve this, white race. And the other part of the campaign is for the government to alert the black population of the United States of the Justice for Black Farmers opportunities. So $50 million of commercials, I'm sure on Black entertainment television and elsewhere, and all of this whole slew of magazines. You go back in the day, I remember you go to the bookstores, there are fewer and fewer of them nowadays, and you see they're like, what do you mean that it's like a third of the shelf over there is just for black people, and it's just magazines just for them? Isn't that wrong somehow, since white people aren't allowed to have their own? And back in the day, you might have like a couple just for the Asians and a couple for this group, or a couple, none just for white people. That would be punishable by time in jail. That'd be punishable by setting your house on fire. But you see this like a third or whatever, a quarter of the magazine rack, just magazines just for black people. So those magazines will be full of this $50 million advert saying, hey, you want to go into the business? You want to drive that Maserati with the ostrich skin dashboard, and that has the highest tech, like the space shuttle that the European mind can invent? You want to drive that around, and then, by the way, get all the benefits of that. How many ladies are you going to be able to pull of all races? How many ladies are you going to be able to pull when you're driving around that space shuttle from town to town, just throwing the money out the window while your workers are paid for by tax dollars on loans from your black-only bank that you'll never have to pay back? Sounds like good work if you can get it to me. So I wonder how many people looking through those magazines are going to think, well, that sounds a lot better than what I'm doing now. Public awareness campaign. And finally, final note on the Justice for Black Farmers Act. Every single thing I've read in here is in the act verbatim. Nothing is my opinion where I've speculated about could something be interpreted this way or could it be read that way. That is up to you to decide if that could be the case. It might be the case. It might not be. It might be the opposite. But it is up to you as an individual, since I don't speak for YouTube, to go elsewhere to get the full story on the Justice for Black Farmers Act. But remember, you get it from congress.gov. That is where you get the act. I read it to you. I can read you the name again. The final note that I have on the Justice for Black Farmers Act, because why not? Anti-Whiteism, right? 500 million more tax dollars, your tax dollars, to go to black colleges and universities. Why not? Anti-Whiteism, right? 500 million more. These universities and colleges, these black, and they, of course, you are allowed to go if you happen to be of another race, but it doesn't work out well for you when you do. With the stories we hear, I mean, this is, for black people, it's a very proud thing for them to be in their own environment and just to be around only other black people. And it's getting, as the years go by, it's getting more that way. I mean, we see these anti-whites saying to the white people, oh, we realize that you're anti-white. I love the one where the white woman, she had I can't remember whether it was like an Arab husband, or so he was a non-white husband, and she had mixed race children, and she's vehemently anti-white and a financial donor. And the meeting came, I don't know, did you all see this? And they're like, get out of the room. We're going to have a safe space right now, and no white people are allowed. So not anti-white enough. Doesn't matter that her legs are that wide for every non-white male she came across. You're not anti-white enough, honey. Hit the road. And guess what? When she shows up on our door, once all the shit hits the fan, it'll be too late. 500 million more. We have this. We already give in just ungodly sums of tax dollars to these all black or virtually all black colleges and universities across the United States. And you look into this for yourself. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not true. And then the students who go there are given our tax dollars in the form of grants to pay the universities that we're paying for already. And so now they're going to throw in another $500 million to go to black universities and black colleges. Isn't that nice of them? So that is your Justice for Black Farmers Act. Please, I'll read it again to you, ladies and gentlemen. This is the 116th Congress, second session. Justice for Black Farmers Act. You can find at congress.gov. It starts off with these words: to address the history of discrimination against black farmers and ranchers, to require reforms within the Department of Agriculture to prevent future discrimination, and for other purposes, like we'll just rob the shit out of Whitey, right? Anybody want to disagree? Anybody need to get burnt down? Let me see. Let's go ahead and take a look at your financial gifts, and we'll come up to time on them, and then we'll pick back up with everything that we have to talk about here. Got a lot of things to do tonight, and I think I'll be here for the full time. But we want to get your calls as well. But I got some other things that I've got to get to for White Wellbeing as well. So let's roll. Like Comedies here, financially gifting $14. Great champion. Great to see you. Always love to see that. Is that your dog? That looks like a great dog in your avatar there. $14. I heard from Poseidon last night that the French president Macron condemned, quote, critical race theory and explicitly called it anti-white. Well, this is, when somebody's being dragged off to the electric chair, when they're being dragged off to the lethal injection, they suddenly have a lot of come to Jesus moments. And that France is in ruins. It's on fire. It's the anti-white. Maybe that's true. Maybe it's not. Check with CNN. You all can attest to yourself whether or not you've seen these videos of what anti-whiteism has done to France, and it is in my opinion, of the videos that I have seen, which were probably faked by evil, unscrupulous people who aren't anti-white enough. The country is in a bad state and is getting worse, and I wouldn't be surprised, terribly surprised, a little surprised that he might say something like that. But I'd be interested in actually seeing if it's on video or hearing the audio or seeing where it's reported, and maybe reported in more than one place. But remember, the title critical race theory is totally irrelevant. We need to call this anti-whiteism. That's it. Remember, Jason, way back in the early 2000s, thought that he had to invent anti-whiteism and anti-white, when really it had been yanked out of the dictionaries, white erased, by anti-whites 40 years earlier. All right. So it's not legitimate because I've been using it forever, or because we all use it here. It is also legitimate because it was in the dictionaries and stolen from us, and we have taken it back, by God. And we're going to continue taking a lot more back. So the critical race theory title, irrelevant. You saw what happened in the United States. As soon as Trump laid the law down on whatever they were, critical race theory, whatever they're calling it in the United States, they just changed the name and they teach the same anti-whiteism. It needs to be identified as anti-whiteism. And if you still feel, not you like comedies, but folks in general, if you feel uncomfortable with doing that, please hit yourself in the face hard as hell, because you need to grow up. We don't have a bunch more time. We don't have a bunch more time for you to continue to feel dainty about this. Thank you, Like Comedies. We'll look into that, and thank you very much for that. Dresden Burns, financially gifting $20, and thank you so much for those $20, dear friend. I'm reading Crucible, and it's so riveting, I can't put it down. Is all of the storyline true? Yes, it is true. Or is it loosely based on your personal life? It is my personal life. Excuse me. How were you able to wake up to the anti-white narrative at such a young age? Accident. It really was, I guess, accident, or maybe my nature. It started before Crucible. Crucible is 11 years of age, 7th grade and 8th grade, up through 13. It started for me, very briefly, I'll just say, I was in preschool. It was my first year of preschool. This is school prior to kindergarten, which is elementary school. So when you're very young, and it was at a religious institution. And if anything, maybe I was, if my nature played into it, it was the fact that I was very cognizant of anomalies. I was cognizant of anomalies in tile. I was cognizant of anomalies in wood. I was cognizant. I would, probably many children, probably many of you would imagine, like, you would look at the cracks in the wood, and then imagine that there were like other worlds inside the cracks in the wood. And I would, when we would walk in line, I would put my consciousness in one of the, like, if I saw an anomaly on tile, as we walked in line, I saw it out in front of me, I would put my consciousness in the anomaly. And then as we passed the anomaly, I would perceive myself passing the anomaly. So if there was anything that played into it, it was that sort of mindset that I was observant. And that we had two teachers. They brought in an easel into one of our classes, and they had this big flip chart, and they started going through these big cartoon characters that were about this tall, and saying, here's good behavior, here's bad behavior. Pulling hair is bad behavior. Helping someone up off the ground is good behavior, and that sort of thing. And while they were talking about this, I noticed that all of the bad behavior were white little boys pulling the hair of Asian little girls, white little boys pushing in line of Hispanic little boys, and then all of the good behavior were non-white children. And there might have been a white little girl drawn that had engaged in some good behavior. I don't remember. But what I do recall vividly sitting in that classroom and seeing the chart go, and I don't know how many we were into it. And I was like, wait a second, I've got friends all around me in class right now and other little boys, and they're just as bad as me. They misbehave just as much, as more. Some of them misbehave more, don't listen even more. And so why our group? Why my people? And then from that, I of course I didn't know what anti-whiteism was, or that there was an agenda or anything of that nature. But because of that observation, I then noticed it in the church, in the songs we sang at church. I then noticed, this focus on race, and I noticed it in the cartoons. I noticed it on the radio, sitting in my child's seat in my parents' car. And so by the time I reached junior high school, 11 years of age, I got to the point where I thought, I'm going to ask these people, the adults, the admin, the teachers, I'm going to ask them, what's behind this? Do you realize that you're harming us? Do you realize that you don't allow us to have any pride? Do you realize that that's a bad thing? Do you realize that it's creating a hostile environment? Do you realize these things? And that's what I went about innocently doing in junior high school. And all of that is what ended up happening as a consequence of my asking those innocent questions. That's what I ended up having to go through. So absolutely, it is nonfiction. And I had to defend myself physically. I had to defend myself in these arguments. I had the truth inverted on me by adults who knew exactly what was going on in that environment. So that is true. That is a story that so many of us have lived in to various degrees. And it is speaking to a great many people. And please, thank you for the great testimonial about the book. Please share it with other folks. Let them know about Crucible and about going free and how they can be empowered here. Thank you very much for that, Dresden Burns. And by the way, there was nothing, I just want to add to this. There was no, like in the movies, in fiction, you see the character has, and maybe some of you, when you read it, you think, boy, this is really missing from this story. There's like some sort of magical ability for the central character. Like it's some kind of like predestined thing. And like the Harry Potter hero's journey story where there's some kind of magical, it's just going to happen. You can feel it almost. I had to decide, and you can see that in the story again and again, to be brave. And I still have to do that as an adult. And that is a decision that we can all make again and again. As a human animal, you're going to have those moments when you're like, whoa, this might not be. And you decide to do the right thing. The beautiful reality about that, and the fact that I'm willing to admit it, is that we all can then make the same decisions. We can all decide to do the right thing. Angharad Celtic is here. Hello, dear lady. Financially gifting $30. And she writes, thank you so much. $30 from Angharad Celtic. She writes, Owen is wrong, capital, all caps for wrong. And that was the gentleman earlier, I believe, saying, what was it? Was that the system is broken comment from Owen? Let's see what she has to say. Where she writes here, voting disengagement is what got us into this peril. Yeah, correct. That's where Owen was saying, yeah, you should tell people that not to vote, because then we would delegitimize it. And it'll be totally illegitimate when they come and they steal your land from you. And when you're living in that cardboard box, you can tell all of the other hobos about how illegitimate it was. Disengagement is what got us into this peril in the first place. Disengagement is laziness and cowardice. There are many ways to climb to the top of a mountain. You need to find the best method up to the peak of the mountain you are climbing. Voting matters because everything matters, in all caps. Very well written, Angharad Celtic. Yeah, and it's the ability to understand the analogy we were giving earlier about the dog between us and the grizzly bear. Don't know whose dog that is, the dog representing the Republican Party. Don't know who it belongs to, but I'm really glad that it feels as threatened by the grizzly bear as I do. We have, wow, evidence violates terms of service back again. Let's get raucous emojis going for another $50, bringing it to a total of $150 by evidence violates terms of service financial contribution. Thank you so much, my dear brother. Every single one of these dollars, ladies and gentlemen, I've said it before and I'll continue to say it. None of them go for food or toothpaste or hair products. Hair products. None of them go for makeup or fancy attire. You've seen nothing has changed with me and my standard of living, of dress. Not like, what was that guy, the loser over there in the UK, where suddenly he was wearing like Tommy Robinson $500 sneakers and things of this nature as the money poured in. Nothing like that will change for me. All of this money goes strategically and intelligently into the service for white well-being. God bless you. $50 more. Evidence violates terms of service. He writes here, some funds so that future generations of white children never have to experience a generation as wretched as this one, which Disney has charged us, has charged us to undo. Precisely. Thank you so much. Evidence violates community or terms of service, rather. Ladies and gentlemen, financially gifting $50 to put an end to this anti-white world so that no more of our white little babies have to endure this kind of hellish environment that we have had to endure. Teaching, learning from the adults while children is like speaking to the gods and them telling us that we have an evil seed inside of us. Almost blatantly saying you have an evil seed inside of you because you're white, but saying it in every other imaginable way. Absolutely bestial what these anti-whites have done and are doing. Thank you, Evidence. That's a great character right there. Evidence violates terms of service. Thank you, brother. Sound Killer, financially gifting $5. Hello, dear brother. Great to see you. And he writes here, I've heard you mention before that you avoid dairy products. Have you ever tried raw grass-fed dairy? If I did, it would have been brief. It would have been very brief, a very brief period that I did. I generally speaking, I think that when it comes to dairy, we consumed dairy because of the environment that we were in, and there were very lean periods that, the growing season was this big for us in Europe, and we had to survive very inhospitable winters and the like. So being able to consume dairy when there was suddenly a dearth of food stores was vital to our existence. Eating and drinking what hormonally is meant for the babies of some other species of animal is just something that I typically keep off the plate. It doesn't mean that I will never have something that has some dairy in it. Maybe here, maybe there, but once a month or something or less. But I just don't do it because it's not meant for me as the human animal, apex predator that we are. I kind of get this vision of suckling on the teat of a cow, and as it's most unsavory when that comes to mind. But thank you for the question. Some people do very well. They like it. They have the grass-fed dairy, and they say wonderful for them. It makes them feel fabulous. And so do what works for you. If that works, excuse me, if that works for you, then more power to you. The International Puppy financially gifts $10. Hello, and thank you for showing up with those $10 and writing here, remember our brothers in South Africa. I think more than ever with this, pointing out the South-Africanization of America, it really brings far more into poignant relief what is happening to our people in that country. Because now so many Americans who have just rested on their laurels because it wasn't happening here, they just heard about it and then would turn away because it was a very objectionable thing that they personally couldn't do anything about. They felt they couldn't because it wasn't grand enough. Remember, everybody can do a little something, and that's what you should be doing, a little something. You're not going to change the world yourself, but by God, if you shoot for the stars, you'll land on the moon. So yeah, absolutely remembering our brothers and sisters in South Africa. Where the great Richard Wagner is here. I think Richard Wagner was one of the gentlemen who financially gifted after I had closed the stream. I'll try to open that and see if I can find those. I was pissed off when I pulled the screen up and the machine up, and those tabs had gone away because I pride myself on getting to everything that everybody says. So I apologize if you were one of them, and I apologize to everybody. I think there were less than a handful, but $5 from Richard Wagner. Thank you so very much. And he writes here, with all due respect to the fantastic and heroic Mark Collett, PA will get absolutely nowhere if they do not go free. Still seeing Mark use anti-white racism. Nevertheless, who am I to critique? God bless the both of you heroes and Promethean hails. Well, a big, warm Promethean hails, Promethean greetings and blessings to you, my dear brother. This man here, an absolute virtuoso on the piano, and gifting me beautifully a piece after reading Crucible, we were just talking about a moment ago. Thank you so much, dear brother. Yeah, I mean, there are, Mark has been in the service to white well-being for his life, as I have, and 2 different continents, and he's doing the best he can. I'm doing the best I can. I agree that the folks in PA have to go free. This is the psychological defense to the psychological assault, psychological warfare that's waged against us. It wouldn't, if PA, for example, were to somehow have success in the UK without going free without using the lexicon and the dialectics. If they were somehow to come to power, they would be able to be defeated by the same means that the anti-whites defeated political parties and movements before. So they would need the psychological defense for the psychological attack that is psychological warfare that is waged against us. Bottom line, it's not going to be enough to have a cohort at the top who's, understands things and they'll see through the psychological warfare. You need the totality of your people to be in our story, out of their narrative, so that when the anti-whites begin to try to break up PA and its success, when they come in and they are using the psychological warfare tools that they've used before, that the people who then receive this message say, that only holds true in your anti-white narrative. I'm not listening to any of that. If they use, and specifically, see, this is the way you inoculate a people. This is the way you create a people. And specifically, the term anti-white racism is very damaging, extraordinarily damaging to the fight against anti-whiteism. For various reasons, we've talked about it before. Maybe I'll do a roll-in on anti-white racism, a short roll-in, maybe 5-10 minutes long, so that it'll be easy to share. But by the main thing here about anti-white racism is that you reinvigorate the concept, the anti-white concept, racism. And it once reinvigorated, once alive again, the anti-whites will then use it to bludgeon you into submission. And there's no getting around that. It is so foreseeable. It's like standing in the middle of an 8-lane highway. And we have 12 lane, I think it's 12 lanes, where 270 comes down to 495 all the way across. It's like standing in the middle of that and having an 18-wheeler bearing down on you at high noon on a clear day. That is what using anti-white racism looks like to me. That is the anti-white concept, its central pillar being revitalized. And if you use the anti-white terminology, you legitimize their ideology, right? Remember that was given to us by the White Rabbit's crew. So that, in fact, is most poignantly true. You revitalize it, and they will wield it again, and with the same power that it was wielded before, and it'll then just be racism, and all of your followers will go home because they would rather not be called a name. They would rather their civilization go down in ash than be called that terrible name. You need to ridicule the concept racism as illegitimate, as its purpose is inside the anti-white narrative to delegitimize white well-being. It's not, you will not be able to change the name, the definition of it as something that is anybody can practice. Anybody can be a racist. Where do you find the definition? We've said this before, and then I'm going to keep moving. Where's the definition for the word racism? It's in the heads of the millions of people who use it. It's in the laws. It's written into law. It's written into corporate code. It's written into hundreds and millions of theses, doctoral theses, college and high school level essays, and more. It's everywhere. That the functional definition, that's what matters, not what it says in the dictionary, which, by the way, they can change at any time. So it is so feckless and so effete and so pathetic to see somebody say, but the dictionary. I mean, just put your pajamas back on and remember to drop that lower flap when you sit down on the toilet, loser. But yeah, precisely. Don't use anti-white racism. And everybody in PA will have to go free if they're going to survive anti-whiteism. That's a reality. Hansa says here, with $25. Thank you so much, good brother. Hansa always around. And I'll say once again, Mark is doing the best. He's under relentless attack by the anti-whites. He is just a magnificent human being, a splendid human being. He's got a wonderful little baby, and they're taking banking accounts away from him, and he is also endlessly attacked by these anti-white, just dirtbags who build up a reputation as being a white positive person, but then they have this acerbic, baseless critiques, and they're just endlessly trying to fracture everything Mark Collett is doing in the UK. So it's a constant thing. So to deal with this from banks, from the regime's media, from these subversives in his own midst, trying to break up the party and the group of people from every direction, and trying to shift out of an old paradigm into a new paradigm. Quite a task. Now he's a hell of a man, but it's still quite a task. That I can assure you, and of course, folks, you would understand. And so we think he's doing a marvelous job over there. And we'll leave it there, because that's the truest statement I can say of what's taking place for PA. And they're having great gains. Very happy over there, especially with the great work that Laura and her wonderful husband Sam, and the tea. It's just, I couldn't be more excited and happy for everyone there. And I will do everything for those folks. I will go back 100 times, 1,000 times to the UK. I will travel up and down that island if they need me to make sure that they are a success. We have here Hansa, $25. Thank you so very much, my dear brother. Hansa always reminds me of my Honda 250 that I had, dirt bike, and really was my father's, but it was kind of a lazy bike, but it was, I mean, it did the job. I remember I was going through the woods once and flying along on that Honda, and you all will know, if you're country people or whatever, you ever go four-wheel and dirt bike riding, this can happen. And boy, it happened. There was a bramble, and right beside the trail, I was just rifling down, and there was enough of it sticking out. It grabbed the handlebars, and my gosh, talk about an airborne Jason. It stopped that Honda. It stopped it. And but Jason learned a lot about physics that day, and how you can fly for a bit. You can fly for a bit, but it doesn't last very long. And you learn quickly too why dirt bike riding is definitely a young man's sport. Because when you go flying through the air and then you do that pinball thing off the trees, boy, when you finally come to rest amid the leaf litter, you know that it's going to be some healing that has to be done, and so it better be a young body. Hansa with $25 writes, and thank you for that memory, brother. That's actually, believe it or not, it's a good memory. The fine lady and her family have been attacked and persecuted only, all caps, for loving her people, our people. Please, Jason, give her this. Absolutely, brother, without question. You don't have to say please, but I appreciate the please. We always try to be polite. I'm not flush with money, writes Hansa, at this time, but I'm compelled to help this fine family. I'm still determined to catch up on my gifts to your channel, as what you, all caps, as what you do helps all caps, white families. Well, thank you so very much, Hansa. And that's the commitment we're making, and the commitment that you're making is so appreciated. I mean, maybe it won't have to be financially. Maybe we end up deciding we're going to have 1,000 descend on the little courthouse, or maybe the little mayor's house. I can tell you, ladies and gentlemen, a mayor is a nothing in the United States. So 1,000 people turn up at his house, and minds will be changed in a real quick way. Maybe 1,000 people just around the mayor's house, just to make sure that all night long he gets to appreciate black metal music, and or whatever else, that is lawful for us to do. And just, we want to make sure that he has a proper appreciation of black death metal, heavy metal music in its raw, most uncut, screaming and we will all bring our hearing protection or whatever it takes to make sure that this guy knows that we're not fooling around. And if you're going to bend a knee to anybody, it better not be the anti-whites. You're going to do the will of the people. And so maybe, Hansa, instead of financially gifting, you show up for that 1,000 person party that we'll have outside. Well, that's what it'll be. We'll call it a party outside the mayor's house. Bob, ladies and gentlemen, financially gifting, get out those emojis because Bob means business. $50 US. Thank you, Bob. $50 US. I want to support this honorable woman. Please write that book someday. Sarah has an incredible story. We must support her, and we must. Let me see. I think she has here. Okay, this is, I think she just, yes. Okay, which one do I, okay, this is the one. Let me just open this. And what I will do actually is I will give this to the mods, and then they will know what to do, because as the channel owner, I might not be allowed to drop such things in the live chat. You all know that I received a strike for sharing a website that was not YouTube oriented. So I might not be allowed to share that, but so I will just grab that, and let me see, what do we have here? I'll see. It looks like we might also have a, okay, and then this is, I would absolutely never put anything like this on my video, in my live chat. I would never do anything like this. So if it gets shared, ladies and gentlemen, then boy, I'm going to be really cranky with my moderators. You are not allowed to share anything like this on this channel. So don't you dare. And I won't share it. So just know that. Yeah, I will. Let me come back to here, Bob. $50. Thank you so very much. I want to support this honorable woman. Please write that book. So Sarah, and I was thinking the same thing. I wish I had said so. Please, you must write that book. It is it's the kind of story I would share it widely, and I hope that others would too. I think it would do a lot of good for you and your family. It would provide you income for you and your family. Who knows how well that book might do, dear lady? And get help if you need it. To write that book and get that story out there. It could be something really special. We have some more here on entropy. I'm going to swivel over here because we haven't looked at Cash App, and I want to make sure. It's been quite a little while that we haven't looked over there. So it looks like we have Art Acrobats. Financially gifting $5. Thank you. You were asking earlier, and so here you are. I get your $5 financial gift, brother. And it writes here, for Sniffy Joe and Smelly Mo, I will say, got to go. $5. Well, thank you so much. I know that Joe, Rigor Mortis, and Camel, that they will be so grateful to know that you have financially gifted $5. And by the way, folks, we are going to get into this email where apparently the people on the internet are reporting it wrong. The YouTubers and the white positive sphere are reporting it wrong. I'm told this. I don't know for sure. I'm being told this about how this works out with the Electoral College. And we've gotten the actual data. And in fact, they are even reporting it incorrectly on the regime's media. So we'll get to that shortly. Thank you so much. Great champion here. Another great champion who just can't do enough for white well-being. Definitely going to be on the already, in my mind, it's already happened, the names on the Hall of Heroes. And Slots is one of those names. You know it well. Financially gifting $5. Never missing a beat. This is a true hero. We got Bobby Fisher over here. Another one. $14 financial gift. Thank you, dear brother. I like this avatar with the chess piece, this $14 financial gift, and he writes, does 14 play into the hands of the anti-whites? You mean just the number 14 in and of itself? No, but it might play in your maybe you play the lotto. Maybe those will be the numbers that show up. As far as advocating for white well-being, and this question came up a couple of weeks ago, I think, about 14, and if you can, I would say, when you're helping people to go free, there's a reason why it doesn't. What Bobby is referring to here is not in go free, and that is the obvious reason that if you take these words, if you take these sentences, and you set them aside of the world, you set them aside of the anti-white narrative we live in, there wouldn't be, or there shouldn't be, a human being that would say there's anything. Just like I would never say there's anything wrong. No, in fact, I would endorse non-white people. What are we saying? I would absolutely and do absolutely endorse non-white people protecting their children, providing for their children's future, ensuring. I want them to have wonderful memories and have photographs and videos of all of their holidays and birthdays they get to. I want them to have all of that, and the good people in those communities would want the same for us. So, extracted from where we are, then in the lab, it works. In the world that we're in, no. The reality is no. Now, do you want to say, if you're with some other white positive people, that it has those specific words, that specific sentence has a lot of meaning for you? Yeah, more power to you. You go for it. But as far as helping people go free, it has a direct connection to a imprisoned individual who participated with other individuals in crime of various types, and who the average person in society is not going to understand. That they're just going to understand, this is some monster, and now you have just identified yourself with some monster. So the actual words are not going to change anything in their minds, even though it's in your head, you're thinking this is the most innocent and legitimate thing ever to say. The way I have used this before when dealing with anti-whites is when they bring it up, I ask if they object to it. And you really trip them up then. Because if they object to it, then they've just identified that they're anti-white. And this is how I would suggest, if you're going to use it, using it that way. Say, well, do you object to these words? Because if so, we know what kind of person you are. Thank you very much for that. We have next here a financial gift of, and if anybody needs clarity or any other uses on that, just ask away. When it comes to, the using this, saying words and using this numeral before them, when it comes to that sort of thing, that is just like in application in the real world. That is just like having a weird wave. That is just like saying, the antique nationalism. That's just like all of that sort of stuff. It just fits right into identifying yourself as the villain in the anti-white narrative. Now, you could have gone down this road, and I know many people believe they have, and I know people have really recently written in threads and done a bunch of research and think, I have come to the truth, and it's not the same as what we're taught in school or whatever that might be, and you might end up revering this or that. That's your thing. You want to revere it, and I would suggest, and what I've suggested before, is put it in a place of reverence in your home. If you believe these are pearls, do not cast it before swine. You have people who are, when they see what you believe is pearls, they are going to see turds. They are going to see manure. We're talking about farming earlier. They're going to see spheres. It's just going to be made out of the waste of animals. They're going to see monstrosity. So you then have an insurmountable challenge, and that is to try to re-educate these people. And you are one person that has to contend with the thousands of people and figures of authority in their life over the course of their life that have taught them that it means the exact opposite. So this is, you just undermine yourself. You might as well drink poison before trying to argue them out of their position, because you're never going to do it, and you might as well just end it quietly before it gets too ugly. So instead, put these things in a place of reverence, revere them all you want. Especially if you've collected antiques. You know, if you actually have antiques from these eras, then put them in a place of reverence. Go out into the world, be a Brit, be a German, be an Italian, be an American, be an Australian. You are first and foremost a Westman, man or woman, and you are going free, and you are helping others to go free in service to white well-being. After that, that's the primary thing. After that, you are an American, or you are a Canadian, or you are whatever other country. That's what you are, because if you are any of these other things, you've just made it so easy for the anti-white. They don't even have to raise a finger. They've beaten you before the conversation starts. So you force their hand to demonize the totality of our countries, the totality of our people, and you win from there on forward. But like I said, I mean, you're with your buddies or whatever, and for you, those words or some symbol has a completely different meaning than popularly it does. Well, then for you all together, it can mean that. But facing the world, you need to accept what the world is, and then move forward through that world with what's really in our hearts, which is love for our people. It's not love for a particular set of words, or love for a particular black and white footage, or love for a particular, because if that's your issue, you need a psychiatrist. You are crazy. If your thing is not our people, but a specific type of helmet that looks really cool, or a specific banner that you never saw fly in legitimacy over any government, then you need a psychiatrist. You need deep help. We need to be focused on ourselves. So this is a great question, a very great question that Bobby is asking. Thank you so much for asking it. We have here Ron financially gifting $10. Thank you so much, my dear brother. And he writes here, for giving hope to us, Western kind. Amen to that. $10. Thank you so very much. And using the lexicon. Do you see how easy it gets? Once you start using the lexicon and the dialectics, do you see how easy it gets to side with yourself? It's a paradigm shift. I get it. I get how difficult that can be. I can't tell you how many people I talk to on a regular basis that they look like a top. You know, they're like, okay, now I'm facing the new salubrious, healthful, bountiful cornucopia of wholesome things in the lexicon and dialectics. And then the very next moment, they spin right back around and they're back in the old paradigm. And then they are talking in a way that's detrimental to them, that weakens them every way. It's so frustrating for me. And it even happens to me sometimes. That's why we work together. That's why we use this language together. You know, it's crazy that you can have people in the white positive sphere and they want to, they say they might want to use, what phrase? Let's just grab politically incorrect, because that's so widespread. And in your little circle of buddies, you'll decide, okay, well, politically incorrect means for us that you stand against X, Y, or Z. And then so you together begin telling each other and the world, who looks at you like an idiot, the world, that you are politically incorrect. And you're able to adopt that, something approved by the anti-whites for you to be able to adopt, but you can't adopt like Western kind, like Ron just used beautifully here. Why the hell not? Why? Because some guy who's in shape in Virginia actualized it. I mean, I had somebody actually get all bent out of shape and say, you didn't create the word Western kind. It's too easy to just, well, fine. If you can find it anywhere else, if you can find it in the, if you can find, as Final Blossom found, that anti-whiteism and anti-white were in the dictionary long before I thought I invented them, then great, because it means there's even more legitimacy to what we're doing here. But I had somebody get all bent out of shape. If you want to say I actualized it, if I put it into effect, whatever you got to do. But what's the deal with, we had this question about PA earlier, and some of the people in PA, they don't want to use, or somebody who might be in PA doesn't want to use something, I don't know, like let's just say Western kind. Why? You're not willing to use Western kind because a guy who I don't know, do I look better than you? Am I better in shape than you? Or do you suspect I'm better in bed than you? I mean, what's the reason why? You're probably right on the last one, but what's the reason why you wouldn't use Western kind, but you will use what the anti-whites hand to you? I mean, come on. This is pulling my Joe Biden out of the pocket. What is it? Come on, man. What did he say? $10 from Ronald. God bless you, brother. Let's see here. We have I Love Jesus Christ, and I love reading financial gifts from this beautiful woman. I love Jesus Christ, because what a name that is. I mean, talk about like stating everything you believe in. Just bam. I love Jesus Christ. $5. Thank you so much, dear lady. Oh, and then look at this. For the children of Western kind. I had not read that until just now. We're coming together. There's a synergy happening, ladies and gentlemen, a real synergy. We can all go wrong. We all do go wrong, but we can go right. We can make the decisions to go right. And we see this right now. I wasn't even, how many times does it have to happen here for us to finally conclude that, well, maybe there's something a little bit more special going on in the world when it comes to service to white well-being than we see right here on the surface. And we now have the First Lady of the American Theater over here. Another great name. $25 financial gift. Thank you so much, sweet woman. She writes, for the white men who love white women. And then a beautiful little tulip emoji that now the emojis have such meaning for me. I don't know why I was so resistant to them. I was intractable. You couldn't get me to like the emojis for so long, but now I love them. That's wonderful. Thank you for the little tulip. And yeah, indeed, $25 for the white men who love white women. Well, that's the only kind of woman for me. So thank you so very much, First Lady of the American Theater. I wonder what you all are saying in the live chat. And I want to be able to get to that. I want to be able to get to the calls today. I want to be able to get to Final Blossom because he had some things he wanted to talk about. And I want to get to him sooner on the phones than the rest of the phone calls. But I want to finish up what we're doing here. Before getting to that, he wants to cover a few things that we had him on the Thanksgiving special. I thought it would be marvelous to bring him on. He's such a wonderful guy and great character and participant in service to white well-being. And so wanted to have him on the Thanksgiving special to be able to give thanks to him. But it was, the blocks were chopped up because we had so many wonderful people on. And so I said, hey, just come back. We'll have you over on Going Free. 41 BMC is here. Great to see you. Snyder is here. Great to see you. YT, did I mention you before? Great to see you. Hey, YT, now that reminds me of my Yamaha. You all have me thinking about off-roading. Could it be that Jason is going to be attending a meeting, conference maybe of some sort? And there might be some fun going on. So maybe some off-roading. I don't know. We'll have to see. But the YT250 Yamaha. Now that thing could shit and get. It was when I was younger, it was a little too much for me. But oh boy, that was the one that I was on when the police officer beat me up. That is a story right there in and of itself. But I thought they only beat up non-white people. So a white police officer beat the hell out of the lily white guy, really fair skin, light green eyes, light features. White police officer beat you up for nothing? Yes. That's exactly what happened. And trust me, I wasn't fighting back because I know better. And then got into the courtroom and lied about all of it. So there are good cops and there are bad cops. Donning Armor is here. Great to see you. Buscape X is here. Great to see you. Or is it 10? Which one is it? X? Buscape X? Let's see. Who else? The great Raymond Foster is here. And he is the projected winner of the Senate race, even this early out in Australia. Hey, the great Nathan Lentini is here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get a round of applause for Nathan Lentini. He's with us. Another great rising star. And so is the great 4-Null. Does so much for this service to white well-being. Lisa is here. Great to see you. Lisa Z. Escape X and Lisa Z. And Jessica is here. Great to see you. Euphemia is here. That's a great name. And the great White Rider. Hey, we got to do the mailbag coming up here very shortly. I think I have something from White Rider in the mailbag. So thank you so much, good brother. And we'll be getting to that shortly. Just trying to catch up a little bit. Remember, tag me if you want me to see your comment or question, and we can go back and forth on some of these things. Andre, the great Andre Boston is here. You might be right. I might be wrong on whatever the issue is. If I'm right and you're wrong, then I will totally obliterate you. If you're right and I'm wrong, I will give in to your superior reason, logic, and evidence before you have the opportunity to obliterate me, because I like to always adopt what is right and what works for white well-being. Hey, look here. Richard Wagner saying check entropy. Well, was that from earlier? It says check entropy. And maybe that was from earlier. Shauna Shaw is here. Great to see you. So is Chrissy. Wonderful to see you, dear sister. I did mention UDG earlier, I think. Yes, I did. Hello, dear lady. And let's see. As I move through the gathering of heroes, which is what this is, this grand family coming together, the apostles of white well-being, changing the world. That's what we are. We are the apostles in service to white well-being. We are changing the world. And we will and are and have made a great difference. We will continue making that difference. Okay, we have somebody by the name of Curtis saying, naming the enemy worked. Well, we are naming the enemy by calling them anti-whites. And then he refers to, obliquely, to a specific group of people, and then just puts my name, Jason. So you're lucky I saw that. It's a simple instruction, Curtis, and that is that you have to use the @ symbol and no white guilt to draw my attention. Using just the name Jason bleeds it into all of the other words on the screen for me, and I may or may not need glasses. We'll see. I'm going to have I'll have a meeting with my physician, and we'll see. If I slide her some money under the table, maybe she'll say, perfect vision. And I won't have to. 2015 it was. And now it seems that that doesn't last forever. And he says, he commands me, Curtis does, to stop saying naming the victim, naming the enemy doesn't work. Well, we are naming the enemy. Naming a group of people for their immutable characteristic is evil. We are condemned for our immutable characteristic. White people operate, and they need to only criminal people of any race, including the white race, only criminals will not operate inside of a moral framework. So if it appeals to you to operate outside of a moral framework, then you should get some therapy and maybe go to church or whatever will correct your scenario. Whatever it might be that's keeping you back from being moral. We do not condemn anyone for being whatever they are. We accept the decision that an individual of any race will make to decide to be anti-white. When they make that decision, we will happily acknowledge that they are anti-white, and we will defend ourselves from their attacks, irrespective of what race they are or religion they practice or whatever it is. Furthermore, not only is it immoral, but furthermore, you are talking about periods in history that are so different from the one in which you are operating, I could ask you some very insulting questions, especially when you come into my house and you start commanding me to do things. When you identify a group of people as the bad guys, what you do is you turn every single white person, every normal, with normal sensibilities white person against you. And those are in the millions, in the absolute millions of them. And you want the good, functional, functioning white people of all economic levels, of all skill levels, of all education levels. You want them on our side in service to white well-being. You do not want to turn every single one of those people off. And that is what you do the moment I take a whole group of people in which you know there are going to be innocent individuals, and you condemn the entire group of people. Furthermore, and I could talk about this for hours about how many reasons why that is stupid as all hell, while that is inane as all hell, that tact. I defeated Richard Spencer and David Duke at the same time on this issue. In debate, in an impromptu debate on this issue. So if you think you have a chance, you're probably, your ego's writing checks your body can't cash. When you condemn a group of, when you go out to, good Lord, I could just go on for this forever. When you go out to a group of people with this focus, when you go out to the population with a focus of rage, with a focus of hate, with a focus of anger on a specific group of people that undoubtedly are going to have innocent members, not the least of which are their brand new babies, for God's sake. When you do that, what people are you talking to? When you tell the world that there's this group of people and they're all powerful and they control all things behind the scenes and they work together, who are you talking to? You're talking to white people who don't have, or members of the white race who don't have a people. Their first thought is not to, how do I join with my brothers and sisters here to prevent the victimization of my people and my country. Their first thought is a radical individualist thought, which is, how do I save my ass? How do I join that group so that I will be spared? That's their first thought. And that continues to be their first thought. All of these other periods in history you want to talk about, you had very specific, the differences are so colossal. For there, I could go for hours. You had very specific peoples who knew exactly who they were. Go free. I know you're repeating what somebody else told you. It doesn't work. It only makes things harder for you and for all of us. And it is immoral. You don't want it done to you. That's exactly what we're having done to us by the anti-whites. So don't do it to someone else. Good Lord. Yeah, we are naming the victimizer. We name them every day, and they're called anti-whites. That's all that matters. You don't create a people out of the deracinated white race. When you call those who are victimizing us any name other than anti-white. You want to call them puppies? That does nothing to create a people out of us. You want to call them communists? It does nothing to create a people out of us. You want to call them socialists? It does nothing to create a people out of us. You want to call them any of these other names? You are just demonstrating that you have learned from an idiot, and then you are promulgating the idiot's ideas. Sismic is here. Thank you so much for showing up. Jesse Link, I mentioned you earlier. Great to see you, brother. Yeah, I wrote the message a bunch of times, it looked like, ordering me, coming into my house and ordering me to do something. Sure, that works. All right, let's see. All right, don't know who that comment is is meant for. Just reading some of these, because I'll happily take on any of these folks who want to argue these old strategies that have been wretched and failures, and it's happily destroy them on this issue. Question Everything says, I'm still here on YT for some reason. You are? Why are you surprised by that? Have you been sharing things that would have gotten you kicked off? Elaine Sabatino says the hysteria over socialism is an anti-white distraction, Jason. Exactly. It's all about anti-whiteism. It's not an economic ideology. Richard's Bar of Soap says cross eyes is in entropy. Cross eyes is with us? No way. We haven't heard from Cross Eyes in a while. If he stays here long enough, he'll see, if he's going to be honest, which I guess we'll see if Cross Eyes will be honest, that we are the opposite of the kind of claims that he and others have made before about service to white well-being. The great Ezra St. White is here. Cash App is a good platform to donate on, he writes, to everyone. All right. So I will go check it out. Yeah, is it the real Cross Eyes? Richard's Bar Soap says, do you eat steak or bacon? I eat steak occasionally because it's occasional. I don't know if it would be terribly more often if I had the money for it. But yeah, I eat steak, but bacon is my real. That is delectable. The more bacon, the better. Anybody telling you to stay away from bacon is I don't know, from another planet. Question Everything writes, it's only that I haven't went over to Entropy or DLive yet. I'm here, and so many others have been banned. My channel is dead. Ah, yeah, many have been banned. You're right about that. Melissa is here. Great to see you, sweet sister. All right, I will swivel around now that we've worked our way back around here. And it's getting no White Gill Clips is here. Great to see you. Grandpappy Longshanks is here. All right. Let's go ahead and I'll swivel back around to here and we will work through these as quick. We got so much wonderful stuff going on and wonderful stuff to do. Lovely people, lovely work. I'm gonna have to take up some form of prestidigitation to move through this more quickly. Let's see. We have next is Irish Ice Champion, $5 financially gifting. I've been targeting anti-white places of business in my city recently. I'm exposing their anti-whiteism by posting flyers all around town, describing their anti-white hostility and encouraging innocent white victims to call in their complaints. Kip, amen to that. Well done. Thank you. Yeah, please do that. In fact, I'm going to be making some videos here in the very near future. There's a lot of stuff going on that you all just can't know about right now because it's the kind of thing we can talk about when it's over, and that's taking a lot of time. But having said that, I'm going to be making some videos where I call up businesses and ask, why the hell are you so anti-white? You know, when a business has something out, when they have a sign out front that says they're going to stamp out, this business is going to stamp out this anti-white slur racism, you can approach the manager, you can approach, or you can give a call or whatever, and you can say, hey, look, there is an implied villain in that statement. Who is it? And then watch them squirm. Who's responsible for structural racism? Manager of this location. And then go ahead and tell them at that point how offended you are by the fact that they would put an anti-white sign out in front of their business. You and I, we're all opposed to any sort of oppression or what is broadly defined today in its application as discrimination on the basis of someone's genetic inheritance, any immutable characteristic. We oppose that for every single person, including white people. But the anti-white concept of racism, its premise is that white people are doing it. And so when you see something like that, that's the reason it exists. When they tell you that certain lives don't matter, who's the people that have made those lives not matter? And so now that they have to tell you that those lives matter, who are they condemning? They're condemning Western kind. And you are well within your rights to say, I find this despicable. You should pull that anti-white sign down. And the more often that happens, the more often those things will come down. And in fact, there was a big, I'm not going to say where, there was a big grocery store somewhere in the United States who received complaints about a banner that said that a certain group of people's lives mattered. And the complaints were from this angle that, okay, well, who are the people who made their lives not matter? I want that thing taken down. I'm not going to shop here anymore. And guess what happened to that sign? It came down. Not criminally, the store took it down. So thank you very much, Irish Ice, for all of your good work for White Wellbeing. Promethean Promulgation, a great name. Financially Gifting, and a great person too. Financially Gifting, $10. For those too dumb for real politics, it's like when you team up against someone in Monopoly while still trying to win yourself. Well, that's perfectly put. Promethean Promulgation, yes. You want the Republicans to win because they will be harmed, just like you are harmed if the Democrats, both parties, of course, anti-white, but the anti-whites who call themselves Republicans will be harmed just like you will be harmed. So you want them to win so that you both won't be harmed. And Promethean Promulgation says it beautifully with $10 for those too dumb for real politics, for those too immature, for those who are still children. It's like when you team up against someone in Monopoly while still trying to win yourself. Well put. Hungarian Spectator. Also, Hungarian Spectator, ladies and gentlemen, out there on Twitter all of the time, making it happen, recommending nowhiteguilt.org, recommending going free with person. And I see people, okay, thank you for the recommendation. I'm going to go check it out. A big Promethean hail to you, Hungarian Spectator. And let's get out those raucous emojis for this champion. $50 US, Hungarian Spectator. Writes here, I'm in the mood for gifting. Well, thank you so very much. And writes here, with a smiley face and winking one eye. I like that. By the way, I'm also promoting your work among some of my Hungarian friends who are familiar with U.S. politics so they can effectively join the fight. We need trained people on the front line in this war against anti-whiteism. Wow. Big round of raucous emojis. A big salute for Hungarian Spectator. That is magnificent. Out there regularly promoting White Wellbeing, financially gifting $50 US, and recruiting cohorts, Hungarian cohorts, to come into this service to White Wellbeing to help spread this efficacious, loving message of redemption to as many people as possible while we have the time to do it. God bless you. Thank you so very much, Hungarian Spectator. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I might not be reading this right. I have my eyes are a little glazed. I have some allergies. When we talk about the allergies, the anti-whites, I was sent this clip, I have to say. I was sent this clip of anti-whites giggling amongst themselves. I don't know what they were drunk on or maybe just, and by the way, this is coffee. I don't know what they were drunk on or maybe just inebriated with their own screwed up genetics. I don't know. But they were giggling to themselves about, haha, Jason has mentioned allergies at certain times of year. And these people think they're superior. Nowhere do we say that. No place. That is your anti-white narrative talking out of your asses. At no point in my entire life. And I'm going to be going on 2021 would have already happened if it hadn't have been for everything going on with COVID-19 and everything else and the election and everything. But in 2021, we're going to be going to the polygrapher by one of the professional companies here in the DC metropolitan area. And I'm going to be asked many questions while I'm strapped up and being recorded, and no edits, and will be able to see, well, does Jason think that this will be one of the ones. Does Jason think that the white race is superior in all ways to the, well, the question will be asked, and you'll be able to see for sure that I don't think those things, never have thought anything like that. That is just a character in your story. And then you want to apply it to those that you want to victimize, because otherwise you don't have proper reason to victimize us, and you can't dehumanize us to get others to victimize us. So that's why you say these kinds of things. Absolutely imbecilic. All right. I really want you all to get a really wild, I don't know how many emojis you have to get out. Get out as many as you have left in your pockets. Shake them up. Shake them up like this is some sort of carbonated drink. Like this is a champagne, and you're going to blast it into the stratosphere, because Al Robot, numeral 2, just financially gifted on Entropy, ladies and gentlemen. And I swear to you, I thought my vision was beguiling me here. Canadian dollars, $1,579 at Canadian dollars and 7 cents. I still think I'm reading that right. $1,579 Canadian dollars and 7 cents. My God. God bless you, brother. God bless you. What a fine testimonial. We can all right now just take a moment after celebrating Al Robot, and this is at least the second time you have done this, isn't that correct, Al Robot? Isn't this at least the second time that you have done this? And I remember thinking the first time you did it that it was a foreign currency, and I had to speak with you about it. This is the second time you have done this. We could all right now tweet and gab that a massive hero for white well-being, Al Robot, has stepped up with a testimonial of $1,579 Canadian dollars and 7 cents, a testimonial to the success of service to white well-being, to the good work that we are doing here. This kind of thing happens again and again because this works, because it is effective, because we are changing lives, because people with the intelligence to see where this will go, even if they haven't seen all of the evidence up to this point, they can use their intelligence, and the reason, logic, and evidence, the prowess of that deductive capability to see that it will work, how it will work, and they come forward with this. Working class people, another hero in our midst. And if you're able to, I don't know, maybe you're on a phone, you can't do it. Maybe you're cycling right now through the Alps. I don't know where you are listening to this. I mean, we have people watching and listening all around the world, distributing leaflets, even in places like Monte Carlo. I've never heard of white positive leaflets being distributed in Monte Carlo, but it happened for us. Wherever you are, if you are able right now to tell the world about this champion, let them know right now, $1,579 Canadian dollars and 7 cents, financially gifted to the service of white well-being by this grand champion, Al Robot. And make sure that you mention when you tweet or gab or whatever it might be, that you got to go to nowhiteguilt.org to find the remedy to everything going on in the world right now, to everything that ails us, to the reason why your children are on drugs, to the reason why your children hate you as their parents, to the reason why your parents disagree with you despite you trying to get through to them, even though they voted for the hell that they now keep moving from, to the reason why the economies are breaking down, why the healthcare systems are breaking down. We have the answers. When you have a population that decides to go free, when they serve white well-being, no mistakes will be made ever again. The psychological warfare won't be used against us. And make sure you tack on at the end of that testimonial. Make sure that you tack on, whether you can do it now or when this stream wraps up or during the next song. Make sure when you tell the world about this grand testimonial that this is a working class hero. This is not some rich person for whom 1,579 Canadian dollars and 7 cents doesn't mean anything. This is somebody working for a living in a country that just shut everything down again so that nobody can go to work. That is how sick and tired in a country where I just read, I don't know now, hey, don't take this from me. Look to CNN to see if this is true. And maybe this is on Al's mind when he gives this financial gift. And he says, please, let's get this going free to as many people. I want politicians being pressured with this verbiage. Maybe it's this story. I don't know if it's true or not. Look for yourselves. But I read a story in 2 different places that are regime media that said that a senior citizen in Canada, her race doesn't matter. Maybe she's white, maybe she's not. It is an absolute crime that this happened. They're going to lock everything down again in Canada. And she begged for death. And they gave it to her. Now, is that true? I don't know. Look in the news. Maybe some of you can provide some links. And, you know, if it's CNN, if they wrote about it on CNN, definitely give me that link. I'll read from that. And we'll talk about that. Maybe Al saw that. But an end has to be put to this. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to recapture our destiny for everyone. White well-being is Earth's well-being. That's no small statement. That's no hyperbole. White well-being is the well-being of every person on planet Earth. An end to all of these foreign wars, an end to meddling in all of these countries. We will help everybody because that's what we do. We will gladly give a helping hand to every group of people that want a helping hand. We are not going to suffer anti-whiteism anymore. God bless you, Al Robot. God, I wish I could do more, but if I could do cartwheels, I would do cartwheels. When I hear, I will lay down rubber though, and I will lay down rubber in your name. If I still had access to that YT250, I would throw it up on one wheel, go all the way down the road with the cops chasing me. Bless you, brother. That is magnificent. And he writes here, I guess it's for some money for one man. Or some from one man for one man. Thank you, Jason. God bless you. Prometheus bless you. And when we say once again, for these people who try to keep misunderstanding, and folks, when you hear this about Prometheus, these idiots, they come around and they say, oh, is that the devil? Is that Satan? Is he talking about Satan? No, you idiots. I'm talking about Prometheus Ithelia in a book I've authored. A fictional book I authored, and you can purchase it and see exactly what we mean by that. And it's good unto all people. Thank you so much. Promethean blessings to you, brother, to your family, to your sacrifice for us. And I swear, if I'm able to get into Canada one of these days, I've never been there, but if I'm able to get into Canada one of these days, it'll be you and the other heroes up there. I'll throw my arms around every single one of you. I don't care how cold it is outside. God bless you. And now we have Richard Wagner right after that. Now, we had Richard before asking a question. And Richard Wagner financially gifting $3. And he writes here, go free makes perfect sense. It is scientific and effective and is the, all caps, perfect cure for our people. God bless you, Jason, for creating this most effective psychological defense. It has always worked for me. Listen to that testimonial, ladies and gentlemen. Listen to that testimonial. I'm going to read it again, this time just straight through, and I'm going to try not to screw it up. I'm going to have, maybe to increase our numbers here, I'll have to get somebody, snarky to walk in here and maybe read these for us or something, and then our numbers will go up. Or who knows what I'll need, a juggling. What was that? What's that kind of dog that the boxer uses the front legs like hands? Dobermans do that too. Richard Wagner says here, with this fine magnificent testimonial, and again, let me do this. I have to do this because this is the gentleman who this testimonial is coming from. Since I'm mentioning, some like snarky kid or somebody coming in here, and you have in so many of these other places, these kids, they need real leaders. They need real adults to say to them, hey, you got to stop being because some of them have great potential. Some of them are amazing young people. We need to be there for them so they stop making mistakes. We don't want them to end up in jail. We don't want them to ruin their lives. We need to be there for them when we can be there for them. But when you see a lot of these wonderful folks, a lot of these young people, they show up at rallies. They show up certainly in live chats. They show up in threads by the thousands of them, and they're really great at gaming, and they're really great at gaming, and they're really great at gaming. And they show up in these live chats, and if they work as well, maybe they'll give some financial gifts, and then they'll say, well, this is the basest place. This is the basest of the base. This place is so base, the frequency is so low, you can't hear how base this place is. I don't know if they've actually worked that in. Maybe they have or not. But the testimonial that you are about to hear is from this guy. And that is bringing Chopin to life. That absolutely stirs my spirit, and it compels it to join the stratosphere with the rest of the spirit of the West, where all things are blessed. And he brought it right to life. What a talent. He writes here, "Go free makes perfect sense, is scientific and effective, and is the perfect cure for our people. God bless you, Jason, for creating the most effective psychological defense. It has always worked for me." Well, God bless you, brother. Thank you so much for that grand testimonial. Thank you so much for that gift. He gave that short piece of music, which is as long as it would record for him. I guarantee you the entirety of the piece is sublime, is absolutely sublime as he plays it. From the very beginning, I could tell you that he gave that as a gift to me, in response to the emotion that was stirred in him by reading Crucible, and the reflection that it caused for him, the ability it caused for him to look back, to turn around and see, what are those hands that keep pulling me toward a grave that's behind me? As I try to move forward in my life, what is all of that wretchedness that's trying to tear me back? And he's able to turn around like the rest of you and so many others and see those demons, those anti-white demons, for what they are. Pure bliss is how this man responded. That's how we have to be. God bless you, Richard Wagner. We have the Australian vanguard, the Australians, ladies and gentlemen. I'm telling you, one of these days, you're going to hear a bugle, and it's going to be we got many heroic, obviously, we have so many heroic people, and we're going to come from all angles. We talked about that before, that, the day is going to come when wherever you are in the world, you're going to need help. And then suddenly the Italians are going to show up. Suddenly the Australians are going to show up. That's what we're going to be for each other, because we're going to know that it's that biospirit that binds us. Doesn't matter these countries we make. They're beautiful things, and they're going to be, Australia will be more Australian, as we talk about all the time. And we want it to be that way. I want to be able to visit Australia in the future when we've recaptured our destiny, and have it be far more Australian than I could ever imagine Australia to be. But I'm going to know the same time I'm there, when I throw my arms around my brothers and sisters there and we touch our breasts together, that we feel that same biosphere resonating inside each other. I guarantee you'll feel it too. The Australian Vanguard, financially gifting $5 hopping dollars, Australian dollars. Thank you, brother. Writes here, equity is an anti-white pretext used to justify the stolen potential of Western kind and ultimately white erasure. Very well written there. Absolutely. Keep serving white well-being and going free, brothers and sisters. God bless. Ray. Well, Ray, I guess this is Raymond Foster as the Australian Vanguard over here, I guess. Not only is this guy multi-talented, he's making those magnificent songs. I can't get enough. I can't tell you how many times I have danced. When you say, well, Jason, how do you not get depressed? How do you got so much on your plate, so much to do? One of the ways, how I do it. First of all, we've talked about a lot of the different ways, but one of the ways is I will turn on one of this guy's pieces and I will dance right here. I'll get fired up right here in the office. In fact, maybe we'll do one of those pieces. There's a couple that are really easy to move to, but he and his colleagues down there in Australia have started making memes that are fantastic. And I'm going to be sharing. I don't know if I have any uploaded ahead of time, because like I said, I've got some other things going on for White Wellbeing that have been taking a lot of time, especially during this election that, it's probably over, right? We have a President Biden, but nonetheless, a lot of things that are taking a lot of time, and they are I've been sharing them on my Twitter. Please share them everywhere. A couple of them are hilarious, and they are really going to reach our young people. They're really going to make a difference. So I encouraged Raymond and his colleagues down there to make more of these, as they're just talented at everything they touch. And remember, this is a guy who came on the show and told us homeless at 17. Lived out in the wilderness, then started living in like people's garages, when they weren't, when it wasn't close enough to the house, wasn't going to scare the people or anything like that, just trying to get out of the elements. And finally, getting some, got tread on the tires now, making a way for, hey, if this guy's going to end up in political office one of these days, and he's going to come from that, how far are you going to go? Thank you so much, brother. We have Rubber Dub over here, and Rubber Dub, is this Rubber Dub Media? Is this the same Rubber Dub, or are these different Rubber Dubs? We have a lot of names that are close, and so I don't know. But Rubber Dub, $10 financial gift. Thank you so very much. Rubber Dub Media gave me a great hoodie. I don't know if you all remember. I hope it wasn't to get me bludgeoned by police officers. Although, according to the anti-white narrative, I could be in a hoodie and have, for military reasons, camo face, not blackface, camo face. And I could have on leather gloves potentially to conceal fingerprints, and be at someone's window with some sort of crowbar or wrench or screwdriver. And the police would come up and they would say, hey, and I would spin around and they would say, oh, you're a white guy. Well, off you go. That's where they would have you believe. But everyone knows the reality. If I was skulking around anywhere with a hoodie on and the hood up over my head, the police would be as ruthless with me as anybody else, or maybe worse. So we see actually looking at the data. But maybe that was Rubber Dub's intent. Of course, it has a beautiful white rose, which we use as symbology to each other, showing the love for our people, the solidarity, service to white well-being. It's very meaningful. You can win live. You can set them out, but you can also buy them beautifully, made out of silk. And many people have done this. Many women have done this. They'll hang one on the door, or put like a bouquet of these in either a vase or a tussy mussy, or don't even ask me how I know the names of those things. Antique malls, but in the windows, in the bay window, so that people can see them, and they know that maybe not just yet, but one of these days, people who are white positive are going to go by and they're going to see those white roses, and they're going to know that it means love, it means hope, it means redemption. And thank you so much for that, Rubber Dub Media. Whether this is the same Rubber Dub or not, $10 financial gift right here. Would love to see YouTuber quote intellectual embargo. So this must be the name of a person on YouTube. He writes, would love to see this person on tap. This gift is in his name. or the $10 financial gift is in his name. One of the few channels I still follow after the mass purge, after seeing through the going free lens. Well, all right. Well, it sounds familiar. It sounds like he might even actually be on the list, which is a list that is more so Jared George, because he's a fastidious, focused, and magnificent person to work with. We have a glorious list thanks to Mr. George, and I'll reach out and we'll see if Intellectual Embargo is already there as a potential guest. If not, we'll add him and the recommendation from Rub-a-Dub. Joseph is here. Great to see you, dear brother, and writes with $10. Thank you so very much for that. Even without this Farm Act, Louis Farrakhan of the Nation of Islam opened up 2 charities and collected over $317,000 of farm subsidies and commodities loans during a 16-year period. Interestingly, the IRS and Illinois Attorney General have no record of either charity. Well. I am so sure that if I were to open up a charity and collect $5, much less $317,000, that the IRS would be pounding on my door. You know damn well and good that I keep my nose very clean when it comes to something like the IRS, and I have, in fact, insurance for attorneys to protect me should the IRS decide, well, let's just give him some trouble, so that we're ready for that if they decide to try. But everything is meticulously noted here, and no shock that Louis Farrakhan and the Nation of Islam, wonderful group of people, that they would collect all of that money from their supporters and probably a lot of white-owned businesses. In fact, don't we have a story today on these on some of this money going to? I thought we did. Maybe not. Oh, wait, I think we do. I think it's here. Yes. What a wonderful segue. Banks, and this has nothing to do with the act that we were talking about earlier to be made law. If the anti-whites who call themselves Democrats get all the power that they need to be able to just push things through. This is something different. This is news November 22nd. And writes here, of course, this is probably not true. You'll have to check with the appropriate sources. Banks give Black-owned businesses advantage on finance terms. Programs spring from multi-billion-dollar commitments made after Matter Lives Black protests this year. I'll read the title again. Probably not true. You'll have to look elsewhere. Banks give Black-owned businesses advantage on finance terms. Programs spring from multi-billion-dollar commitments made after Matter Lives Black protests this year. And this appears to be from the Wall Street Journal. But if it doesn't comport well enough for the folks at YouTube or CNN with the anti-white narrative, then please just disregard the Wall Street Journal and take whatever line that they want. But always get your information from more than one source. Make sure your primary source is ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, MSNBC. Who are some of the others? PBS. Make sure the BBC, make sure just to get it from all of these sources, primary sources for you all. The biggest banks in the U.S., and again, remember, these are the people in the anti-white narrative that are fighting the man. This white dominated for white interests, for white well-being world in which we live, the Western civilization in which we live. These companies, all of them, international companies, the biggest, giving ungodly sums of money to these anti-white entities. The biggest banks in the U.S. will give Black-owned businesses advantageous terms on a crucial type of financing that companies use to manage their cash flow, a novel effort to narrow the wealth gap between white and non-white communities. Isn't that special? Isn't that special? As they used to say on that wretched Saturday Night Live, you had the, what was it? There was a skit called like Church Chat or Church Lady. Isn't that special? You know, I remember saying back in junior high school, we're talking about Crucible earlier. I remember saying, and I was on the phone with somebody a couple days ago, yelling at how I have been saying whatever it was that since junior high school, and it's come, what I said would happen is come to fruition all the way back then. And yet you still have adults pushing back. Unbelievable. But you know, they will be able to use, you do realize, anti-whites will be able to use this excuse of a wealth gap forever because they'll be able to lie. But if you just follow it to its logical conclusion, they'll be able to say that until every single black person is as wealthy as the wealthiest white people. It's not measured by you, a guy who gets up before the sun comes up and heads to your construction job, where they treat you like trash, and you have a terrible healthcare insurance through these people that absolutely fleeces you so that you can have a substandard healthcare. No, it's not you that, no, it's, they could, logical conclusion is the wealthiest of white people. So, and mind you, 12% of the U.S. population is this group of people. I guess there's some 12 to 13%, some bit of question about which of the above 12% is does the actual black community consider black, and whatever it is. It's not a massive percent of the population, but they all need to be in Jaguars, as far as I'm concerned. They all need to be in Lamborghinis and the nicest cars. Banks made multi-billion-dollar commitments to expand lending to black consumers and businesses after the wave of protests throughout the U.S. sparked by the, it says here, killing of an individual. I'm going to say the death of an individual. I'll translate that for you. The death of an individual. The targeted lending is meant, the targeted lending. So note how these anti-whites at Wall Street Journal are not talking at all about how this is discriminatory to white people. It's discriminatory for every race other than black, of course, but it's, the burden is going to fall on the white race. We are the ones who the regime never talk about being discriminated against. We are the ones who are endlessly victimized, and there's never a word about it, not even a modicum of word about it. And this is setting up the housing crisis all over again. And there are some who say, this channel is not going to say it because we want to stay where folks can hear us. But there are some who say that the cause for the housing collapse and what was a depression, and history will write it justly, global, is that across the United States, banks were being cajoled and or sued to lend money to people who did not have the proper ability for various reasons, didn't have the assets, didn't have the work record, had a record of going in and out of prison or whatever it might be, to be able to pay back the loans. So these banks ended up making loans to all of these people that they know would go belly up. They knew would go belly up. And the bank, in order to stay in business, needed to bundle those. So it's not predatory lending. I got into an argument with one of these rich white women who want to just villainy signal all day long because she can have everything she has. They just keep moving further and further out into bigger and bigger castles. And so she just wants to, oh, that's just predatory lending. No, it isn't, you idiot. No, you wench, you silly woman. No, it's not. It is only predatory lending when the person who borrowed the money can pay back, and you have set the payments and the overall cost at something far more than is fair. That's predatory lending. Twit. You know, if you can do nothing other then use your husband's money to pick out the most expensive and luxurious tiles and cabinetry and travertine and everything else. If that's all you can do with your time, then just do that and zip it, honey, when it comes to everything else, because you have no idea what predatory lending is. The banks weren't preying on these people. The banks were forced to give money to these people that they knew would not be able to pay it back, according to some, not according to this channel. Check elsewhere. And then the banks, in order to not go out of business when all of these things went belly up, when they became defunct, they bundled these things up and then, as unscrupulous bastards, turned around to the investment community all around the world, who are many middle class and upper middle class white people who have worked for their money. They weren't just given it. They worked for their money, and they said, hey, great investments here. Think of all the money you're going to make. And these people bought it all up. And then when it went belly up, they lost everything. That's what's happening here. It looks like setting up all over again. Black consumers expanded to lending to Black consumers and businesses after Black consumers and businesses. Wow, well, more to it than just the headline. Banks made multi-billion-dollar commitments to expand lending to Black consumers and businesses after the wave of protests throughout the U.S. The targeted lending is meant to correct decades of discrimination. Listen to how they, anti-whites, frame all of this filth, this discrimination, this victimization of the white race. Well, see, you're supposed to be victimized, white man and white woman, white baby. You're supposed to be victimized because these other people, they're so oppressed. And if you stay in the anti-white narrative, they're always oppressed. It never ends. You can't make amends for a crime you didn't commit. Go to the 9 words if you need to. Discrimination in lending, whereby banks denied loans to Black borrowers or steered them toward products with higher interest rates and other terms many couldn't afford. Well, bravo, Sierra, based on race. Bravo, especially in the anti-white atmosphere we live in. Not a single bank anywhere was discriminating. Of course, if the anti-white tells you the opposite, then that's true. But they couldn't. They simply could not. They would think a lender would think it immoral to do so, to discriminate on the basis of race. They would be subject to incredible criminal charges for doing so. No, if you want to see discrimination based on race, be a white guy with a working class job and having lived a working class life, and then go out into the world, go to the bank and say, hey, I'd like some money just to even build up my credit, because I did that years ago. I wanted to take my credit from good to make it excellent, all the way up to at the highest numbers that it could be. I went to the bank and I said, I would like a loan for the purpose of improving my credit. And guess what? They wouldn't do it. And I said, are you kidding me? I have enough money in my account to cover the loan. Why don't we do this? We put a stop on my savings account that I can't remove the amount of the loan, so that you have your money no matter what. You cannot lose it. And they went back and they talked to the lender again. Nope, not going to do it. That's discrimination. What happens here, and when they say, just like a credit card, when they tell the filthy rich people, hey, you're going to have no interest or this really low interest. The reason why is because the lender is going to make a shit ton of money off that tiny number, off that tiny percentage. Dumb at the bottom of the IQ ladder, and everybody out there who don't understand this. Lenders compete for that ton of money that they're going to make off rich people by shrinking the interest to as small as they can. They don't give them a small interest rate and you a big one, because they don't like you because you're non-white at this end. Because first of all, you can look at the wealthy people and they're not all white. They're definitely not all white. And they all get that tiny interest rate. The lenders, the credit cards, they all get that tiny. And the reason why is because they know these people. They're going to break that card out and they're going to say, oh yeah, I'll give $30,000 on this card. I'll give $80,000 on this card. So that tiny interest rate is a ton of money for the lender. When you show up and you have a record of not paying your bills, or you have no money to make any money off of you, and remember, this is not a right for them to give you money. It's a business deal. they want to make money off of you, and they're not sure that you're going to give money back. They're selling you money. God dang, this is so idiotic. So they give you a jacked up percentage to try to make money off of you because they know your expenses are going to be this big. And then, of course, an anti-white is going to use it as an excuse, and they'll make up this lie. As part of the promise, Citigroup Incorporated, J.P. Morgan, Chase and Company, and Bank of America say they will lower charges to Black and other minority-owned companies, in supply chain finance programs. Companies use supply chain finance to manage short-term spending needs, similar to the way a consumer might use a credit card. So there you have it. In the paragraph before, we say to consumers and businesses. So the author, Steinberg, of this piece for the Wall Street Journal revealed that, well, it's not just for businesses. It is for consumers and businesses. And then in the very next paragraph reveals that it's not just Black people, it's all non-white people. There's only one group being discriminated against, and it's Western kind. In a typical supply chain finance deal, it looks like maybe it'll just go into the nuts and bolts of describing it to the reader. No need to go any further with that. So you understand right there. These mega banks, international mega banks, have set aside many billions of dollars to give cheap to, who knows, maybe free, I don't know, look into it, money, so no interest, who knows, to non-white consumers and businesses for their spending needs, and the only group being discriminated against is Western kind. What do we talk about relative to this story when we talk to our friends, family, and strangers? The discrimination against us. We are denied access to this program. We are going to suffer the consequences. I didn't even get a chance to mention it earlier. It just comes back to me now, and it's a good thing that it does. I'm going to have to turn the AC on in a minute, because with the Farmers Act, the Black Farmers Act, and with this for all non-whites, they're going to be giving money away to these people to do what? To conduct business. What will that do to the white business owners? What will that do to the employees of all races? But nobody's going to care about us but us, and you know that. What about all those white employees that work for those white business owners? How are they going to compete with non-white owned businesses, ranches, farms, and what every other business here? This is already happening from these major banks. How are they going to compete when these businesses are getting dollars, free dollars, or almost free dollars from these banks, for these private institutions, and the federal government? They won't be able to compete against that. So they will go out of business. And as they go out of business, your selection diminishes and prices go up. Supply will go down, prices will go up, quality will go down. This is what they're doing. These are the ways that it's going to harm Western kind. How many white business owners are going to go out of business now? There's no way in hell they'll be able to compete with this. No way in hell. All right, let's do this and be right back.
Exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
All right, let's keep rolling. It looks like everything's still working fine. We'll jump back over here, and we will see. Right after Joseph was the great Tall Kevin is with us, ladies and gentlemen. He financially gifts $5. And thank you so much, dear brother. He writes here, just got my first book from White Art Collective, Blut and Boden by Ash Donaldson, a fairy tale for children of European descent. I strongly recommend it for those with kids. Will make a great Christmas gift. We must support our creators work when we can. Amen to that. Thank you so much, Tall Kevin, for doing that. Yeah, let's keep, we were talking about this on the Thanksgiving special. Well, I actually had to hold back some emotion because for so many years I've been arguing against all of these self-promoters, all of these self-aggrandizers in the white positive sphere, thought leaders, organizational leaders, whatever they've considered themselves. And they, we would say, well, we need our own economy. It's like this wish they put out into the air. And you remember with a wish, you make a wish, it's a curse. It never happens. And we need our own creation of art, our own creation of music, digital art, sculpting. We need our own fiction. We need our own, all of these different things. We need our own community. And then you can add like to this wish list, like on a global scale. We need it on a global scale. And these self-promoters always wanted to do it in some way that they controlled it, that they were seen as some kind of grand hero making it happen atop this hill of corpses of people who have to contribute their time, talent, and energy and money, and who never get any acclaim, never get recognized, never get celebrated for the work they do. You know who these assholes are that have done this over the years. And I've argued with them over the years. And it hit me as we had Jeff and Mama on with Mr. George, and it's all happening. It's all, that economy is happening the exact way that I have argued for all of these years, the only way that it could happen. It is coming together exactly as it needs to come together, not by chance, but by our will, an iron will that cannot be stopped. We will make this happen. It is happening, and Tall Kevin is talking directly to part of that process. Thank you, brother. $5. Promethean Promulgation is back again with another $10. Thank you, my good brother. Can you send me however many copies of Go Free you think is reasonable? If I run out of white positive millionaires in my area and social circles, I'll go on a road trip to find more. So can you send me however many copies of Go Free you think are reasonable? Well, let's talk. Direct message me on Twitter. Let's talk about who are these folks that you have communities with, millionaires that you think you can reach out to. What's your plan? And we'll talk about it without question. Thank you so much, good brother. And we'll make something happen without question. $10 Promethean Promulgation, talking about making something happen. That is where we need to be. We have Lisa over here. Good to see you, dear sister. $5 financial gift. And she writes, thank you for everything you do for us. Pardon me. Thank you for everything you do for us, brother. Much love. And then 3 little heart emojis. And I think they have maybe they have like a little spark on them. It's very cute. Thank you so much for that, Lisa. You are most welcome. Thank you for being here with us, and much love in return. Piers Taylor is with us at $5, and he writes, greetings from down under. Well, thank you so much, Piers. I didn't know you were down. Did I know you were down under? Well, thank you so very much for that $5, and much love back from the once great state of Virginia to all those down under. And finally, over here on Entropy, we have Heidi, and I won't forget to mention Graymond. Now, his new name, Graymond. Financially gifting $30. Thank you so much. Doing quadruple duty, this wonderful couple. We all know and love them well. And she writes, happy birthday to Raymond, a.k.a. Graymond the Gray. Oh, that's great. That's great. I love it. My wonderful husband and father to our children. Tonight at midnight, he will be turning old, all capitals. And she writes, love you, honey. Well, that's fantastic. And I'm sure the love you, honey was for me, but she probably loves you too, Raymond. And thank you so much. You're a wonderful couple. And happy birthday to you, Graymond the Gray. That's a great nickname. And he is a bit of a wizard. He's a bit of a magic worker, ladies and gentlemen. And we deeply appreciate him and everything he does. Wonderful people. And at midnight, which is just an hour away here on Eastern Standard Time, he will be officially old. And we celebrate that. Never too old, though, to wield the metaphorical sword and shield for white well-being. You like what I did there poetically? All right, let's keep rolling. We have some people in the Tall Kevin widget. We're going to get to them. Hey, it does look like maybe Eyes on the Right is here. So we will get to those very quickly. I don't want to miss many more of these. We got right into things right off the bat. So let me take a quick look here and see what we had as far as announcements that I wanted to make at the beginning of the show. Of course, we had Sarah with us. We thanked the great Bartleby getting everything started tonight with that $100 financial gift. We shared the Great Order, his musical contribution. Oh, I want to play the White Art Collective commercial, and can we help to remind me to do this before the end of the show? The White Art Collective commercial for their upcoming Memeing a White Christmas. They have a little video I think that Mama P made. I want to share that with everybody to engender some more enthusiasm about what they're doing there, and maybe read through where are we on the, my gosh, it's already been 6 hours together. That is how fast going free can go by. I might have to do a roll-in going free just to cover, and maybe that's what I'll do. I'll do a roll-in going free to just put the info together for the Electoral College. Maybe that's what I should do instead of putting it in the middle of all of these hours. And instead, we'll jump to the other info. You won't believe how many pages I have, or maybe you will. Maybe you will. That's how much stuff we have going on. How many great feats of success that we have people engaged in. And we have some more heroes over here. I'll get to the heroes right now over here, financially gifting, and what they had to say and or ask, and then we'll come right back. And my gosh, I want to do all of these. We got to make it happen before the rest of the testimonials and maybe some challenges. I know we all like to talk about the challenges because you might face them in your lives as well. I have some messages coming in. Just if you're messaging me, I can't see it quite at the moment. The lettering is a little small, and but I will get to it very soon. Let's see. We have the great 41 BMC. Let me swivel this around. The great 41 BMC financially gifting $20. Thank you so much. A great champion of white well-being. And he writes here, dedicated to the Boer of South Africa. Well, God bless you for doing that. Those are our good brothers and sisters and children down there suffering hellishly under anti-white rule. And finally, so many white Americans. We've been talking about it for a long time. We've been covering it for a long. They're great white champions like Mike over there in Australia, and trying to spread the word about what's happening to our brothers and sisters down there. Well, more are going to learn soon enough in this country and in other Western countries what our brothers and sisters have been going through in those countries. So thank you very much for that. Let's see. We have here. Can I call you K? I will call you IWK. I need a sword. Would having a sword on a live stream be something that they would shut the stream down for? Probably. Maybe I should have a Halloween sword. But K financially gifts here, IWK. $10. Thank you so much, K. And with those $10 writes here, thank you, my good man. Well, thank you so much, K. Thank you so very much in return for those $10 and that gratitude. It's that kind of thing that gets. I'm still fired. I am excited. I'm enthused. I'm ready to take on the world, to take on anti-whiteism. We're going to continue spreading this. We're gonna right the wrongs. We are going to bring everybody along with us. It's going to be good people like Kay and many others who are going to join us. Going to be right by our sides, shoulder to shoulder. Everybody's welcome, of all different backgrounds, and let all of these silly snots who want to be LARPy, who want to practice antique nationalism, let them go. Let them just go away. and we will do what's right. We will do what's noble. We will do what's heroic. That's how we'll change the world. Thank you so much. And we have here the great blue-eyed bear. And I always get that vision of the bear, but in this case, a good bear. Bright blue eyes staring at you, probably conveying something wise. I don't know what it might be. But like, don't attack the dog that's protecting you from the wicked grizzly bear. We would definitely heed that wisdom. $20 from Blue-Eyed Bear. Thank you so very much. And a big salute to you. $20 from Blue-Eyed Bear. Over here, Donning Armor writing here. Use a lightsaber and grow a neck beard. You'll be safe. Yes, I would be if I did that. I'll do that. I'll grow the neck beard. I'll put on a fat man suit and maybe some women's clothing, maybe some children's clothing, and I will break out a lightsaber, and I will I normally have quite a lot of rhythm and am very agile, but in a very sort of unwieldy and ungraceful way, I will throw myself about the office with a poorly powered plastic lightsaber from Star Wars. And I'm sure maybe the views will go through the roof. YouTube would suddenly say, oh, push this content. It's an idiot. Well, they'd be right at that point. Bobby Fisher here says, maybe they're right anyhow. I don't know, but I'm going to keep serving white well-being either way. So Bobby Fisher writes here, King Köhne and the whites of the round. Oh, that's fantastic. King Köhne and the whites of the round table. That's who we are. We are the whites of the round table. Very well put. I like that. Okay, $20 from Blue-Eyed Bear. And I'll just take a quick look at what we have. I'm just going to run through quickly. We have to keep moving. Rub-a-Dub Media says, IE is in the chat sometimes. Which IE are you referring to, my good brother? Which IE? Please tag me. And I'm just going to slide through the gathering of whites of the round table and the apostles of a Western sunrise. As we make it happen, each of us in our own little ways are going to push until we push over the walls of the victimizer's citadel, the metaphorical walls, and we recapture our destiny. Very good. Richard's Soap Bar says, I had sent to you in okay, I'll definitely check Discipline Channel. Thank you for mentioning that. Greek America says, I tagged you in Entropy, brother. All right. And the question widget? Intellectual Embargo is here. Great to see you as well. Are we giving Grayman the Gray a great birthday tonight or what? Are we giving him a show? He and his lovely wife, Heidi, quite the show tonight for this going free. Loving it. I'm going to spin over here really quick because I've been neglecting that, and I'm going to come right back to Cash App. Let me turn right as I turn right around. I see right in front of me a financial gift from Tall Kevin, financially gifting $3 more. Thank you, good brother. He writes, we in the chat know it's not coffee in that cup. It's a little bit of Grandpappy's cough syrup. It's nothing to be ashamed of. If it's bourbon, it better be from Kentucky. Well, if it was bourbon, then it better be from Kentucky indeed. I assure you, though, this is coffee. It has nitrogen in it, so when I first pour it, it foams like it is like a dark beer, but it's just coffee. I could tell a funny story. Maybe I shouldn't. We'll think about it. I'll think about the story. My inexperience with whiskey and that sort of business. Since I'm not a drinker, as you all know, I will have like a champagne or a port or it could be a bourbon or so at a special event, but one of those is the limit for me. Anything that really clouds my thinking, I find objectionable. So over here on the Discipline Channel that we've been neglecting, I love every one of you. I'm sorry about that. I just never like going left. no spectrum, right-left spectrum in our story, ladies and gentlemen. And we have here Richard Soapbar says, BitChute has been shadow banning white positive content creators, and they are still asking for donations and pretending to be pro-speech. Wow. What a significant charge if that is true. BitChute, he says, has been shadow banning white positive content creators, and they are still asking for donations and pretending to be white positive. Well, let's find out. Let's get some more people to chime in on that and tag me. Is this a thing? I pay very little attention to BitChute. Are they shadow banning? Has it already begun over there? Richard Sobar continues, my name is a grand tribute to the wonderful anti-white Richard. Yes, it is. And we note it well. Thank you, my good brother. He writes again, Richard has officially become a meme. He is now a meme in this gentleman's world and for all of us. So thank you, brother. And let's see, has anybody else tagged me over there? What is this? CJ something or other 63. Great to see you. Male feelings is here. Well, we normally we exhibit male feelings here. We're not afraid to show our passion whatsoever. A man should, his eyes should shine. A tear should trickle down his face when he is thinking about glory, when he is hearing the tales of those who struggled for glory, who succeeded or who failed, who came home holding their shield or on it. If that doesn't happen, he's never become a man. You're dealing with a boy or a male. You're not dealing with a man. A man's eyes glow. They shine for glory. They can shine for the loss of a loved one. They can shine for the thought of serving glory for their people, struggling for glory for their people, to protect our most vulnerable members. But the one thing a man doesn't do, and this is where I think people have misunderstood, is a man doesn't like break down and bawl. If you are a man and you feel the need, I mean, and you're going to lose our mothers, we're going to lose our fathers, we're going to people lose children, and you're going to break down and bawl because of it, that doesn't make you less of a man. You should just get out of the eyes of the public. That's all. That's the proper behavior. Just get into a private space for that to happen, and then you come back out with your jaw set and ready to stride forward into your destiny. And let's see. The Reverend George is with us, and he says this is purely legalized theft, talking about the act that we were reading earlier. And we have Richard's soapbar back again with a couple statements here at the bottom. BitChute has been shadow banning. Okay, same. Okay, so this is what was earlier, just in case it scrolled off. Well, thank you for doing that. And great to see everybody over there. I'll take a quick look at D-Live. Hasn't this been a magnificent night, ladies and gentlemen? We're going to be, you won't believe, I mean, the kind of things that we have getting ready. I'm going to be firing up people and in the next couple of days, getting folks excited, getting folks fired up in the next couple of days. So just so you all know, next Sunday, we're going to be here unless something weird happens. We're going to be here for Going Free. Maybe I'll just leave these for next Sunday. I mean, we already have the other bill to take a look at, and maybe we'll just deal with that next Sunday so that I don't have to do a bunch of prep. But I will be just returning, and we're making it happen. Don't worry about that at all. Over here on D-Live, hello to everybody on D-Live, and I apologize for those who may have given points before I turned it on, but it opened up the platform. But it says here, Flatland Chicken Rancher has financially gifted diamond points. Thank you so much. Didn't add anything. verbiage, but wonderful. We have Naptune, gifted diamond points. Thank you for diamond points. NSA.gov, gifted diamond points with 07. I don't know what that means, but thank you for the diamond points. Lady 5G. All right. Gifted diamond points. Thank you for those. And writes here, love to you and the positive movement you represent. Well, much love in return. It's because of you, Lady 5G. We're attracting people who work for White Wellbeing out of love, rather than these little mentally deranged LARPers who want to just look in the rearview mirror at everything that is black and white and think that you can apply, first of all, something that has been taught to the world, whether is or is not representative of the purest evil, and then in a completely different scenario than we, and on top of that, not only a different scenario in so many ways, hundreds that I could list myself, much less historians could list. And on top of all that, those groups still lost. I mean, you really have to be a special kind. Once you learn that, well, okay, there's such a thing as going free, and it succeeds. And once you learn about this, to stick with that is a real special kind of asshole. And so thank you for being here, Lady 5G, with us, and those wonderful words with diamond points. We also have Bully Bear Lamborghini points, which are more than diamond points. I understand. Lamborghini points. Thank you so much. And writes here, build families and communities, white man. Absolutely. Absolutely. But not at the expense of going free, while going free. Because we don't want those babies to become the foot soldiers of anti-whiteism. We want those babies to grow up inoculated, like Mrs. Jess Horse babies, like Sarah's babies, grow up inoculated to anti-whiteism, so that everything the anti-whites do proves what we say about them. Let them spend billions on proving us right. You know how many times, and this is why I was almost tearing up on Thanksgiving with Mr. George and Mama P and Jeff, is that you have no idea how many times I have sat in conferences, at after parties of conferences, around campfires, in cabins, in hotel rooms, in meeting places, in libraries, in meeting places in other public buildings. So many times I have argued these things, and so much resistance. And finally, we're making it happen. Finally, we're making it happen. And people are getting it. You can't imagine what that's like for me. Aang Harad Celtic, gifting diamond points. Thank you so much, dear lady. And she writes here, you look fabulous, darling. Darling, well, I thank you. I appreciate that. If I look, I always thought about the, thank you again. That's very sweet of you to say. I always thought that I got to at least stay healthy and in shape, because the anti-whites, for as many misfits that they bring, superior though, I'm sure superior in every way, but misfits that they drag out. You see these arrest photos that, if a white guy was, if I were, I don't know, if I were uglier, or if I were out of shape, or the anti-whites would be like, look at who they listen to. This guy X, Y, or Z, he's just sickly. He's just, they would, because they have absolutely no character whatsoever, no baseline of what's good or noble in the world. That's why they don't feel a connection to Western kind if they're white, and that's why, in white and non-white, they just feel this intense jealousy that they want to destroy everything that is of our people. Let me go ahead and close some of these. We got a couple of other stories that I don't know if we'll get to or not tonight, because the night is racing by. We have British rock legend Morrissey has been unceremoniously dumped by his record label. And he claims, apparently, that, quote, new plans for, and the words they use here are diversity, And so the record label has told him, we have new plans for diversity, and you're a white man. But of course, we know that diversity means none of you, white race, none of you, white man, you're gone. And so where was Morrissey all along? I think he say something positive about Brexit. So of course that wouldn't work out for him, would it? But we'll see what this says. Maybe if we have the time. There are other stories that we could cover. Of course, we have what's going on in the GOP in Georgia. We have this Lynn Wood is very angry as well with what's going on with the GOP. We got some more songs to play. We got questions in the question widget. And before we get to those, we have to get to, and we're going to get to those. You're not going to be missed. And then we're going to have to do these calls. Where are we on? My God, we've been ongoing for, what is it? Almost 6.5 hours. It looks like. What are all these tabs? We got a bunch of tabs open. Let's see. You know, I would never put the links up for Sarah and her family because who knows, that would probably, if I did that, I would never be behind something like that. But if it happens to show up, well, then, you know, if you all end up over there, then, you know, that's just how things work out. We also have, I just noticed that Ty is gifted diamond points as well, and I almost missed that, and writes here, loved Crucible. Thank you for all your work. Well, thank you so very much for that testimonial to Crucible and those diamond points. And so we will jump back over here. We will do these questions over here on the question widget. We've got the stories. I guess I'm going to leave these testimonials and perhaps other challenges for next week. It'll see as we roll on. I've got to pull out the White Art Collective commercial. It feels like I'm just getting warmed up here, like I'm in the batter's box. And, you know, my father made me, you always see these baseball players in the batter's box. They'll have like 2, maybe even 3 bats, and it doesn't fit right in your hands. And so your form gets messed up as you're warming up. Well, my father made a pole the exact same circumference as several of my bats. And it was that circumference all the way down, the length of it, roughly the same length as my baseball bats. But this thing was solid, whatever alloy it was, and heavy as hell. And let me tell you, when I was warming up and you'd hear that thing go through the air, it made it sound like a lightsaber when it went through the air. By the way, if you've never used a plasma torch, if you've never had the luxury of being a blue collar worker and actually working for a living, working with your hands, I had somebody say that as a critique, and I might have it in this pack, this stack here, that I could never take advice for somebody who doesn't have dirt under his fingernails. Well, you can go ahead and continue to feel that way. I grew up in a blue collar family, worked blue collar jobs, worked a blue collar and white collar job at the same time. So I don't know who the heck this is. Some other idiot coming in to try to slander us because he wants to practice antique nationalism. But if you've never used a plasma torch, that is as close as you're going to get to a lightsaber. It throws out, you can get the arc about this long. Those who've used it, chime in. You can get the arc about this long, and it goes through everything you want like butter. Just straight through. It is amazing. It is the closest thing to an actual lightsaber. So I'm gonna check the cache. The other, I think there were some more on Cash App, and then we will jump over here, and we will jump over here and take these questions in the question widget. We're going to keep rolling. We're going to make it happen. Warming up, just getting warm, and making it happen for White Wellbeing. And still, I want you to know that if you're writing me there, I can see the message, but I can't read it just yet. So I'll make sure to try to get to that. Donning Armour says, give the last 45 to 1 hour to calls. I felt bad putting you over the 8-hour mark last. No, don't feel bad. Don't feel bad. No, brother, don't feel bad at all. But I will give more. That's absolutely. Rise of the Right is with us. Hello to you. Unconquerable Spirit is with us. Morrissey said, quote, everyone prefers their own race, and wore a For Britain pin during an interview. Did he really? Wow. Well, he's a music legend, right? Well, let's see this guy start creating some music in service to white well-being. Who is going to be the person in this community who reaches Morrissey? How about we get Morrissey on Going Free? Who's going to be the one who reaches him? Somebody out there knows his mother's sister, so his aunt's cousin or whatever it might be, and can get a message to this guy and get him to come on here and Going Free. What do you think will happen then to the number of people who know about Going Free if Morrissey comes on to Go Free with us? Who's going to make it happen? Who over there has the intelligence and the tenacity and the desire to make it happen even when the odds are against them? Who's going to get to Morrissey and say, there's this community called Going Free. You got to know about them. This is the book. You've got to go on this channel. These people, these anti-whites have just screwed you. Going Free is all about love. Everybody's welcome. You'll be perfect there. It'll be a perfect match. Make music about Going Free. Using the lexicon and dialectics. The world will listen to it. Could you imagine? The views here would go stratospheric if this guy came on Going Free. This guy's saying these sorts of things. They're going to need to come. It's going to have to happen sooner or later for so many of these people, because if they don't, they won't be passing through the eye of the needle with those of us who do. Thank you, Unconquerable Spirit, for sharing that. I don't know, if I was in this audience and I was thinking, what am I? I'm looking for something to do. And because I'm the guy who, once in sports, I want the ball, in the final seconds, because I have so many times when getting it in the final seconds turned it into a victory for the team. If I were in this audience, I would say, or this community right now at this gathering, I would say, you know what, I'm going to be the guy. Or if I were a woman, I would say, I'm going to be the woman who's going to reach Morrissey. I'm going to be the one who becomes that link and gets, this guy, he'll get the respect he deserves. I don't know his music, or so he's not coming into an environment where it's just going to be a bunch of drooling fans. He's going to come into an environment with another man that's going to respect him for taking a stand like a man in an age that has the ability and the power to call him evil for doing so. And does he have a non-white wife? We don't care. If he wants to go free, he's welcome. So bring him on. Let's make it happen. There's no other community that could happen with other than this one. Draven says, my grandfather told me once years ago, a man shouldn't cry, but sometimes allergies can be horrible. See, that's a lot of great wisdom there. And we need to hold on to things like that. That's right. Sometimes allergies can be a bitch. Okay. I know something's going on. I'm gonna check it out here very soon. Nancy says, what do you say to those people who are all into climate change reforms first? I say that you're going to die. You are going to die. I mean, we had Morgoth come on, and somebody came in and said that I had Morgoth a little wrong, and I'm happy to be corrected wherever I'm wrong. So if you come to me with respect, you can be 100%. Again, in every group of people that I have managed in my life, I have managed big groups of people, and I've always been open, and they have all known that you could come to me. You think I'm wrong, you think something should be done another way, you come to me. You could be 180 degrees antithetical to my position, but if you come with respect and you want to talk out as adults, I will show you respect, and we can have that back and forth. If you're a guy, and you're maybe not used to having those kind of conversations, then you might, I'm a little bit more aggressive with a guy. But I mean, even with a woman, I'm not going to back down or to be deferential just because it's a female who comes to me. But with a guy, I'm obviously going to be a little bit more aggressive, and so just I'll be respectable and respectful. If you are, bring it to me and we can talk about it. And I will, if I'm wrong, then I will acknowledge it. I've done it so many times. And for you in your life, if you're wrong, the most powerful thing you can do is admit it, and then it's over. Then you can be right. I don't know. So many people, they tie their whole identity to this like one argument. Like, did you leave the work gloves out, or did you not? No, my whole value of my being is tied up whether or not it was the gloves were left out on by accident when I should have been paying attention to it. So I'm going to say somebody else put them there. I mean, it's just ridiculous. So find your value someplace else. Western Essence is here. Great to see. That's a great name, isn't it? Western Essence. But these conversations about the climate, the climate's well-being is white well-being. If we serve our well-being, if we go free, we will protect the climate. We will protect it all over the world. It sounded to me when we had Morgoth on that he was actually implying, and I've had more people reaching out to me, I'm going to have to do more of these roll-ins and keep them nice and compact so that more people will listen to them, especially in other communities. They'll listen in and perhaps come over to Go Free. But it sounded to me, and Morgoth didn't correct me, that Morgoth's concern was more focused on the economic and maybe what's being considered by some. I really have to address this if this is the case. Lovely Porridge, Ruination Media, wrote something brilliant, and I wish I could. We'll have to get to it next week. But about this neoliberalism is bullshit. It's just bullshit. People are not moving toward the removal of government, the system, the regimes of the world, the global capital, or whatever it is. They are not. There's no evidence that follows all the lines like Antiwhiteism does, and it's also not beneficial to us at all. Even if there was another objective reality let's just say there was an objective reality about what is happening in the world, and then what is happening to us is incidental. It wouldn't do us any good to embrace an interpretation that ended up in our erasure because that interpretation was more objectively accurate. I mean, sake, are you kidding me? Is anybody, or let me rephrase, why are so many this stupid? Why are so many this stupid? So, but that's not the case. There is no neoliberalism that is moving forward to pull governments out of markets, to open up all markets, to open up all, so that you have a free economic or free capitalistic sort of competition that is really hazily dominated in some hazy background by these couple of families or a couple of hundred families. Stop it. Just believe that Puff the Magic Dragon runs everything before you believe that. It's no use to you. You're still going to go and get in your Honda and drive to work, right? You're still going to get that slushy, if they will allow you to get the slushy anymore, from the 7-Eleven, right? Do you really think somebody getting a slushy from a 7-Eleven or a fine bottle of cognac, which, if it's a fancy, special situation, I'll have a glass of cognac. Do you really think that you're going to be able to contend, or that giving any thought to that description, what I just described there, is going to amount to anything more than believing that Puff the Magic Dragon runs everything? Just believe Puff the Magic Dragon believes everything or runs everything, because at least that is interesting. At least that takes some imagination. So it seemed to me that what Morgoth was saying was that his main concern was some sort of neoliberalism by shady, otherworldly interests, and that they were ruining the rainforest. He said it several times, unless I was having some sort of medical issue during PWR, which is it's not possible. As many times as I've been hit in the head, and in football, I put my head down on purpose, regrettably, in many of the collisions. Oh, I could tell you too. Collisions. Wow. And he and talking about the rainforest being chopped down, and that there are some, he said, I don't remember the exact verbatim, I don't remember verbatim, being redundant there, I don't remember verbatim, but it was something like, well, there are anti-white aspects to it also. No, it is anti-white, period. There are not some anti-white aspects. You're not going to recapture our destiny by saying there are some anti-white aspects to what these people are doing. It is full-on anti-whiteism. It is white erasing us in toto everywhere we are around planet Earth. Where non-white people are harmed, this is called collateral damage. Do you understand this concept? Bomb falls on the guy they want to get, but then the neighbor also dies. That's collateral damage. Non-white people are only being harmed insofar as it is collateral damage. They are not being targeted anywhere. There's nowhere where they are working on reducing and erasing an entire group of people. And when you have recessive genes, which don't mean weak genes, they mean diamond-esque genes. They mean beautiful genes that both parents have to have in order for it to be exhibited in the child. Special, beautiful genes. When you have those types of genes, when you encourage everybody to come together and to reproduce, you get rid of that people. And the people who are encouraging that, they know that. You don't get rid of the other groups of people. Yeah, you cause some genetic damage in that they are not a perfect representation of what they were before. But as you see around the world, that slowly is bred out of them over time. And then they return to their beautiful original image without our dilution. So that's what we need to be focusing on when it comes to these things. If I'm wrong about any of these people, then I'll take another look, or about these arguments. I don't think, as far as Morgoth goes, I understand him to be a great guy, honest guy, straight shooting guy, a blue collar guy. And I like all that about him. He comes on the show, he's respectful and shares his views. I like all that about him. If he's talking about these issues as though anti-whiteism is sort of this ancillary thing, then he's not in the white positive sphere. I mean, just understand that. Just understand that. You know, if he wants to talk about, well, this neoliberal, it's going to ruin everything and they're going to reduce the world's population, just know that Alex Jones has been saying that for a long time. I, with my own unaided ears, heard Alex Jones say that the globalists had to take the African population from next to nothing on that continent and then throw it up into billions plus in order to exterminate them all. Now, that is the sign of a very tiny mind, and maybe other, midget stick appendages. That is the sign of a very tiny mind. And if you want to go down that road, just know that it's not a white positive road. It's not going to benefit you one iota. And so if he's not in the white positive sphere, then okay, more power to him to do whatever he wants to do. Talk about movies or whatever it is. I have nothing against the guy personally. So, but I am going to point out from now on, and I will name people where they're just patently wrong. And I will argue these positions because why? Because of this Justice for Black Farmers Act. And do you think that we are going to be able to put an end to this by worrying about whether or not the rainforest is going to be too small in 1,000 years to supply us with oxygen? Do you know what? If we don't recapture our destiny, it won't be us that will be struggling for air. It'll be non-white people. It'll be a horrible thing. It'll be non-white. It won't happen, but it won't be us because we'll be gone. So yeah, do not, thank you for the question, Nancy. Do not even, when somebody talks about the environment, you say, absolutely, we want clean oceans, we want clean rivers, we want clean forests, we want clean air. And the only way to get there is through white well-being. We need to get started now. And we can do all of this as part of our work for white well-being. I mean, we can get together, a group of us. I've participated in this sort of thing in the past. And you can go out and pick up trash. You can go out and clean up a beach. And when you do it, though, make sure everybody knows that you're doing this in service to white well-being. This is why we're out here. Get some good videos of yourselves and then post that on the internet so that people know, hey, this is what folks do when they're in service to white well-being. They're protecting the earth. They're protecting the wildlife. Thank you, Nancy. That's a great question. And let's see where else we are. We'll take a quick look over at Cash App, and we're going to roll, baby. Intellectual Embargo says, some of our smartest guys tend to get caught up in what I would call, quote, hyper-abstractionism. And there are isms on top of isms. And then somehow they get lost and forget their own people. You are so right. And it is an abstractionist viewpoint. It's an abstractionist view to things. And we will never here in service to white well-being sacrifice the thing, the people, the biospirit that creates the ideas, the abstractions, on the altar of the abstractions. We will never, and that's what abstractionists do. They take the biospirit of our people and they lay it down on the altar of our ideas, and then they drive a stake into its heart. You know, the moment you do that, that altar disappears and everything is gone. We need to be apostles of this Western sunrise, and we need to be sharing that truth far and wide. If I'm wrong about the, worrying about the oxygen running out, then then let me know. But I mean, come on. I absolutely, you want to know, everybody's talking about this rainforest. Unless I'm wrong, years ago, and I could be wrong, years ago, in reading, I don't want to make this sound like, because this is what intellectuals do. I was reading something and I came across information, data that showed, and people can look this up to see whether or not this is true. And maybe some people who are in these fields in science can, they're here or later, they can immediately chime in, that the United States during summer, when the United States grows all of its food, that, the wheat, the corn, everything, that actually in those couple months produces more oxygen than all of the rainforest for the year. So in, whatever it is, 5 months or whatever, or 6 months, whatever the growing, because of our science, we've extended the growth period, that produces more oxygen than the rainforest for the entire year. So if somebody's in that science and they want to chime in on that, more power to them. All that matters to me is that we need to save ourselves right now rather than worry about what's going to happen with the environment at some impossible distant date. All right, we're going to move right on. Oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen, get your raucous emojis out of your pockets. I know that they were digging into naughty places they shouldn't have been trying to dig into. Don't let them get in there. It'll make you sick. You'll need to take antibiotics. Take them out of your pockets and throw them out all over the floor and give a huge, huge round of applause. An absolutely colossal round of applause for Promethean promulgation. Promethean promulgation, ladies and gentlemen, just financially gifted tonight $1,000. $1,000. Promethean promulgation. God bless you, sir. A great salute to you. And it harkens back earlier in the show when we had Al with 1,579 Canadian dollars and 7 cents. So many heroes tonight. My God, a Promethean promulgation. God bless you. And he writes here, for going free, ladies and gentlemen, $1,000 to reach out to our brothers and sisters to make this happen on a bigger scale. Working class people coming together, realizing their dreams, no longer just envisioning, no longer just wishing, no longer just hoping, but actually putting one foot in front of the other, dedicating themselves to something that actually works time and again. $1,000, working class people. This is several car payments. This is mortgage payments. This is people who have seen it work, and they are giving their testimonial, not just in their words, but in their labor net after taxation, after all of these acts that we're talking about, ripping the dollars from them. Still, they're saying, let's put an end to this. Jason, let's put an end to this community of service to white well-being. And here's $1,000 more. What an absolute hero, Christ Almighty. And I don't, I apologize for the Christians who see that as an insult. I say it as praise. God bless you. Promethean promulgation, $1,000 over here on Cash App. My God, what a community we have, ladies and gentlemen. If we have to, we're going to do whatever has to be done from start to finish, all lawful, of course, all legal, all moral, all within the matrix of morality, because we understand what's going on in the world. We understand human nature. We understand what motivates the anti-whites, and we understand what motivates the Westmen. That's whose heart we're speaking to. We are going to make the change where everybody else has failed. We're going to make the change where T-Rex fails time and again in the office. We're going to make the change where the Republicans fail time and again, whether they're white positive or we know that them not to be. But whatever their objectives be, whether they end up incidentally or accidentally white positive, we're going to succeed where they failed, because we know what changes the world. And people like Promethean promulgation are right on the front lines because they can see it happening. They know that this is going to go to function for white well-being, that it's not going to be working into somebody's pocket. There's no 6-figure, 7-figure people here like we see in those anti-white organizations. Nobody's driving around, no Maseratis. We are going to make a change, seeing undoubtedly what's happening with this South-Africanization of the United States in the future, whether it's now or in 6 years from now. Thank you for me. And this is somebody, folks. We need to continue to celebrate heroes like Promethean promulgation and so many others for the heroic work that they're doing. Everything in the creation of art, the gifting financially, being online all of the time, Hungarian Spectator, White Student Transmission, on and on, so many names I can't remember them all. At it day in, day out, making sure that people find out about white well-being, because they know that we are being stunted. They know that we are being shadow banned. They know that the forces of anti-whiteism are set against us because of this message that we have here. God bless you. My gosh. $1,000, my dear brother, $1,000 more to white well-being. I love every single one of you. All of these great applause and happy emojis and hearts. These heroes deserve it. Art Acrobats writes here, Prometheus is rising. You better believe it. You better believe Prometheus is rising. Thank you so very much, everyone, for participating in that. And let's go to another song. Oh boy, let's see. What's the time again? Where's my clock? Okay, we're almost at an hour left. So what we'll do really quickly to celebrate this magnificent, everything that everybody is doing, all of these financial gifts, this $1,000 financial gift, we're going to play a song. We're going to come back, and hopefully I'll have the very short White Art Collective commercial pulled up, and we'll go quickly through the question widget, and then we'll get to let's see, who was Final Blossom is first, and if he's still with us, and we'll get Final Blossom on the phone so he can talk about everything that he wants to talk about, and we'll see who else we have who wants to share a few things. We're going to get out on time, though, so that YouTube doesn't try any of their magic with us, but we will be right back, ladies and gentlemen, right after this magnificent piece.
that to my face again. I haven't got time for your lie, so you get away from me. You won't take my faith, won't make me shake, won't make me shake.
In our world as we are doing here.
They say I'll never see your face again. I say
Those who have the discernment to see beyond the horizon, going free, treating your enemies, will see this.
They say
It starts happening.
I say they say I'll never see your face again. I say
It's the time of year for goodwill toward man.
Yes, it's that time of year again. It's time for Volume 3 of the White Art Collective's Memeing of a White Christmas. And we are seeking digital art submissions of all types. Music, poetry, stories, art, short films, animations, paintings, you name it. We need your submissions by December 17th for a special Christmas Saturday night live stream happening on Saturday, December 19th. So go to whiteartcollective.com for more details. Merry almost Christmas!
All right, fantastic. And there you see the meaning of the White Art Collective's Christmas, White Christmas. You saw the commercial. I was hoping to get it in, and we made it happen. So that was the information you need to be able to participate. I'm very excited about that and want to support them and everything they're doing. I hope the audio is okay. Could you please let me know if it is or not? We're going to jump right into that mailbag. We know we like to get into that mailbag. Everybody likes the mailbag. And here we have a wonderful letter from the main man. And we heard about the main man earlier. He writes, Promethean hails, brother. I wanted to take a bit of time to add my voice to the many great testimonials you receive. I've probably been skulking around the white positive sphere for roughly the same amount of time you have. I put white positive sphere in quotes there because, in my experience, I generally found precious little positivity anywhere. However, that changed profoundly when I discovered no white guilt and purchased Go Free. My wife and I have been going free for a relatively short time, but the changes have been light years beyond anything else. Using the lexicon, purging the MPs, it works, all caps. We are immeasurably healthier, mentally and physically. And just a short time ago, and this in just a short time, and continue to improve every day. Also, the NWG community is far and away the best ever, all caps. All the great thinkers, artists, commentators, et al. This is the true meaning of the white positivity sphere. It is a Westman's dream come true. I simply wish to thank you for all the hard work you've done and continue to do, and to assure you of our continued participation and support of white well-being. Sincerely, the main man. And he enclosed, and what a powerful testimonial. What a powerful testimonial that is, ladies and gentlemen. Audio is good. Thank you, Nordic Iron and Greek America. What a powerful testimonial by main man and his wife. Been in I guess back then it was just like the pro-white or movement they called it. And I always said back then, this is not a movement. Why do you all keep calling it a movement? But I eventually started referring to it as the white positive sphere. And but he points out that back then there was nothing, and elsewhere, nothing positive. And nothing else worked. And then he says, everything changed profoundly when he discovered no white guilt and purchased Go Free. And in just a short period of time, they are light years beyond anything else. So they've been doing this. Imagine being in the white positive sphere for decades, as this gentleman and his wife, and inching along, going nowhere, and then all of a sudden, light years of success. Using the lexicon, purging the MPs, it works. We are immeasurably healthier, mentally and physically. Talk about a testimonial. This is magnificent. And just a short period of time, he says. And this community is the best. I could not agree with you more. I love you, brother. I love your family. Thank you so much for this in the mail. And guess what? When he's out in the woods, the main man, he finds, and we've shown before, some of the things that he's found in a, you would not believe what he came across. You would not believe. He came across what is a Christmas ornament in the woods. And look at this. It says on it, All American Boy. Now, what are the odds that this would be in the woods? And it's the exact same slogan I put on a billboard that worked profoundly well for us. What are the odds of that? And yet, even more wild the odds that this man out trekking through the beautiful woods, wherever he and his lovely wife are, as they continue to grow and improve in all ways, for it to also say that on the back. Isn't that amazing? That is the odds. He better go play the lottery, right? The odds that he would come across this. And thank you so much to you and your wife. It's really beautiful. And you can't tell, folks, but I mean, this is smooth like glass. It is amazing and beautiful. And I think maybe because of this, I think I might have to get a Christmas tree to put up right behind me. I don't know. How does that sound? So I could put this ornament on the tree. That would be lovely. Thank you so much from the main man. And we also have White Rider. I mean, I wonder if he's still here. Are you still here, White Rider? He reached out to me in the mail, and I got this package. I was like, what is there, a pillow in here? What did somebody send me? And White Rider there was on the name, and I thought, what is this? And I opened it, and I was very surprised to find, let's see here. What do you think? You think they'll let me across the border? This is fantastic. I love it. Thank you so much, White Rider. This is magnificent. And there are, how many are there in there? There's a whole bunch of them. What did you want me to make these available for? What do you want me to do with these? I'll do whatever you want me to do with these. I'm keeping one. I want you to know I'm keeping one because there's no way I want to be out somewhere and videotape this on my face and watch people. I'll go to like Baby Gap and I'll buy a little boy's t-shirt and I will struggle into it so that all of my muscles are popping every direction. And I'll put this on and then I'll head out into society and we'll see if anybody has anything to say. How does that sound for a video? Whatever you want me to do with it, you write me. This is fantastic. Thank you so much, good brother. And then we had this really splendid little card that I received. I don't know if I'm allowed to say who this lovely little card came from, but let's see. What could I'll say I'll read the very end to you. It's a Happy Thanksgiving card. It's truly beautiful. And thank you so much to this very sweet lady. She wrote at the very bottom, "Thank you for being my friend." Well, that's very meaningful. Thank you as well. That's lovely. Big thank you to you, sweet lady. And I thank everybody who sends me stuff for the mailbag, messages for the mailbag, letters. What a testimonial that was. Somebody needs to clip that out who has time and talent and can make that into its own piece. Because how often do you read something like that? Where else do you see people going into like the antique nationalism? And they say, well, I went into antique nationalism and every aspect of my life has gotten better. I feel healthier. I feel smarter. I feel more in touch spiritually. No, they get angry. They get inward looking. They get ferocious. They become obnoxious. They become inimical to actually doing something good for white well-being. It's the exact opposite. And in all of these things, how about those spheres where they just want to talk all the time about this is how many freezers you buy. This is how deep you build your mausoleum under the earth. This is and on and on and on. How do they come out of that? I know how they come out of that. I've known these people for a long time. They come out of it like eyes as big as a deer in headlights everywhere they go, scurrying from one purchase of it from a military surplus store to another, and then they end up dying empty-handed. the collapse never came, and even as though they would have lived through it, and there would be, I always ask, well, what comes after? Who saves you from your mausoleum? Well, I don't know. I don't know. Well, maybe you better think about that, dumbass. Put down the beer. Maybe you better think about, after you run out of all the toilet paper and the MREs and you run out of all that shit, then what happens? But, and I was, you know what, over the years, I was very nice. And people will tell you, they've known me for, I would be very polite. I would be very respectful. And I would say, all right, but I don't know, maybe you should, maybe it will work out, like somehow there's magic. And I would, I'd walk away shaking my head, but I'm just done with that. We have the South-Africanization of America Act that is going to be inflicted on us because people are just so willfully stupid. And people also so socially, politically immature that they follow people who are just self-aggrandizers, or people who are abstractionists, people who want to talk about running out of oxygen, people who want to talk about how many hamburgers somebody gets to eat in Brazil. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. Let every one of them eat hamburgers. All right, what am I missing? What did I miss here? Oh, question widget. We got to roll. I know we're rolling. God, we got 45 minutes, and we've got to get Final Blossom on real quick so we can get a couple calls too. Okay, question widget. Angharad Celtic wrote, Heidi, are you kidding? I know you aren't. Heidi, please tell Dresden I'm a pagan. Okay? I don't know that those were meant for me. Heidi says, I opened up the calendar. Whoa, what just happened? What are you doing? What's happening on the question widget? Oh my gosh. Is somebody doing this on purpose? Are the people at Entropy having a good play and a bit of fun? Let's see him try to read as the text jumps all over the screen. I got a hard enough time already. I opened up the calendar on my phone. Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year's are not on the calendar. The next holiday that is listed is February 1st, quote, first day of Black History Month. Heidi is not going to be kidding. Oh, and happy birthday to you. Our dear Grayman the Gray is now officially old, as we are 11 minutes past the witching hour. And she's not lying. Many people are opening their phones on their calendars, and these updates come in, and they're white erasing. They're not blackwashing. They're white erasing our holidays from our calendars on our phones. And yes, that is happening. And here we have the first comment from Eyes on the Right. And is this the real Eyes on the Right, though? I don't know. The cross eyes on the right. And he writes, is he writing to me? And perhaps these are out of order. Let me see what everything whoever this is, perhaps it's an imposter, cross eyes on the right. I find it hard to believe, with as busy as he is writing all of his articles, that he would bother with coming over to my Entropy to comment. Let's see what he says. Okay, this might be the first one. Cross eyes on the right says that he writes, Jason has something flags in his closet. How stupid. Prove it. See, this is exactly what we were hearing from Sarah, what so many people go through when it comes to the anti-white pieces of shit. They need a reason to dehumanize you. They need a reason to inflict the harm on you that is motivated in them by their jealousy and envy. And so they will misrepresent you. They will do whatever they can to dehumanize you, to be able to inflict injury on you, to fuel other anti-whites to inflict injury on you. You know very well what their motivation is. I've known for a long time. When they refuse to accept your actual stated arguments and positions. When they want to claim that you're something else than you are, when they want to misrepresent it, to dehumanize you, to legitimize the harm that's inflicted on you, to legitimize it in their own hearts, because they can't say in Western society, not yet at least, they can't say, because I'm jealous, because I'm envious, because I'm a misfit, or whatever it is that they believe of themselves, which is not our beliefs, their belief. Because of that, I'm going to destroy these people. They can't say it yet in Western civilization. So they have to misrepresent with this bullshit. No, if there are any flags from some old regime, it's in your closet. If this is really cross eyes on the right, whoever the hell you are. And then underneath of it writes, I wrote new articles on this using the anti-white slur, racist and sexist. And then he writes, ban him YouTube. If this is really the cross eyes on the right, I'm surprised. Cross eyes on the right, are you kidding? I mean, and then writes, where is your place of work, Jason? Can I have your boss's phone number? As soon as, well, we'll just leave that unspoken. Cross eyes on the right. Cross eyes, why don't you show your face to the world? Why don't you show everybody what you look like, and tell everybody where you live? We know that anti-whites are going to pay your paycheck, so probably not able to get you fired from your job, but thank you for revealing that's what you anti-white bastards do. That your purpose is just to inflict injury on Western kind and Western civilization. Why don't you give us some of your details, buddy? Why don't you get a backbone and show us your face? Why don't you let us know what city you're in? What street you live on? Why don't you let everybody know? Is it because you're a coward? Is it because you're an anti-white? You're writing articles about people? If this is really the cross eyes on the right, I don't know if it's him or not. It may be him. It may not be him. Do we have his? Yeah, we got him. There he is. That's what he looks like. Until he gives an actual image. That's cross eyes on the right. The actual cross. I don't know who this is. But this person writing in. But obviously, to come into our streams and to see what we talk about for 8-10 hours at a time, to see the things we write about, and to then misrepresent us, makes it so obvious that you are just a living piece of anti-white shit. So you have nothing. If you want to fight the Nazis, you have to look under your bed, buddy, because they're in your imagination. How despicable. Well, maybe it must have been him, and he must still, or let me rephrase, whoever it was, whether it was cross eyes on the right or not, the real one. Looks like he's got some more here. Where's your place of work? The anti-whites have tried to get me fired from my jobs before and have failed. Cross eyes on the right says, Jason tries to scare people of color. Another misrepresentation. That's why non-white people, and by the way, I'm going to note that you used a phrase that excludes the white race, Western kind, from humanity, anti-white. So we know your real motivation. Show yourself, coward. It then has an article here. And again, we don't know whether this is the actual cross eyes on the right, but there is an article up, maybe from, it might be a recent one. And then he has, I can't, otherwise you Nazis will come after me, is what he writes. So whoever this is, whether this is the real cross eyes or not, there's no way of knowing, and there's no way for this person to prove it to the rest of us. So says that the Nazis will come after him when that never happens. It's all a fiction in your head, you coward. What is this now? He may be a Nazi. He is German. You're a writer. This can't be the real cross eyes on the right. Can this be the real cross eyes on the right? There's no way. Because he's supposed to be a writer. So this is really poorly written. I can't imagine that he's, my gosh. All right. Well, so thank you for outing yourself. Thank you for making it very clear that you are just anti-white and you intend to inflict injury. You've demonstrated that for everybody here, that you have no interest whatsoever in anything other than maintaining an anti-white narrative so that you can sate your bloodlust for Western kind and Western civilization. That's all it is. So thank you for pointing that out for everybody, whoever you are. But whoever he is a coward, won't show his face. And something about needing a Black History Month, just go away. I mean, that's so sad. A writer is supposed to be able to conduct interview, is supposed to be able to structure argument, is supposed to stimulate conversation. You are doing a bad job. Please tell me that your profession is something completely different, and you have merely just learned how to actually put pen to paper. Let's see, Heidi, first day of Women's Month, June 19. Oh, just sharing more of these new holidays that as they white erase us from civilization. And yep, everybody on your phones, you'll see. Mestizo is here, says, hey, Jason, did you see what I sent you on Instagram? Oh, I'll have to check that out, brother. Mestizo has been doing some magnificent work on Instagram. Big salute to him for everything he's doing for White Wellbeing. And I will, running out of time rapidly tonight, but I want to capture some of that and then share here on Going Free, doing great work. The great Slotz writes here, it's not hyperbole when NWG says that Antifa meant all white people when you said your time is up, because there is no standard for when a person is anti-white enough. You cannot be. Precisely. A white person can never be anti-white enough. And so when that white guy stood up there and they started saying your time is up, they absolutely meant they're not there. Anti-whites are not there to have a conversation. You can see by whoever this illiterate person is standing in for cross eyes on the right. You can see that they're not there for a legitimate argumentation. They're not there to find the truth. They are there to legitimize the harm they want to inflict on Western kind, on white babies, on Western civilization. And the reason why they have to legitimize it for now with excuses by saying, oh, it's a Nazi, dehumanized, etc. The reason why they do that now is because they know that if white people realize what we're sharing, this is what scares this midget prick in the chat right now, is what scares him, is that he knows that if white people by the scores of millions realize, and they're going to realize it, you little midget stick, that they are being had by these anti-whites, that these arguments are just excuses to arrive at our victimization. White people will start defending themselves. And then we will deal appropriately with the likes of this individual, which will be to tickle you unceremoniously. You will just have to tolerate a most severe tickling. Hangarod Celtic says, this is the thing, I've seen it happen again and again. The wonderful, okay, the friends, yeah, okay, this is a conversation that you all are having. Greek America says, no white guilt. Many people think that America, as we know it, with our people will cease to exist if Biden is in power, and our people in the Midwest may be victims of white erasure. Well, things will change radically under President Biden and for the ill of Western kind. But we will continue to find ways to struggle on in service to white well-being. I wonder if this individual, just really quickly, this individual can't actually be the actual Cross Eyes. It just can't be. I mean, maybe maybe there's a recent article by Cross Eyes, but this individual can't be the actual Cross Eyes. But this, whoever this anti-white is, but I wonder how happy they are, this individual, and we should use they, because who knows? Maybe it's a he, maybe it's a she, maybe it's a both. And I want to make sure that we're covering bases, or animal. I wonder how happy they are at all of the financial gifts that have been given tonight to white well-being. Must really hurt to know that the engine for love, hope, and redemption is marching forward, and you're not going to be able to misrepresent us for long. We'll be claiming our destiny. Thank you. Let's see. Mestizo says, I also posted the article link here in case you all would like to see it for yourselves. So there's an article. So is this the, it says, page can't be found, brother. Try again. Something wasn't right there. Greek America, the reason you have so much energy for white well-being is most likely because you are German. Well, big chunk of my heritage is German and Scandinavian and British, as I said earlier. So maybe so. Love for our people. Love is what does it. Jonas is here. Just woke up, and Jason's still here. How does he do that? Admit it, Jason. You're not human. You have clones in your basement, and it's a different one every stream. And back to Greek America says, no, I get it. Maybe just orbiter or follower of Cross Eyes on the right. Probably so. Probably just some, or who knows? I mean, who knows what kind of sick just imagine for a moment if you went to somebody's channel and they were, and you thought, or their broadcast, you thought they were going to be talking about one thing, and then you got there as an honest, as a healthy adult, a healthy human being, and you showed up and they're talking about something completely different. You're an honest, healthy human being. You would say, oh, wow, I really had this wrong. Maybe I'll just sneak out of here. Or maybe if I'm going to engage, I'll ask questions about, because, hey, I heard this about you. Is that the case, or is that not the case? No, only some sick SOB would jump in and say, no, all 10 hours, all 8 hours, and then how many hours over the total, over the week total do I do in streaming and writing and everything else? All of that is just this grand deception, because really it's this. Give me a break. And that is an effort to dehumanize me. And it's not lost on me that that the anti-whites want to dehumanize me so that people will feel okay about harming me. But rest assured, when you come to one of your ilk, one of your slugs come to harm me, I know that's what they're there for. I know there's no humanity in their eyes, and I will act in my self-defense to ensure it. Rest assured, I have every time. My gosh. Okay. Yeah, mods, kick this person out of the house. Kick them out of the house. Show them the door unceremoniously. And you probably have the power, right, to do that on Entropy too. This person is obviously a troublemaker. Tata, farewell. Auf Wiedersehen. I'll say it in German, since I know that will somehow mean something for you. Oh, he spoke German. I bet he flew on a spacecraft to the South Pole, and that's really where he's from. What else were we supposed to? Oh, we have $1 financial gift over here from Joe. Thank you so much, Joe. And he writes, God bless you, sir. I'm so thankful for going free. Well, God bless you for that $1, Joe, and for that magnificent testimonial. It is brilliant. And wow, get raucous emojis out. Oh, Grayman says we have no power on Entropy. Can I give you power on there? I don't know. I will give you power there. I will break out the wand of entropy power if I can in just a moment here. But we're going to get the raucous emojis together, and we are going to celebrate another one of our heroes stepping forward. Bobby Fischer, my friends. Bobby Fischer has come forward and written, I had a good week in the markets. This is for White Wellbeing. God bless you. $86 to White Wellbeing. $86 to White Wellbeing. How does that sound, anti-whites who want to come on, misrepresent us, to dehumanize us, to be able to inflict harm on me as though I'm not somebody who loves and cares and has hopes and wishes and is important to people in the world who care about me and who would be hurt by me being harmed. I mean, you're sick. You're sick. Go away. $86 from Bobby. Thank you so much, brother. A big salute to you for being here. And talk about right at the right moment to do that. $86. And we'll say to in part to the very silly anti-white who has decided to join, but I will make sure that I give the powers out. The force will be with Graymond the Gray, now that he is officially old, and our other mods, if I can make it happen. Right now, what I'm going to do is I am going to send. We got to be, because we're almost 30 minutes left, so we want to quickly get to our big hero, Final Blossom. He has some thoughts he wants to share. We're going to talk about it, and then we'll see if we can get to some calls before the 8-hour mark. My good brother, I hope that you are still with us. I am sorry to have kept you up so late. It has been a very busy, very busy show today, and we're making magnificent things happen. And grab that link, jump on in backstage, and while I wait for you, I will see if I can how do I give out powers? How do I give out powers? Let's look. We have there is, no, that's Heidi. Can you, Graymond the Gray, can you write something in the live chat over here, will you please, in entropy? And we'll see if I suddenly have the ability to do that, to give you powers to make the trolls, what are those things called on the ramparts? Gargoyle. See if we can make the gargoyle go away. And you know what's disgusting? If this anti-white pig was out in the middle of the country somewhere, broke down, and I saw him, it wouldn't matter like who they were. I would stop on the side of the road to help this misfit, this anti-white misfit. But if he or she saw me, or it, or whatever the person considers themselves, saw me, you know damn well and good that this monster would be thinking, how can I victimize this person and get away with it? This white male, just hate white males so much. Tell your wife to stop calling. You are in trouble. Graymond the Gray, straight out of Lord of the Rings, who is now officially old, is empowered to do the most terrible things to you, tickle you relentlessly, and banish you to the realm of all things forgotten. And there he is, ladies and gentlemen, right on schedule, the wonderful Final Blossom. My good sir, please unmute. And we have, I'd like to get some calls in at the end, but 27 minutes. Please go for it, my good brother. This, ladies and gentlemen, remember, this is the Final Blossom. This is the guy we were talking about earlier, and we had him on the Thanksgiving special, and we are most lucky to have him as a member of our family, a member of our community. Brother, go ahead.
Hey, Jason.
Oh, I think you, well, you see, my mic.
Touched on this a little bit during the stream. Someone was asking about climate change.
Go ahead.
And, you know, we shouldn't have to provide a long list of reasons why we objectively deserve to exist as a people. But for those who do need an objective reason, I made a video on that exact subject.
Oh, well, there you go,
So,
folks.
I made this. This was one of the first videos that I made, actually, after the first video that I made was thanks to the Last Message to the West contest that George and Lovely Porge put together.
Yes.
And just to give a bit of my background on why I made this next video, I grew up considering, as early as high school, I considered overpopulation to be one of the most serious issues for our time. Mm-hmm. And that's about all I thought about as regarding politics. When Trump was elected back in 2016, I started getting more interested in politics in general, and quickly discovered the white positive sphere and started getting more into that. And as far as my educational background and my career, it's given me exposure particularly to things such as climate change and issues like that. And I know the media loves to push things like climate change. Especially, they like to use climate change to push anti-white agendas, such as the idea of climate refugees, that, you know, non-whites might be more affected than whites, and so we need to bring more into Western civilization to help them.
Well, you doing
so where was I? Okay, so I made a series on my channel. It's called Deep Time Politics. It's I broke it down into 5 parts, and in total it's 35 minutes. But the first part, well, I'll spoil the ending for you. It concludes with recommending your work, and it specifically ends with the recitation that I made of 8 of your meme curatives from your book, Go Free.
Which was magnificent. I mean, brilliantly done.
Just make sure, Jason, I sound good, right?
You sound good, brother.
Hear me well?
Yep, I can hear you. And the sound is good. Yep, Raymond said sounds good. Are you able to hear me okay? Oh, I can't hear you now. If you're talking now, I don't hear anything.
Sorry, Jason. I lowered my volume. I couldn't hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we can hear you good, and Raymond said that he could hear you well as in the chat as well. So yeah, plow right ahead, brother.
Okay, thanks. Sorry if you said anything before that, I didn't hear it, but I'll continue now.
Yeah, please do.
Okay, so the 5 parts I made. The 5 parts are number 1 is the deep past. So this is going back hundreds of millions of years into geologic history, and just talking about things that are relevant to mankind as a whole and to our people. The second part is the far future. So that's going billions of years into the future and things that concern us in that respect. Third part is the Industrial Revolution. That's something I consider very important for us to keep in mind, just because things have been effectively accelerating dramatically in the last 200 years. And the faster we do things, the more danger there is in terms of the potential consequences of that. Number 4 is overpopulation solutions. That's probably one of the most controversial subjects that I could cover, but personally, I think it's something that needs to be addressed. And then 5 is the saviors of mankind, and then that's where I get into white well-being. Now, there's some things in that video series that you might prefer that I hadn't talked about, and maybe I shouldn't have, but I was, you could say, still going free at the time and felt I needed to include that information.
Mm-hmm. No, especially if it's part of your personal evolution as well. I mean, I think that's a trail that many people are on, and that's a good thing. Yeah, I looked, this was, let's say, 4 years into my getting interested in politics. So part of the research that I did for making this video was I kind of dug through my entire local backup of all the political videos that I liked to try to gather useful information. And I made a ton of references in the video. If you look in the descriptions of the videos, relevant information. And, I didn't quote a bunch of, technical articles or published articles. Is a lot of Wikipedia links and links to YouTube videos. So it's not going to get recognized by academia very much. But, even looking into, the very anti-white Wikipedia, they do a decent job of being objective on things related to geology and astrophysics, that kind of thing. So I'll give a little taste of one thing that's particularly important, I think, for our people to keep in mind regarding the issue of climate change. And that would be ice ages, specifically global cooling. I think it's understandable that the media focuses on global warming and man-made climate change. I think, to me, I think man-made climate change is objectively real, and global warming is a concern. But global cooling is particularly concerning, especially for Western civilization, because if you look at my video and you look at I think it was Encyclopedia Britannica posted an image of what it looks like at a glacial maximum in terms of the ice sheets. And during that glacial maximum, you could have ice sheets covering effectively all of Canada, all of the UK, all of Scandinavia, and large parts of the US and other parts of Northern Europe. And effectively what that would do is it would erase everything above ground level that had been built there for the past 10,000 years. So I would think that anyone living in those countries would probably be interested in preventing another ice age from occurring. Yeah, certainly.
As far as, of course, we ideally wouldn't want to do any kind of serious geoengineering that would cause other kinds of harm to other parts of the world. But it's a long-term issue. This is something right now, assuming that we weren't doing any kind of weren't having any kind of influence on the climate, and we weren't causing some global warming from burning fossil fuels, we should be at the very end of an interglacial cycle. So the past 10,000, 12,000 years or so have been a relatively warm period. And for the next 5,000 years, we should be entering a long-term cooling trend. And then it would this is based on just the past glacial cycle, assuming that we have the same trend again. We would be entering a 5,000-year cooling period. Then it would stabilize for, maybe 10,000 years, and then it would get even colder and reach a glacial maximum. And eventually we'd have an interglacial cycle again, maybe 50,000, 100,000 years from now. And
so we're reaching a natural cooling phase, is what your research is showing you. And this then, would it be safe to say that anthropogenic global warming will be offset by the natural cooling period?
yeah, eventually it could happen. I mean, we're talking thousands of years for this cooling period to slowly take effect. Whereas,
Okay.
whereas we're creating, much faster cooling over the span of, a couple centuries. So, I'm not a fan of how quickly things have changed in the past 200 years. I
Right.
really think a smarter humanity would have kind of done let's do things gradually and not create any kind of long-term unforeseeable consequences.
Right.
But it is what it is, and we have to deal with the situation we're in now.
Right. And that'll be something that's much easier done if we are at the helm of our destiny.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why I conclude the video with saying going free and getting our people out of this anti-white indoctrination is our first priority before anything else can be achieved.
Right, precisely. I mean, when we recapture our destiny, we'll be able, just think of minds like yours, the kinds of people we will be able to unleash to actually surmount these challenges that the environment gives us, that disease give us, etc. We'll be able to handle things. I have no doubt the genius is in us.
Yeah, so I think I can stop there for today. I think if people are interested, they can go watch the video and see what I have to say there.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's have you back next Sunday, and we can go on to the next segment of what you've covered. Does that sound like a plan?
I don't think I need to come on again. I think that's about all I really need to talk about.
That was really what you wanted to touch upon. It's fascinating, and it really is something that, without question, when we have had these runaway industrialist scenarios where there clearly has been so much effort given to really permitting selfish individuals to enrich themselves at the expense of our people, at the expense of our natural environment. Clearly, we need an ideology, a practice that will restrain this sort of covetousness of the individual who wants to cut corners, because this is really, without a moral framework, this is really what laissez-faire capitalism becomes. It is just this runaway scenario where polluting is economically advantageous. Destroying the environment is economically advantageous. Giving people a little bit of poison with their food is economically advantageous. And you put all that together, and then we end up with untenable scenarios. And the very last thing we want to do, and I think you can hear this in Final Blossoms, the fact that he wants to talk about this subject matter, and in his voice, the way he's sharing this, that our natural environment is extremely important to us biospiritually. We want a healthy, clean, tenable, balanced environment that we can enjoy, and that generations beyond count can enjoy, of all peoples, for all time, all around the world. And that's going to mean that there are going to be confrontations with some countries that, and I don't mean that it would necessarily be militaristic in any way, but with countries that are known for polluting, and based on these accords that T-Rex pulled us out of, and that President Biden will put us back into, these countries will be permitted to continue to pollute our very delicate ecosystem here on planet Earth. And yes, I get that it's also a self-correcting system, so you can have things kind of go wrong, and then the systems will rebalance. But nonetheless, you can tell, and this is a wonderful thing that you have come on Final Blossom, and I really appreciate it because it's definitely demonstrating the caliber of people that we have, that your concern with our environment is preeminent, and that a person with a concern of our environment, our ecosystem, preeminent in his mind, is side by side there with the concern for white well-being. It says a lot about you, a lot about your character. And here you are working, and you're in, neck deep in this material, and you are also making these videos for service to white well-being at the same time. It really does say a lot about everything that you are doing and the kind of person you are to us. And again, Final Blossom, ladies and gentlemen, stepped up with Fornull and some others when I was getting shut down all over the place trying to market Crucible. And if it wasn't for some of these heroes like this guy right here, I don't know, he says he doesn't like his voice. I love his voice. This guy right here stepped up and daily was in touch with me, no joke, and making this happen, like Fornull and like some others, making it happen so that we could get out. And we nearly got in front of 500,000 people, because of guys like Final Blossom, Fornull, and the others. We so deeply appreciate and love you, brother. And you are welcome to come on anytime you want. You just let me know, and I will shoot you on over the link, and we'll have you just come right on. And so if it's during the call-in period and maybe you just have one thought you want to share about something, I'll just shoot you the link and we'll have you come on just like this.
All right. Do you mind if I end with a little joke?
Please, any way you want, brother.
Do you know why there has been so much interest in the Bureau of Land Management this year?
No, why?
No, I'm just wondering, because so many people have been talking about the Bureau of Land Management. Just think about the initials of the Bureau of Land Management. Just been seeing it all over the place this year.
I gotcha. I was thinking about, not the acronym. I was someplace else. I was thinking about like the agencies within, and yeah, there's been a lot of interest in the Bureau of Land Management. It's been up everywhere. And I understand that if you on with this, what is it called? The Saturday, is it Saturday where you have the tech sale, the so-called sales? If you mention this Bureau of Land Management, that you get 100% discount. So you might want to, I don't know if that's true or not, but somebody said that on the internet, so I'm sure it must be. Well done, brother. Well done. We love you. Thank you so much for showing up, sharing this with us. And again, like I said, you're welcome anytime. You just let me know, and I will delightedly send you the link to have a conversation.
All right. Thanks for having me, Jason.
All right. Final Blossom, ladies and gentlemen. Promethean Hails, brother.
Promethean Hails.
Bye-bye. Wow, that's fantastic. We're going to jump over quickly to, we have Angharad Celtic, and we're going to call you really quick. Dear lady, get ready for the call because it's coming right now.
Hello?
Hello to you, dear sister. How are you?
Fine. Let me shut down the stream.
Okay.
Okay. Hello to the White Wellbeing community. I'm about to fall asleep, so I'm glad you called. I just wanted to comment on the Farm Bill atrocity.
Okay.
For reparations. My husband's a farmer, and I grew up in the city, and I've learned in the past 10 years that we've been married how difficult farming is. It's really, really, really hard work. And farmers are natural geneticists because they have to learn all about biology and different strains of fruit and plants and animals, depending on what they're producing. They have to learn about chemistry, and they're at the mercy of the weather. It is really, really hard work. So I know we don't have much time, but I've been telling everyone I know, I've been telling other farmers that I met about this because they're busy farming.
Mm-hmm.
They're time to pay attention to politics, unfortunately. So everyone out there, you have to tell everyone you know whether or not they're involved in farming or not, because very few people are. And people have, think about this. I'm sorry, Black people don't farm. They don't do it. They just don't do it.
Well,
and they've been sharecroppers, but they do not farm. So think about what is going to happen to your food supply if white farmers are, and it's mainly white farmers, that's mainly doing most of the farming in this country, and they're mainly older, okay? So think about what's going to happen to your food supply if this is allowed to come to pass. Because number one, as the taxpayer, you're going to get ripped off more and more and more and more and more. And number two, the food supply is going to go degrade more and more and more and more.
Yeah, very scary thought.
That's basically it.
No, that's a very, no, that's a powerful.
Pardon?
No, that's a very powerful, scary thought, and it's a poignant thought that needs to be shared, because among, like I was mentioning earlier, the fact that white farmers will not be able to compete, just like we were talking about these banks with the many billions of dollars for all non-white peoples discriminating against white people. That's what matters to us. More power to these people. I want them to live happy lives, but we're being discriminated against, and that's objectionable, so that others can receive an unfair advantage.
It is going to drive. I'm sorry to interrupt you. It is going to drive people out of farming, because if in this bill, if the workers are going to be paid by the taxpayer, farmers, small farmers are struggling now, and if you want to have healthy food and feed your children healthily, you should do everything you can out there to seek out small farmers. If there are any left around you, support them in any way you can. Purchase from them. They'll be your best friend. They can tell you how they grew the food. There are people that purchase from my husband. They won't go anywhere else because he's so well known in the area, because he's so conscientious, and the food that he produces is very high quality. We have chickens, and they are free range, and they are very free range, and they have names. I have my pet roosters and chickens and stuff, and they get treats, and they have high quality eggs. They're super healthy.
Right.
So anyway, I don't mean to go on and on about this, but it's a huge issue, and people don't understand how important farming is, because one thing affects another element of farming and food production. So everyone should get on this, no matter what your circumstances are, no matter what your field of endeavor is. Everyone should be paying attention to this issue, because this is an absolute atrocity.
It is an atrocity. You're right about that. And we need to keep our eyes on this, and a challenge that we'll have to overcome should this come to fruition. But that's a very great point that you made, and thank you for making it. You're always welcome to call in, and glad we could catch you before you went off into dreamland. And certainly
the huckster's already asleep, and so I was staying up. And I asked him, would he mind if I mentioned what he does? But anyway, he said, no, that's fine, because he really likes your show, and he was very interested in Sarah Dye's story. So just because of what we were doing this evening, I'm going to replay that for him. But two other things. Number one, we had to go to the grocery store tonight, and I was trying to pick up your show on my smartphone, and YouTube really is suppressing it. I had to jump through hoops to find you, and I never had that problem before.
Wow.
Also, yeah, it's outrageous. Also, shout out to the D Live gang. Hi, Pat. I hope you're still awake.
Well, thanks so much. Thanks so much, good sister, and have a beautiful somnolence tonight. And you're always welcome, and we hope to hear from you soon.
Thank you. And you get some sleep too, at least a few hours a night. Sleep is when your cells are replicating and restoring themselves. And
Right.
You definitely need to keep your cell tissue in good health. Okay?
I'll do that, sister. We'll see you soon.
Absolutely. All the best to the White Wellbeing community. I love you all. Take care.
Love you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. That was Angarad Celtic. And we might have one more caller. We got to be We got to be quick. Let's see. Because we can't go too far into the, we can't go too far because we have, I guess, about to go into 8 hours, or do we just go over very much further? And it's too much for the system. So we got to be quick. If we have one more caller, let's see what we're going to have. What a magnificent night we've had. And I have some information over here that I'm not sure. I'm having a hard time seeing the words here, but I'm going to be beyond furious. I mean, beyond furious. If I don't understand what I'm looking at yet, but it might be that one of the people from our community was physically attacked tonight. Okay, we're going to have John really quickly come on. He's got a few things to say, and great guy. You know him well, and he's a real great advocate for white well-being, and he knows the power of brevity. He knows how to make it happen. So we're going to give a call right now. There he is. Go ahead, brother.
Hello, brother.
Hello to you, Promethean.
Hey,
Hales.
Promethean Hales. Hey, I have a quick question. It's kind of a philosophical issue. We hear all this talk about people of color. Well, isn't it about time that we start calling ourselves people of non-color? I'm kind of joking, but I'm kind of being serious, because when I've heard the term person of color mentioned around me, I said, well, what about us people of non-color?
Yeah.
And I said it seriously, and I was taken seriously.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, what is your opinion on using that term, you know, as a contrarian to their term?
Well, yeah, I would say make sure you sew in the you're an anti-white for excluding my people from humanity with this people of color. So since you're going to exclude me from humanity, then or maybe say we're people of they say people of color, but it's so wild that we're the people of
yeah, we're the most colorful people in the world, no question.
We're the people of variety. We're the people of many colors.
That's a good take there. Hey, I want to encourage everybody in the listening audience to donate to Sarah Dye. I donated for the third time tonight, and I'm over $100 total, I think, over my 3 donations. But everybody's got to give something, because this case is extremely important. And I just have the feeling, knowing Sarah, that when she prevails, it's going to be a major financial payoff. And I like to think that people in our community give back to our community.
Yes, without question.
That's the reason that people should give to her, because it's very important that she win this case based on the First Amendment and basically terrorism against her and her family. The next thing I want to mention is that there's going to be a big MAGA rally again on Saturday, the 14th of December. And everybody within a 200 or 300 mile radius needs to get their butts there, with lots of no white guilt literature and leaflets to hand out. I'm even thinking about going. And if I go, man, I'm giving out 1,000 leaflets that day. That's my goal.
I believe you could. If anybody could do it, you're the one.
I want to have like a 6 foot by 6 foot sign saying nowhiteguilt.org held up on PVC pipes.
Wait a second. What? That's awesome. What day did you say?
It's Saturday, December 14th.
You mean 12th?
It's a Saturday.
Yeah, 12th.
All right, yeah. Everybody needs to mark their calendars for that. Mark your calendars. And if you are within 200 or 300 miles, please be there and hand out literature. And my last comment, brother, is just to you that our New Year's resolution for 2021 is that, along with Trump being reelected, which is going to happen, by the way, we need to get this organizational entity going. I mean, just look at how we had over $2,000 come to you tonight for donations, just from our small listening audience.
Yeah.
With the white mega rich see serious white people who respect, who have normal behavior, normal sensibilities, fighting for interest, we're going to have checks flowing to us from the mega rich. I know it.
Yeah, that's really absolutely a possibility. You're absolutely right that is a genuine possibility. When they see normal working class people coming together with something that works, not something that is LARPing, not something that is any of these other things, something that's working and changing lives.
Carnival actor stuff or historical reenactor crap.
Historical reenactor crap, exactly. When they
act normal, dress normal, and talk normal, the money will flow once they start knowing about us.
Right.
So let's make that our New Year's resolution for 2021. And that's all I got to say, brother. Promethean hail.
Prometheus, God bless you, brother. That is perfect. Amen to you. We'll talk soon. All right, look at that. What an absolute champion. How did that happen? Could you all see me? The screen went crazy. John, amazing. Very well said. That is a magnificent New Year's resolution for 2021 that we're gonna rock this. I want to get 2 of my books, at least 2, into audio form, so we can share this, we can reach more people. I think Crucible and Prometheus Rising. What do you all think? Grayman says it's all good. Thank you for getting back to me with that, because it went crazy there for a moment. So I appreciate that. I got to tell you, I got to let you go. I got to let you go. It's 8. Okay. We don't have any missed financial gifts there. Let me just make sure over here. The system is reaching actually its operational memory maximum. So I don't know if something comes through and I'm not able to see it, and I will get to you next time. So thank you so very much, everybody, for being here with us as we muddle through here in the final moments. I'm going to put the link in the description for the bill, of the act. My face cam is on. What does that mean? What does that mean? Am I everywhere I look? It's I hope my face cam is on. No, I have I actually have I actually have something that I'm not really totally able to read, but I am going to share with you. A little lady in our community, a lovely little lady in our community was physically attacked tonight by anti-whites, and she is horribly injured. I can't really read or make out more of what's being said there, just because I've got to bring the phone up to my face. I am beyond pissed off, and I'm gonna close out before we get any further. Tonight was a magnificent night, and I love every single one of you. We're gonna stop this shit from happening, and we're gonna make sure that we recapture our destiny and create an environment where our women are safe again, where these anti-white, absolute garbage pieces of shit. And this just happened while we have been going live tonight by anti-whites, and the goddamn useless police officers didn't catch these individuals. They got away. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't say enough how serious this is. If anybody within this sphere, or supposedly within this sphere, they claim to be within this sphere, are embracing failed vehicles, embracing toxic ideas, you give them an opportunity, and then if they don't take it, you tell them to go to hell, and you move on to somebody else. If a content producer is supposedly, ostensibly in the white positive sphere, but they want to talk about other things that are destructive or backward or upside down or whatever, you give them an opportunity, and then you tell them to go to hell, and you get to their audience, and you bring them over to something that works. This is not going to stop until we put an end to it. And on that note, let's go free.
There's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs. I'll tears and trade my years for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own.